Buenas tardes, sean bienvenidos ao 5º Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. Les saludamos em nome do Instituto Superior de Línguas de la Faculdade de Filosofia de la Universidade Nacional de Asunción, acá para nuestra Ponências Sincrônicas número 1. Eu lhes dou a boa-vinda ao 5º Congresso Paraguaio de Lingüística Aplicada, em nome do Instituto Superior de Línguas da Faculdade de Filosofia da Universidade Nacional de Assunção. Aqui na nossa Sala 1, nós vamos ter 4 ponências sincrônicas. A primeira, da professora investigadora Mineia Fressa, que trata sobre o tema do português falado na Serra Gaúcha como língua de acolhimento, a análise da conversa e produção de materiais didáticos genuínos. Seja bem-vinda, professora Mineia.
Obrigada. Posso compartilhar, então, minha apresentação?
Pode, à vontade.
Vocês estão vendo já?
Sim, vemos.
Vem? E vem em tela cheia?
Tela cheia.
Tela cheia? Tá. Tá ótimo, então. Então, vou começar. Então, como o professor Luiz Cristiano me apresentou, me chamo Mineia Fressa, sou do Instituto Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, do campus Bento Gonçalves, aqui, localizado na Serra Gaúcha. E aqui, no município de Bento Gonçalves, há muita imigração, principalmente de haitianos e venezuelanos. Portanto, nós oferecemos no Instituto um curso de extensão de português como língua de acolhimento para esse público. E aí nos deparamos com o problema, né, do português como língua de acolhimento, que é esse português voltado para o público adulto em situação de crise, ser ainda uma questão muito incipiente no Brasil, né? O Brasil não tem uma política nacional linguística de acolhimento para esse público. E tampouco tem um investimento na produção de materiais didáticos de português como língua de acolhimento, né? Os que existem, eles não têm, por exemplo, materiais genuínos, diálogos genuínos que atendam às necessidades dos imigrantes. Portanto, o que a gente fez em 2020 ainda, a gente iniciou esse projeto com o objetivo de elaborar materiais didáticos de plaque que atendam às necessidades dos imigrantes. Então, lá em 2020, nós fizemos entrevistas com 30 imigrantes residentes aqui no Rio Grande do Sul, que é o estado onde fica localizado o nosso campus, né? E nessas entrevistas nós tínhamos o objetivo de elencar quais eram as instituições e os contextos internacionais que mais interessavam aos imigrantes, que eram mais relevantes para eles aprenderem a se comunicar neles. E como resultado, eles nos disseram a Polícia Federal, porque eles têm que passar, né, pela Polícia Federal para conseguir seus documentos, né, e especialmente a naturalização brasileira. O Cine é um Sistema Nacional de Emprego, que tem vagas de emprego e faz a oferta de empregos. Então, esse é outro local. O segundo mais citado por eles como importante, o posto de saúde, hospital, mercado, escola, rodoviária, farmácia, lojas. Então, esses foram os locais que eles citaram como mais importantes para eles. E, a partir disso, na segunda parte do projeto, a gente começou a gravar interações naturalísticas nesses locais em que eles elencaram como os primordiais para eles. Transcrevemos essas interações utilizando as convenções propostas por Jefferson, que era uma analista da conversa, e analisamos essas interações conforme a análise da conversa. Depois dessa análise, a gente utiliza esse material para fazer materiais didáticos, então, genuínos. Então, a gente utiliza os dados que a gente grava na Polícia Federal, no posto de saúde, no Cine, para fazer materiais didáticos, utilizando também uma perspectiva intercultural. Então, para falar um pouquinho sobre a nossa perspectiva teórico-metodológica, né, a análise da conversa ela se baseia em princípios da etnometodologia, buscando descrever e interpretar padrões de interação, sequências conversacionais e estratégias de comunicação utilizadas pelos participantes. Então, a gente utiliza esse método de transcrição detalhada das interações verbais, e micro-interacionais de momentos específicos da conversa para identificar padrões linguísticos e estratégias de aprendizagem. Então, as ações comunicativas, quando a gente faz ações e elas podem ser realizadas de maneiras diversas, né? Então, a implementação de ações comunicativas, ela está ligada ao contexto interacional e às normas culturais. Os interlocutores, eles frequentemente negociam e ajustam essas questões no curso da conversa, né? E a compreensão dos diversos formatos que implementam a mesma ação comunicativa é crucial para que os alunos alunos de língua, né? Desenvolvam habilidades comunicativas flexíveis e adaptáveis, capazes de responder eficazmente a uma variedade de contextos interacionais. Então, a gente observa que a abordagem da análise da conversa, ela pode ser aplicada à educação linguística de diversas formas. Uma das formas é identificar as necessidades, de aprendizagem dos alunos, avaliar a eficácia de materiais didáticos e atividades de sala de aula e informar o desenvolvimento de abordagens pedagógicas centradas nos alunos. No nosso caso, a gente utiliza os dados naturalísticos para prática, para elaboração de materiais didáticos e as análises em análise da conversa, né, para iluminar essas produções de materiais didáticos. Nesse sentido, então, a análise da conversa ela pode ser uma ferramenta também de promoção de consciência linguística e cultural dos aprendizes, por fornecer insights sobre normas e convenções de comunicação em diferentes contextos, né? Então, para dar sequência nesse projeto, a gente fez subprojetos de pesquisa com alunos bolsistas, alunos do curso de letras aqui do nosso instituto, trabalhando junto nesses subprojetos. Então, o primeiro foi o português falado na Serra Gaúcha, desvendando as interações da Polícia Federal. Então, fomos para a Polícia Federal e gravamos entrevistas de naturalização dos imigrantes, transcrevemos, analisamos pela análise da conversa e fizemos materiais didáticos utilizando essas interações naturalísticas. O outro projeto foi feito, então, no Cine. No Cine, que é esse Sistema Nacional de Emprego, a gente analisou dois tipos de interação. Entrevistas de emprego, que acontecem na própria sede do Cine, e as conversas com a atendente do Cine, em que ela oferta várias vagas de emprego e dá uma carta de indicação para que o candidato se dirija à empresa e se candidate à vaga. Esses dois projetos, então, do Cine e da Polícia Federal, eles estão finalizados e a gente já tem os materiais didáticos, inclusive, disponibilizados no site do nosso Instituto Federal. Depois eu vou mostrar um deles para vocês. E os links também, se vocês quiserem ter acesso aos materiais. Os outros 3 projetos estão em andamento. Um é Desvendando as Interações no Posto de Saúde, e esse está em conclusão, então estamos quase finalizando. Em breve teremos a disponibilização do material didático. O outro é um pouquinho mais abrangente, né? Se chama Transformando Interações Reais em Materiais Didáticos de Português como Língua de Acolhimento. Nesse, a gente analisa interações no mercado, na rodoviária e na farmácia. E por último, eu acabei utilizando também desse projeto de pesquisa para aplicar para um pós-doutorado. Então, estou fazendo o meu pós-doutorado nesse momento também com esse projeto de pesquisa. Se chama Português Falado na Serra Gaúcha, um estudo interacional de conversas institucionais para embasar o desenvolvimento de materiais didáticos genuínos de português como língua de acolhimento. Então, os materiais já produzidos estão disponíveis nesse site. A ideia é que o projeto vai ser finalizado em 2026, né, com todos os locais que os imigrantes disseram lá na pesquisa de 2020 que eram importantes para eles em termos de cidadania, né? E a ideia também é que em 2027 a gente compile todos esses materiais em um livro, que seja um livro interacional, utilizando, então, os conceitos da análise da conversa para a educação linguística de português como língua de acolhimento. Então, só para mostrar um exemplo dos nossos materiais, da nossa análise, né? Então, um dos objetivos da análise da conversa é estudar a estrutura geral das interações, né? Como as interações se organizam. Então, aqui a gente tem a análise das 18 entrevistas de emprego que nós gravamos no Cine. Então, nós observamos que todas essas interações iniciam com a solicitação de documentos dos candidatos à vaga, depois há uma série de solicitações de informações padronizadas, então, idade, informações sobre empregos anteriores, estado civil, endereço, telefone, então tem uma lista de questões, de informações pessoais. Aí há uma explicação sobre a vaga do emprego em questão. Depois há um momento para tirar dúvidas, o candidato pode perguntar qualquer coisa. E por fim, há o encerramento da entrevista. E aí, com base nessa análise, nós organizamos um material didático. Então, aqui há um print do nosso material didático, que começa com uma explicação do que é o SIM, que é esse Sistema Nacional de Emprego, para que serve, e aí já começa, o primeiro exercício já é com a interação, com um áudio que a gente gravou nesse contexto. Então, a gente oferece um link, um código de QR, né, para o aluno poder escanear e ter acesso a esse áudio. E ele ouve, primeiro responde algumas perguntas. No segundo exercício, ele ouve toda a
Mais
interação.
um minuto, professora.
Mais um minuto? Um minuto? Tá. Ele ouve e completa as lacunas da interação. E aí a gente explora as perguntas que são feitas nesse material, né? Que, por exemplo, a pergunta aqui do Estado Civil, ela pode ser feita de diversas formas, e essas diversas formas nós pegamos das 18 interações realísticas que nós analisamos. Então, a pergunta pode ser: qual é teu estado civil? Qual que é teu estado civil? Casado, solteiro, teu estado civil? E a gente apresenta, então, formas de como os imigrantes podem responder essa pergunta. Então, a gente faz isso com todas as perguntas, depois faz um exercício que eles têm que se entrevistar, fazer uma encenação de uma entrevista de emprego. E aí temos questões sobre interculturalidade no final, em que eles conversam sobre como funcionam as entrevistas de emprego nos países deles e outras questões envolvendo interculturalidade. Então, aqui a gente tem os códigos QR dos materiais didáticos que a gente já tem disponível. Então, vocês podem acessar. Então, a ideia dessa elaboração desses materiais didáticos surgiu para contribuir com a produção de materiais didáticos genuínos, né, utilizando dados reais, né, de conversas autênticas, para contribuir para a área do PLAC, né? Nós conseguimos acessar quais eram as necessidades dos imigrantes por meio daquela entrevista em 2010 e mostramos como a análise da conversa permite desenvolver materiais didáticos que tenham que mostrem, né, que utilizem situações comunicativas autênticas, trabalhando daí o vocabulário específico dessas interações que realmente acontecem, os formatos dos turnos variados dessas interações e a organização geral desses diálogos. Era isso, então, minhas referências. Acho que quase passei do tempo. Fico à
Tá bem.
disposição.
Muito obrigado, professora Mineia. Uma bela apresentação, belíssimo projeto.
Obrigada,
Eu
obrigada.
felicito. Realmente deve ajudar muito essas pessoas que estão numa situação assim tão desesperada, digamos assim, em uma situação tão limitante, né? Agora, a continuação, nós temos o professor Wagner Barros Teixeira e a professora Lígia Carina Martins de Andrade, que estarão fazendo a apresentação sobre a UNILA e RIVE, Fundación UNEPO Haití, empoderando comunidades latino-americanas y caribeñas a partir de la enseñanza del portugués. Professor Wagner, professora Lígia, sejam bem-vindos. Professora
Buenas
Mineia,
tardes, boa tarde.
podes deixar de compartilhar, por favor? Professora Mineia, a senhora ainda está compartilhando tela, por favor.
Tá. Deixa eu ver aqui como é que eu faço para deixar de. Ué.
Clica em
Perdão,
cima,
professora
parar
Lígia.
de compartilhar.
Lá em cima. Tá. Perfeito. Obrigada.
Eu
Obrigada.
que agradeço. Seja bem-vinda, professora Lígia, professor Wagner.
Buenas tardes, boa tarde. Maitei. Wagner, você compartilha para mim? Bom,
Posso compartilhar só uma dúvida. Nós mandamos para a organização, seremos nós mesmos que vamos compartilhar? Professor Luiz?
Bom, eu acredito que vai ser mais prático vocês compartilhando, já que a conexão está de boa qualidade.
Tá, então só um minutinho, por favor. Verifiquem se está compartilhada.
Sim, está aqui, professor Wagner, consigo ver perfeitamente. Está em tela cheia.
Ok.
Agora vocês têm 10 minutos, contando.
bom, então eu sou a professora Lígia, né? E juntamente com o professor Wagner, que é o idealizador do projeto, nós desenvolvemos dentro da extensão da UNILA, né? Esse projeto que é pioneiro porque a UNILA é a Universidade Federal de Integração Latino-Americana que nasceu com essa perspectiva justamente de ter já na graduação alunos de vários países da América Latina e Caribe. E, bom, essa perspectiva ela também se ampliou. Hoje nós temos editais de indígenas e refugiados, e pessoas portadoras de visto humanitário, mas nós temos a chegada, muitas vezes, dessas pessoas e o português como duas perspectivas também. Nós temos a universidade bilíngue, então nós temos o português como língua adicional para os estudantes, entre aspas, né, estrangeiros, como a gente chama, ou internacionais, ou refugiados indígenas, e o espanhol para os brasileiros. Mas desde essa perspectiva de oferecer um curso para haitianos, que também é um grande público, né, contingente populacional na UNILA, ela é uma comunidade grande e significativa, porque também nós tivemos no início um edital específico para eles, inclusive em creole, né, haitiano, e no país deles é a primeira vez. Então, esse é o título do projeto. E essa parceria surge também de uma perspectiva que o professor Wagner pode falar até melhor do que eu, porque a UNILA firmou um convênio com a Universidade de Bahamas, e aí ele e um grupo de professores foram para realizar atividades de português e cultura brasileira, língua portuguesa e cultura brasileira em Bahamas. E lá também nós temos um professor, Jean-Pierre Marquis, que é um dos professores também que trabalha nesse instituto, né, no Haiti, o RIV. Então, a partir dessa perspectiva, nós criamos também esse curso de português para haitianos. Pode passar, Wagner. Né? Então, uma das nossas perguntas e das nossas indagações sempre foi essa, né? Como contribuir para promover a integração latino-americana e caribenho, considerando essas perspectivas glotopolíticas por meio do ensino de línguas, especificamente de português para falantes de outras línguas, né? Bom, pode passar. A base teórica é só... Oi? Quer falar, Wagner?
Oi, Lígia, pode seguir. Está conseguindo me ouvir? Lígia, consegue me ouvir? Seu microfone está fechado. Bom,
Isso é
vocês conseguem me ouvir, gente?
Eu te escuto super bem, professor Wagner.
Tá,
Super
então
bem.
eu vou seguir, provavelmente algum probleminha ali tecnológico. A base teórica dessa ação específica, que também é de outras ações que seguem nessa mesma linha, ela tem, se ancora em perspectivas glotopolíticas, quando a gente fala em políticas linguísticas, em alguns desses autores que estão aí, e na perspectiva mais ampliada de português para falantes de outras línguas, e aí é o recorte que a gente utiliza aqui para esse projeto. Como metodologia para essa apresentação, nós trabalhamos com uma pesquisa bibliográfica e um recorte documental a partir de relatórios e de depoimentos dos cursistas participantes. Bom, a professora Lígia já apresentou rapidamente a UNILA para vocês. Aqui nós temos algumas imagens que representam a nossa universidade, que é sui generis no Brasil. Ela foi fundada no ano de 2010, está localizada na cidade de Foz do Iguaçu, estrategicamente uma região de fronteira, uma região muito plural, que vai representar toda a diversidade que nós temos nos corredores da universidade. É uma das únicas universidades oficialmente bilíngue no Brasil. Ela tem como duas línguas oficiais o português e o espanhol. No entanto, a realidade é muito mais ampla, ela é plurilíngue. Nós temos, além desses dois idiomas, diversos outros idiomas presentes, né, no cotidiano universitário, entre eles o creole haitiano e o francês também, línguas faladas pela população do Haiti. É uma instituição de caráter internacional. A UNILA ela foi pensada para essa integração, então a ideia é que até 50% de sua comunidade seja formada por brasileiros e até 50% por nacionais de outros países da América Latina e do Caribe. A gente está caminhando para cada vez mais isso se concretizar. E a sua missão, como está aí, contribuir para a integração latino-americana e caribenha a partir do conhecimento compartilhado da cooperação solidária. Nas fotos à esquerda, a gente tem o campus do JU, Jardim Universitário. No centro, aí, um mapa ampliado do espaço onde a UNILA está, Foz do Iguaçu, Porto Iguaçu, Argentina, Ciudad del Este, Paraguai. Então, a fronteira, né, dos três países, as Cataratas do Iguaçu e, na parte de baixo, o campus dentro do PTI, dentro da Itaipu. Bom, atividades do projeto em si, com a RIV, ali já mencionou anteriormente, o professor Marquis Jean-Pierre, ele é um dos mantenedores com sua equipe dessa instituição de ensino para crianças, jovens e adolescentes no Haiti, que se chama RIV, Fondation pour Haiti, em creole. É uma instituição que fica na cidade de Las Caobas, no Haiti, e eles, então, no seu currículo, eles propõem um currículo diversificado com ensino de diferentes idiomas, e a gente tem apoiado nessa parceria inédita com o trabalho com a língua portuguesa. O curso que nós iniciamos é um curso virtual de português e cultura brasileira, começou esse ano e a gente já tem aprovação para seguirmos para o ano que vem. Iniciamos com um grupo, uma etapa síncrona, 2 vezes por semana, as atividades virtuais. Temos mais ou menos 35 cursistas participando, e 2 estudantes da UNILA que têm acompanhado. Nós tivemos também uma terceira participante voluntária, egressa da UNILA, uma estudante haitiana que se formou em letras na UNILA e está fazendo mestrado agora, que nos apoiou nessa iniciativa. Aqui alguns registros das atividades, né? O título da ação é Educação e Empoderamento da Comunidade Haitiana na UNILA, instituições parceiras, para a promoção da integração latino-americana e caribenha na perspectiva de Social and Behavior Change, dialoga com os objetivos da Unesco, desenvolvimento, né? Aí nós temos um print da tela, no momento de aula, né? Do lado esquerdo acima aí o Job e a Becatrix, que são os dois haitianos que nos dão esse suporte. Professora Lígia e eu no canto direito, e os demais aí são os estudantes que estão participando das atividades. Embaixo, um registro de uma atividade sendo feita, o que mostra, né, que a gente tenta trabalhar também a partir das possibilidades, porque não temos ainda a possibilidade de estarmos presencialmente com eles. Esse curso ele nasceu de uma demanda muito específica. A UNILA ela tem uma entrada específica para estudantes estrangeiros, e os haitianos, devido à situação, né, dos últimos anos no país, eles tentam chegar à UNILA. Esse ano nós tivemos mais de 3.500 inscritos haitianos tentando uma vaga na UNILA. E como a UNILA é bilíngue português e espanhol, os estudantes, tanto brasileiros quanto estrangeiros, têm que ter o domínio desses idiomas, de um dos dois idiomas. Não é o caso da população haitiana, que não tem esses idiomas como suas línguas de uso materno ou de uso cotidiano. Então, isso é um grande gargalo para a gente na UNILA, porque muitos deles chegam aqui e aí já se deparam com o ambiente acadêmico, mas não têm ainda a proficiência na língua e tem que passar pelo processo de formação. Então, esse curso, de alguma forma, também tenta promover essa formação com eles lá, né? É uma formação inicial para que quando eles cheguem aqui tenham algum conhecimento já do idioma e possam seguir com a sua formação acadêmica. Resultados preliminares, tá? Porque o curso ainda está acontecendo. A gente retoma a pergunta inicial, né? Bom, como que a gente tem contribuído, então, para o empoderamento dessa comunidade? A gente entende que esse curso ele tem valorizado as pluralidades linguísticas características da UNILA ou na UNILA, principalmente trazendo outras vozes e outros povos e outras culturas que não apenas o português e o espanhol. Tem uma maneira de difundir a língua portuguesa e a cultura brasileira no Caribe, a partir do Haiti, da Fundação Riva, e a contramão também de difundir a cultura caribenha e fortalecê-la na UNILA. A gente tem conseguido, de pouco a pouco, o empoderamento linguístico desses estudantes e aberto possibilidades, né, horizontes para eles poderem vir estudar no Brasil. A criação desse curso é inovador para nós, na UNILA, porque muitas das ações acabam acontecendo com o público hispano-falante, que não é o caso aqui. Para os nossos estudantes da UNILA, que a UNILA é uma das poucas universidades no Brasil que tem o curso de formação em graduação pensando o português e espanhol como língua não materna. Só que muitas das ações são pensadas para hispano-falantes. Então,
Mais
aqui
um minuto, professor.
Obrigado. Aqui é uma ação que você forma, está focando em falantes de outra língua que não o espanhol. Então, isso tem sido bem interessante também para a formação dos nossos estudantes. É um incentivo ao intercâmbio acadêmico, científico e cultural, e, de forma mais abrangente, a promoção que a UNILA sempre apregou da integração latino-americana e caribenha. Alguns desafios que nós já aventamos, né? É importante pensar desafios logísticos a serem vencidos, né? Fomentar ações possíveis, missões presenciais. A gente estava com isso organizado para o fim desse ano, mas dada a situação política do Haiti não vai ser possível, então adiamos isso para o ano que vem, mas está no nosso radar. Melhorar a estrutura tecnológica para as ações sincrônicas, que é muito difícil a internet, e às vezes lá não funciona. Pensar na questão pedagógica, desenvolver algumas estratégias, pensando um público específico, né, línguas maternas diferentes das oficiais na UNILA, português e espanhol, adaptar e criar material didático considerando esse público e, né, nessa esteira, selecionar e capacitar os estudantes da UNILA para trabalhar com esse público. Na perspectiva acadêmica, investigar melhor o perfil sociolinguístico desses estudantes, tentar relacionar essas ações com disciplinas do próprio currículo da universidade, relacionar essas ações, se possível, com outras da UNILA, como as ações do Idioma Sem Fronteiras, né, para difundir a língua e a cultura dos haitianos no contexto da nossa universidade. Algumas das referências aí que nós utilizamos. E é isso. Muito obrigado. Muitíssimas graças. Merci un peu. La GUT, merci beaucoup.
Muito obrigado, professor Wagner,
Obrigada,
professora
gente.
Lígia.
Obrigada. Eu tive um probleminha, mas voltou aqui. Obrigada.
Muito, muito interessante o trabalho que vocês estão desenvolvendo. Muito útil, assim como havia comentado com a professora Mineia. O pessoal que está no desespero, né? Realmente não é exatamente um facilitador, mas mesmo assim, um belo trabalho. Eu lhes felicito pelo carinho com eles, né? Pela atenção. Agora, a continuação, nós temos a professora Elisa Prado Co e a professora Roberta Gomes Leão, que estarão falando sobre o ensino e a prática de pronúncia de inglês no aplicativo Speechace, uma análise decolonial. Professora Elisa, professora Roberta. Como a professora Elisa nem a professora Roberta está conectada, seguimos então com a professora Kíria Rebeca Finardi e o professor Cláudio França, que estarão falando sobre o impacto científico e o monopólio do inglês, desafios para a diversidade linguística. Sejam bem-vindos, professor Cláudio, professora Kíria.
Obrigada, Luiz. Antes de iniciar, como Cláudio e eu conhecemos também a Roberta e a Elisa, eu vou tentar entrar em contato com elas via WhatsApp. Elas devem ter confundido o horário do Brasil, imaginando que a gente estava uma hora depois no Paraguai.
Pode ser.
Para que elas invertam daí o trabalho e a apresentação delas, se for o caso. E antes de iniciar também, nós gostaríamos de perguntar se existem pessoas que estão assistindo a apresentação e que não falam em espanhol, aliás, que não falam em português, porque Cláudio e eu preparamos uma apresentação bilíngue, eu iniciando em espanhol e depois ele continuando em português. Mas se todos falam português, a gente faria somente o português.
Olha, eu acredito que todos são capazes de compreender o português. Mas já que vocês se deram o trabalho de fazer uma apresentação bilíngue, por que não? Vai ficar muito interessante, verdade?
Pois é parte da nossa proposta. Então, a gente vai iniciar essa apresentação. Bueno, vamos a empezar entonces esa presentación, parte en español y después vamos a seguir con portugués, porque es de hecho una de las propuestas que tenemos para la ampliación de las posibilidades que tenemos. Y muy contentos de estar acá en Compla, presentando y conversando con todos ustedes sobre esa posibilidad de una mayor diversidad lingüística.
Me parece
Entonces,
perfeito. Agora vocês têm 10 minutos para a ponência, ok?
certo.
Contando.
Ok. Entonces estamos acá, mi colega Claudio Franza, de UFIS, y yo, Kire Finardi, para hablar con ustedes hoy sobre ese trabajo que tiene como objetivo reflexionar y dialogar con ustedes sobre la posibilidad del impacto científico frente al monopolio del inglés y cómo podemos pensar en esos retos para una mayor diversidad lingüística. Próximo, por favor. Bueno, como les comenté, vamos a hacer nuestra presentación, una parte en español con los slides en portugués, la segunda parte en portugués, pero al final de la presentación, si tienen preguntas o comentarios, podemos hacerlo en español, en portugués o incluso en inglés, dependiendo de cómo sea más fácil para los que están acá. Como introducción y forma de empezar nuestro diálogo con ustedes, el objetivo y la idea era ver cuál es el rol del inglés frente a la comunicación científica y cómo el uso o la adopción del inglés como lengua franca académica puede aumentar, obviamente, la visibilidad, el impacto y el reconocimiento, pero también con otras implicaciones para otras cuestiones, principalmente de la diversidad. Para pensar sobre esas dos cuestiones, vamos a utilizar dos conceptos de autores distintos. El primero de Swan, que es un sociolingüista, que trabaja con el concepto de Q-value, que es un índice para calcular el valor o el capital de una lengua. Y los dos otros conceptos de hábitos y capital científico o capital lingüístico que vienen del sociólogo Pierre Bourdieu. Próximo. Bueno, también vamos a tratar de ver el rol del inglés frente a los otros idiomas y en las comunicaciones científicas, pensando en las limitaciones del acceso al conocimiento por aquellos que no son hablantes de inglés y aunque sean hablantes de inglés, que no son hablantes de inglés de los centros hegemónicos, pongámoslo así, porque obviamente sabemos que hay diferencias entre ser un hablante de inglés de Jamaica, de India, de África del Sur, por ejemplo, y de Estados Unidos o Inglaterra, por ejemplo. Y cómo ese uso y esas limitaciones pueden traer implicaciones, aumentando las grietas y las desigualdades sociales y también académicas, incluso creando lo que algunos autores como Connell describen como una dependencia epistémica del norte global o de los centros dichos de excelencia y una colonidad epistémica, trayendo una relevancia científica condicionada a la adopción de ciertos patrones para la escrita académica, como puesto por Canagaraja, por ejemplo. Próximo. Bueno, entonces, con ese objetivo traemos nuestro problema y cómo tratamos de abordarlo en este estudio. Y el problema o la cuestión que nos interesa acá es si hay una relación entre el impacto científico medido por las citaciones recibidas por los trabajos, en este caso en los papers científicos, y la escoja de una lengua utilizada para la diseminación o para la publicación de ese trabajo. Y para ver eso, la idea es mapear los artículos que recibieron citaciones en la área de internacionalización de la educación superior para tratar de identificar cuáles son las lenguas utilizadas en esas publicaciones. Próximo. Bueno, la metodología que nosotros utilizamos partió en cuanto a características, se puede describir como un estudio exploratorio, descriptivo, y que utilizó técnicas bibliométricas para el levantamiento de datos, que fue hecho principalmente en esas tres bases, Scopus, Web of Science y Lens. Como estrategia de búsqueda utilizamos esas palabras y los descriptores booleanos que están descritos ahí en el cuadrito azul abajo, y usando los delimitadores o el recorte temporal de 2008 a 2023, solamente mirando hacia los artículos científicos que fueron publicados en la región de América Latina y del Caribe. Como resultados de ese mapeamiento, producimos 713 artículos, siendo que solamente la mitad, o sea, 357 de ellos fueron artículos con citaciones. Y con eso pudimos construir nuestro corpus de análisis que está hecho con los 15 artículos más citados en cada una de esas tres bases.
Boa
Próximo.
tarde a todos, todas. Agora eu sigo com a demonstração dos resultados, que eu já coloco em tela. Bom, vamos recuperar então que o objetivo do nosso estudo foi identificar qual a língua utilizada pelos artigos mais citados sobre internacionalização da educação superior em três bases de dados, Scopus, Web of Science e Lens. E aqui a primeira tela que nós visualizamos traz os resultados recortados apenas da base Scopus. E aqui nós já visualizamos que boa parte dos trabalhos mais citados foram publicados em inglês, e que mais receberam também citação foram os trabalhos publicados em inglês. 7 desses 15 trabalhos estão publicados em inglês, 4 em espanhol, 2 em português, e também nós temos 2 numa modalidade que nós denominamos de plurilingüe, que são aqueles trabalhos que são publicados simultaneamente em mais de um idioma. Então, originalmente, vamos imaginar que ele saia em espanhol ou português e, como uma alternativa, traduzido para o inglês. Esse é um mecanismo que algumas revistas têm adotado no sentido de manter a audiência local, destinar a audiência local, mas também alcançar maior visibilidade, considerando o inglês como uma língua de maior visibilidade diante da comunidade mundial. Então, nós temos aqui um panorama diverso na Scopus, mas com a maior predominância do inglês, e, como observado na tela, sendo que esses trabalhos publicados em inglês, ainda que sejam 7, eles acumularam a maioria das citações recebidas, 52%, acima de 52% das citações a esses trabalhos se dá aos trabalhos em inglês. Depois, nós temos os trabalhos, o segundo levantamento, que são aqueles 15 trabalhos mais citados da base Web of Science. E aí, para nossa surpresa, por um lado, todos os 15 trabalhos foram publicados em inglês, em nenhum outro idioma. Vamos lembrar que são trabalhos publicados por autores locais aqui da América Latina e Caribe, e aí os mais citados foram todos publicados em inglês. Nem sequer naquela possibilidade plurilingüe, que nós denominamos, nem mesmo nela há uma menção aqui a nenhum registro de trabalho publicado nessa modalidade. Predomínio, então, do inglês. Bom, mas até então, para nós, isso não era grande surpresa, tanto na Web of Science como na Scopus, porque são bases de dados de origem comercial, que atendem o mainstream, as correntes principais, as revistas internacionais. E, alternativamente, em nosso estudo, a gente adotou uma terceira base chamada Lens, que, no escopo mesmo, na descrição dessa base, ela se intitula mais que agrega, mais inclusiva da produção do sul global ou de países periféricos e semiperiféricos. Então, inicialmente, nós imaginávamos um cenário mais diverso aqui nessa base, tendo em vista que ela indexa mais revistas e, por consequência, mais artigos também dessa região da América Latina e do Caribe, e só que nós encontramos um cenário muito parecido com o que foi vislumbrado na Web of Science e na Scopus. Um predomínio também do inglês, sendo desses 15 artigos mais citados, 12 publicados em inglês, e aí um registro em português e 2 registros à modalidade plurilingüe. Importante destacar que tanto na Scopus como na Web of Science, sempre na Scopus como na Lens, desculpa, sempre a segunda opção de língua para a publicação nessa modalidade plurilingüe acaba sendo o inglês, e não alternativamente o português junto com o espanhol, ou o espanhol junto com o português. Então ocorre sempre o predomínio e o reconhecimento do inglês como a língua de maior visibilidade, com o objetivo de dar maior visibilidade às produções. Bom, passamos então à discussão e análise. Esses dados, então, eles vêm corroborar, ratificar a hipercentralidade do inglês, também no campo da internacionalização da educação superior, nos trabalhos que tratam sobre isso, e ao mesmo tempo que o inglês acaba se constituindo como a língua de maior alcance, ele vem reforçar também uma situação de capital simbólico, conforme destacado por Bourdieu. Ao mesmo tempo que o inglês garante maior visibilidade, garante maior impacto em termos de citação, também alcança para o autor maior impacto, para a revista maior visibilidade e concessão de maior capital simbólico, conforme apresentado por Bourdieu. Isso também acaba reforçando, de certa forma, o predomínio do inglês, a hipercentralidade do inglês, reforçando situações de hierarquias linguísticas, quando um idioma, uma língua, acaba assumindo maior reconhecimento do que outras, do que outras, inclusive numa região que não tem o inglês como idioma local, como idioma nativo. Bom, e por fim, a gente observa também na condição do autor que busca alcançar visibilidade uma adoção de um hábitus, que recuperamos conceito também que recuperamos de Bourdieu, mas esse hábitus que é muitas vezes incorporado mediante a pressão de alguns atores que compõem o ecossistema da produção do conhecimento, da produção científica. Estão nele as editoras acadêmicas, as agências de avaliação, as próprias instituições de ensino e pesquisa, que buscam maior visibilidade para as suas instituições e para suas produções, obrigando meio que o autor a publicar em inglês para fazer parte de rankings de avaliação e de reconhecimento dessas instituições. Então, cada vez mais esse hábitos tem sido adotado pelos autores também locais aqui da América Latina e Caribe, que visam publicar em inglês, mas por outro lado acabam cerceando o direito de acesso à língua local e centrando muito mais no monolinguismo do que na prática multilinguista da produção do conhecimento. Por fim, agora como algumas considerações finais do nosso trabalho, chegamos à conclusão que publicar em inglês, a partir dessas evidências alcançadas, amplia a visibilidade e o impacto. Por um lado, a gente atestou isso por meio das citações recebidas nos trabalhos, mas, por outro lado, reforça um cenário de dependência de um sistema acadêmico dominado pelos países anglófonos, onde as regras são criadas por eles, são colocadas, as regras do jogo também são colocadas por eles, impostas por eles, e a gente vai assumindo cada vez mais esse hábito e privando o acesso à nossa produção local. Então, diante dessa circunstância, é necessário repensar também no âmbito, e sobretudo no âmbito das políticas de internacionalização da produção do conhecimento do ensino superior, a necessidade de repensar esse cenário que, por vezes, é associado à disseminação dos resultados da pesquisa em inglês, se de fato isso tem promovido uma ciência mais equitativa, inclusiva e diversa, ou apenas reforçado, por outro lado, a hegemonia do inglês como língua franca e tudo por demais que está atrás dessa condição do inglês como língua franca, que também acaba se associando à condição geopolítica, econômica, que envolve as relações entre países e que também recai na produção do conhecimento. Então, essas foram algumas referências que nós utilizamos para a construção dessa apresentação. Fica aqui o nosso agradecimento, obrigado, graças e thanks. Estamos dispostos a perguntas, a questionamentos, contribuições que podem ser em espanhol, em inglês, em português. Essas três a gente consegue, né, Kyria?
É isso aí, Cláudio. Obrigada,
Muito bom.
Cláudio. Luiz, só para dar um retorno para vocês, eu consegui entrar em contato com Elisa Có e Roberta Leão, que eram as que iriam apresentar antes da gente. Elas disseram que enviaram um vídeo. Então, eu não sei se vocês vão apresentar ou se o vídeo vai ficar disponível depois.
Sim,
El video está siendo publicado en YouTube
Ah, ok.
y ahora mismo voy a ver porque teníamos en una carpeta y no estoy
Tengo
pudiendo.
disponible, profesora Valentina.
Ah, ya. Entonces podemos pasar el video de Roberta y
Sí,
Elisa.
solo necesito que se deje de compartir la presentación anterior.
Ok. Gracias.
então tá beleza. Tá beleza. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, professora Kyria, pela ajuda. Agora, a continuação, nós teremos o vídeo das professoras Elisa Prado Có e Roberta Gomes Leão sobre o ensino e a prática da pronúncia de inglês no aplicativo Speechace, uma análise decolonial. Já em seguida.
Un momentito, por favor.
Me gustaría verificar si las preguntas van a ser en el final, porque quizás
Sí.
le puedo decir a Elisa y a Roberta que quizás ingresen al link para que puedan responder preguntas si es el caso para su video.
Sí,
Ya,
esa es la
Sí.
idea. Al final
Y
hacemos
mientras,
las preguntas
sí.
si hay tiempo.
Ya, perfecto.
Pero igual se puede dejar las preguntas tanto acá nessa sessão de Zoom como em Facebook e também na própria plataforma de YouTube.
Yo quería hacer nomás un comentario al trabajo de la profesora Kyria y Claudio, que realmente es muy importante el trabajo que ellos hicieron para justamente atender la problemática de el acceso a las publicaciones de nuestros colegas que, como bien lo dijeron, muchas veces nos vemos obligados a publicar en inglés y nuestras publicaciones no son accesibles para los colegas que no hablan inglés. Coste que hoy en día con los traductores automáticos, etcétera, es un poco más accesible, pero creo que deberíamos contemplar la posibilidad de hacer la publicación plurilingüe como ya lo hacen varias revistas. Entonces, poder dar acceso a los artículos en varios idiomas. Nosotros estamos en una modalidad multilingüe ahora mismo y vamos a ver si es que podríamos en un futuro ir a esa modalidad.
Perfectamente, Valentina. Compartimos el objetivo.
Agora, o nosso vídeo da professora Elisa e da professora Roberta.
Boa tarde, eu me chamo Roberto Leão, eu sou orientanda da professora Kíria Finardi e bolsista da CAPES no Brasil, e eu estudo sobre tecnologias digitais para o ensino e aprendizagem de língua inglesa.
Muito boa tarde, buenas tardes. Eu sou Elisa Prado Có, eu também sou orientanda da professora Kíria e eu venho trabalhando com estudos decoloniais.
Bom, nós resolvemos juntar as duas pesquisas, né, para analisar um software específico, um site, na verdade, e o título do nosso trabalho é o Ensino e a Prática de Pronúncia em Inglês no Speechase, sobre a perspectiva decolonial. O Speechase, ele é um site para praticar a pronúncia da língua inglesa. Só que se a gente aplicar os critérios de ergonomia, que são critérios utilizados para avaliar softwares e tecnologias digitais num contexto geral, nesse contexto de aprendizagem de língua adicional, a gente precisa adicionar alguns critérios a elas. Ela precisa ser funcional, a tecnologia precisa ser confortável, imersiva e fácil de manusear para o usuário. E esses critérios, eles são compilados em diversos trabalhos, como vocês podem ver, nós temos aí o trabalho de Farnstein, de Tyler, o Laboratório de Usabilidade de Produtos Digitais da USP, e o de Merino, Souza, Hodler, Speck e Peixoto. Todos eles fazem essas compilações de critérios para avaliar as tecnologias digitais. E um dos pontos principais que uma tecnologia digital precisa apresentar para que o usuário ele se sinta confortável, que ela seja funcional, imersiva e fácil de manusear, é que ela tenha os critérios de avaliação bem claros, o que ela está avaliando, o que ela está ensinando, e não é exatamente o que acontece quando a gente utiliza uma plataforma de treino e prática de pronúncia, como é o caso do Speechase. Se eu mostrar para vocês essa interface geral do Speechase, até aqui ele tem os níveis bem claros, onde você precisa clicar, a quantidade de lições, aqui as divisões das lições, então o que ele está propondo, né, a prática, por exemplo, do Simple Present. Porém, quando a gente chega na parte da prática, que a gente fala, por exemplo, eu tenho aqui um print de um exemplo onde eu falei a frase I live in Seattle de diversas formas diferentes. Que está no canto da tela, no caso, eu pronunciei a palavra Seattle de outra forma, como Seattle. E aí ele deu como se a pronúncia tivesse apenas 83% correta. Já quando eu pronunciei aqui I live in Seattle, aí ele já deu a pronúncia como se ela tivesse 95% correta. Então, que tipo de critérios é esse que esse site e talvez outros sites de avaliação de pronúncia utilizam para realmente deixar claro para o usuário se ele está pronunciando da forma correta ou não?
É só para lembrar que, tipo, entre Seattle e Seattle ainda está inteligível. Agora, I live e I live, aí muda-se completamente o sentido, e o site falou que o I live estava mais correto. Então,
Exato.
vamos lá. Entrando aqui nos estudos decoloniais, essa é uma perspectiva que ela surge como uma crítica ao legado colonial e às estruturas de poder que persistem mesmo após o fim do colonialismo. Então, essas estruturas, elas continuam existindo em forma de colonialidade. Esses estudos, eles, então, questionam e buscam desafiar essas hierarquias de conhecimento e de poder, né, que sustentam essas hierarquias. Dessa forma, o foco desses estudos está em aprender a ouvir os povos colonizados de forma a reconhecer e principalmente a legitimar as suas perspectivas e experiências também como centrais para a compreensão do mundo e não apenas as perspectivas advindas da Europa ou da América do Norte. E como eu não tinha tanto tempo para falar, eu deixei de sugestão esse artigo de Oliveira e Candaú sobre a pedagogia decolonial, educação antirracista e intercultural no Brasil. É um artigo muito interessante, principalmente para quem está começando, né, entrando nesse mundo dos estudos decoloniais, porque ele traz os conceitos mais importantes e também ele apresenta tudo isso dentro do nosso contexto brasileiro, então fica essa minha sugestão. Então, vamos lá. E agora, o que tem a ver os estudos decoloniais com o ensino-aprendizado de língua inglesa? Bom, o ensino-aprendizado de língua inglesa, ele tradicionalmente, ele reflete essas perspectivas culturais e políticas dominantes, né? Tudo em torno de padrões linguísticos e ocidentais. E essa hegemonia linguística dominante, ela está relacionada ao colonialismo, ou seja, a expansão do Império Britânico, a hegemonia econômica dos Estados Unidos. Então, dessa forma, a colonialidade se manifesta na promoção de um padrão de pronúncia específico. Então, o britânico e o americano padrão, né? Standard, porque quando fala-se britânico, americano, não é de qualquer britânico e americano que estamos falando, é do standard. Isso resulta na marginalização de outras variedades regionais e dialetais do inglês. E a colonialidade também vai se manifestar nessa percepção de que a pronúncia de falantes nativos de inglês ela é superior, ela é legítima, né? Que leva à internalização de ideias de inferioridade linguística por parte de alunos e até mesmo de professores que não têm o inglês como L1, como a língua materna. Então, dessa forma, os estudos decoloniais eles entram aqui para desafiar e questionar essas hierarquias linguísticas para valorizar e reconhecer a variedade de pronúncias dentro do inglês global e promover uma abordagem mais inclusiva para as mais variadas formas de expressão linguística. Então, para a gente finalizar aqui com a nossa reflexão, eu como professora de língua, eu como aluna, que tipo de critério que eu estou utilizando para avaliar meus alunos ou para me avaliar em relação à pronúncia? Será que eu estou idealizando um falante nativo, como se eu devesse falar como ele?
Exato, e a gente precisa pensar também que quando a gente insere as tecnologias digitais, né, às vezes esperando promover algo melhor, mais dinâmico para os nossos alunos, a gente precisa refletir se essas tecnologias estão reforçando esse discurso, né, que existe um padrão majoritário acima de todos os outros, né? Existe a forma correta, melhor de se falar, e aí você acaba desprezando o fato de você se comunicar de forma inteligível, dando voz a todas as outras pronúncias, sotaques e regionalismo.
Exatamente. Então, foi um prazer. Obrigada pela atenção.
Também agradeço. E quem quiser entrar em contato para perguntas ou para possíveis parcerias, aqui está o nosso e-mail.
Tchauzinho.
Tchau, tchau.
Muito obrigado. Eu agradeço a presença dos professores que fizeram essas exposições e suas investigações. Agradeço muitíssimo o interesse deles de ter participado no nosso 5º Congresso Paraguaio de Linguística Aplicada. E por causa de limitações de tempo, qualquer pergunta que vocês tenham. Sim, professora Valentina. Adiante.
Y nada más que le iba a decir justamente que vamos a tener esta grabación, va a quedar en YouTube, así que también para que puedan contactarse con los autores, y vamos a estar publicando también las memorias del Congreso con los correos. Y no sé, Luis Cristiano, ¿qué más ibas a decir? Cualquier pregunta que pueden enviarnos le vamos a hacer llegar a los autores.
Bem, pessoal, gente, muitíssimas graças por la participação de todos e aguardamos por las perguntas. Pessoal, muito obrigado pela participação de todos e aguardamos que as perguntas de vocês nas plataformas do YouTube, na nossa página do Facebook e também pelos próprios correios que foram compartilhados. Muito obrigado e assim nós fechamos essa sessão de ponências sincrônicas número 1. Muito obrigado uma vez mais. Até logo.
Olá e tchau, Kyria.
Muchas gracias a todos. Una alegría poder estar con ustedes. Bueno, ahora vamos a dar lugar al siguiente programa de nuestro programa. Vamos a darle la palabra a la profesora Cristina Boselli, quien es la moderadora de la conferencia magistral que tenemos ahora a las 14 de la tarde. Adelante, profesora Cristina.
Gracias, Valentina. Bienvenidos a la conferencia que va a ser dictada en lengua francesa. Es una conferencia internacional. Voy a brevemente presentar a la profesora Raquel Carrasco, née en Suisse romande d'origine espagnole. Elle est bilingue en français et espagnol. Il y a environ 10 ans, elle a découvert sa passion pour l'enseignement du français, langue étrangère. Et elle a commencé, elle s'est formée et perfectionnée dans cette branche en suivant des études de formation de professionnalisation en FLE dans les institutions officielles françaises telles que France Éducation Internationale, CAVILAM et le Centre de linguistique appliquée de l'Université de Franche-Comté. Depuis l'année 2019 jusqu'en décembre 2023, elle a occupé le poste de coordinatrice pédagogique à l'Alliance française d'Assomption Paraguay. Actuellement, elle exerce comme professeure de FLE dans cette même institution et elle est également examinatrice, correctrice des examens DELF-DALF. D'autre part, elle organise des formations pour les professeurs de langue étrangère dans l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle et des outils digitaux pour la création de contenu, la préparation des classes et son utilisation avec les étudiants. Je dois dire également qu'elle participe dans ce congrès au nom de l'association et en représentation de l'Association paraguayenne des professeurs de français et APPF. Raquel, votre conférence est l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères. Donc, nous attendons votre présentation. Vous avez la parole.
Alors, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Merci beaucoup, Madame Bosselli, pour me donner cette opportunité de pouvoir parler au nom de l'Association paraguayenne des professeurs de français et de pouvoir partager ma connaissance sur l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Pour cela, j'aimerais pouvoir partager une présentation, si c'est possible. Me gustaría poder compartir una presentación, si es posible. OK. Alors, voilà. D'accord. Est-ce que tout le monde voit? Oui?
Oui, Raquel, on voit
D'accord.
très bien le diapo.
C'est parfait. C'est parfait. Euh, voilà. Très bien. Donc, comme je disais, donc, voilà. Le titre était, je reviens juste, pardon, l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères. D'accord? Alors, je tiens, comme j'ai dit, vraiment à remercier el Instituto Superior de Lenguas de la Facultad de Filosofía, Universidad Nacional de Asunción, pour me permettre d'avoir cette opportunité et surtout à l'Associación Paraguaya de Profesores de Français. Donc, rentrons dans le vif du sujet. On va voir plusieurs points. On va voir quels sont les avantages de l'utilisation de la IA. Pardon. Voilà. Les avantages de l'utilisation de la IA dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères. On va voir quelle est la relation enseignant-IA et aussi étudiant-IA. Quelle peut être cette relation? On va également voir quelques outils qui nous permettent de créer des contenus avec quelques exemples pratiques. Quelles sont les limitations de la IA? Quel est le futur de la IA dans l'enseignement des langues étrangères? Et surtout, quels sont les défis des enseignants face à la IA? Donc, pour entrer dans le vif du sujet, quels sont les avantages? Alors, les avantages, on peut dire que c'est gain de temps, d'accord? L'IA peut nous permettre d'automatiser des tâches répétitives pour que l'enseignant puisse se consacrer à l'enseignement, qui est le but de tout enseignant. D'accord? Donc, peut-être si on doit faire un cahier des tâches, si on doit faire un formulaire avec une session pédagogique, tout cela, l'IA peut nous aider à faire. Également, elle nous permet d'adapter l'apprentissage. D'accord? Donc, on va faciliter l'adaptation des contenus et des exercices au niveau et surtout à la progression de chaque étudiant. Si nous avons un groupe où la progression est différente, nous pourrons avec l'IA pouvoir générer des exercices ou des activités qui vont être adaptées à chaque étudiant. Elle nous permet également d'avoir un accès global, c'est-à-dire les étudiants peuvent avoir un accès à des matériaux d'apprentissage depuis n'importe quel endroit et à toute heure. Il est vrai qu'en tant qu'enseignant, nous avons peut-être 2, 3, 4 heures de cours avec nos étudiants par semaine, par exemple, et en dehors de ce temps, nous ne sommes plus tellement accessibles pour nos étudiants parce que nous avons d'autres activités et nous pouvons utiliser l'IA pour combler un petit peu, d'accord, tout ce laps de temps durant lesquels ils ne sont pas en contact avec la langue étrangère. Donc, en parlant un peu de ma relation avec l'IA, quelle relation je peux avoir? J'ai deux options, hein, deux options seulement. Soit je trouve que la IA, c'est mon ennemi et que j'ai peur que la IA m'enlève mon poste de travail et donc je vais lutter contre ça et je vais vraiment décider de ne pas l'utiliser. Ou alors, je peux voir la IA comme mon ami ou mon amie intelligente. C'est un peu un jeu de mots avec l'abréviation de AI en anglais. Ou je peux le voir aussi comme un aide, comme un stagiaire. D'accord? Alors, moi, je vais dire que l'IA est mon stagiaire préféré parce que c'est celui qui travaille bien, qui m'écoute bien. D'accord? Et en quoi ma perception de la relation avec l'IA peut changer aussi ma façon de travailler avec l'IA? il est clair que si on a cette ouverture d'esprit, si par exemple je vois la IA comme mon stagiaire, c'est une personne qui va m'aider, d'accord? Donc j'insiste bien sur le verbe aider, d'accord? Qui va m'aider à préparer des contenus, qui va m'aider à faire des tâches, mais sur lequel je vais avoir une supervision, sur lequel je vais donner des instructions, d'accord? Donc, ça veut dire que, de toute façon, j'ai mon rôle de superviseur, d'instructeur, d'enseignant, et la IA est là pour m'aider à pouvoir remplir mon rôle le mieux possible. Donc, voyons la IA comme un support, hein, d'accord, comme un support et comme une aide, et pas comme quelque chose qu'il faut éviter ou contre lequel il faut lutter. Alors, si on a cette approche de la IA, on va voir qu'il y a beaucoup d'outils ou de modèles de IA qui peuvent nous aider à générer des contenus, d'accord? Par exemple, nous avons des outils qui nous aident à créer des exercices, des activités, des séances pédagogiques, du matériel d'apprentissage personnalisé. Et pour cela, il existe des modèles qui ont chacun leur tâche ou chacun leur fonction. Alors, un de ces modèles, je pense que beaucoup d'entre vous connaissez, ce sont les générateurs de texte. Les générateurs de texte comme ChatGPT, comme Gemini, comme Claude, comme Copilot. Donc, ceux-là, ce sont des modèles de IA générateurs de texte. Alors, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est qu'on va poser une question, on va donner une instruction et la réponse va être en format texte. Et pour poser cette question, on doit utiliser un prompt. Alors, qu'est-ce que c'est qu'un prompt? Alors, bon, évidemment, c'est un mot qui est en anglais, mais qui s'utilise maintenant actuellement dans toutes les langues en réalité et qui se réfère, d'accord, aux moyens de communication avec un modèle d'intelligence artificielle, d'accord? Le but est de générer une réponse ou une solution. Donc, ça peut être sous forme d'énoncé, ça peut être sous forme de question ou sous forme d'instruction. Alors, on va voir comment peuvent être les prompts, qui peuvent être donc soit des questions simples, ok, si je cherche une réponse simple, ou j'ai besoin d'avoir une réponse simple, ou ça peut être des instructions complexes qui peuvent comprendre analyse, écriture créative, résolution de problèmes, etc. Donc là, on parle en général, n'est-ce pas, pour n'importe quelle question, quel prompt qu'on peut poser. Mais dans cette conférence, on va se centrer surtout dans l'utilisation ou la création des prompts qu'on a besoin pour générer des contenus pour l'enseignement des langues étrangères. Alors, une fois que nous, on a généré ce prompt, qu'est-ce que la IA fait? La IA, elle va interpréter correctement le prompt, ou du moins, on l'espère, ou l'instruction qu'on a donnée, et va nous fournir une réponse ou une solution la plus pertinente possible. Alors, pourquoi je disais elle va interpréter correctement le prompt ou je l'espère? Parce que ça dépend beaucoup du contenu du prompt. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on doit tenir en compte par rapport à ce contenu? Il faut que le contenu soit clair et soit de qualité. Si on additionne la qualité et la clarté au prompt, on aura une réponse de qualité. Donc, ça va avoir une incidence directe sur la qualité de la réponse. On va avoir des réponses également plus précises et plus appropriées à ce qu'on cherche. Donc, nous allons brièvement, d'accord, voir comment un exemple de prompt et quels sont les points qu'on doit tenir en compte. Donc, comme j'ai parlé de qualité, clarté, donc un contexte clair. Il faut indiquer un objectif spécifique. Il faut donner des instructions précises, c'est-à-dire ce qu'on veut obtenir, ce qu'on veut que notre stagiaire préféré fasse pour nous. D'accord? On peut donner des exemples. voilà, on peut dire, par exemple, j'ai un livre de texte sur lequel il y a un exercice sur un point de grammaire. Mais moi, j'aimerais avoir plus d'exercices sur ce point de grammaire parce que j'aimerais que mes étudiants puissent pratiquer un petit peu plus. Donc, ce que je fais, c'est que je donne des instructions précises et en plus, je vais copier un exemple de cet exercice que j'ai déjà. Et je vais lui dire, voilà, il faut que mon exercice soit similaire à celui-là. Évidemment, il ne va pas être pareil, mais similaire. Et donc, comme ça, la IA va comprendre exactement ce qu'on veut. Après, on peut aussi mettre des restrictions et des limites. Et on va également lui donner le format de la réponse, le format de l'activité qu'on veut que la IA fasse pour nous. Donc, je vais directement montrer un exemple. D'accord? Comme ça, c'est quand même beaucoup plus facile à comprendre. Donc, voilà un exemple. Je donne un titre. Donc, mon contexte, c'est que je veux créer un dialogue pour travailler les temps verbaux du passé en français. D'accord? Donc, je lui donne le titre. Je donne une description pour qu'il y ait aussi un petit peu plus de contexte. Je suis en train de préparer un exercice de conversation pour les étudiants de FLE, niveau intermédiaire. J'aimerais un dialogue qui utilise les temps imparfaits et passés composés. Donc, objectif spécifique. Mon objectif pédagogique est travailler les temps imparfaits et passés composés. Donc, là, j'ai déjà donné des instructions. Maintenant, je peux aller plus loin. Alors, je vais lui donner des instructions précises. Je lui donne comme instruction que le dialogue doit être entre deux amis, deux personnes, qui parlent de quoi? De leurs dernières vacances. Donc là, je suis en train de donner des instructions précises. Je donne des restrictions et des limites. Il doit avoir au moins 10 lignes par personnage, au moins. Troisième instruction, le contenu doit être approprié pour des étudiants en FLE, niveau A2, B1. Avant, j'ai dit que c'était un niveau intermédiaire. Là, je précise un peu plus. A2, B1. Et ne doit pas avoir plus de 200 mots, parce que je ne veux pas quand même qu'il soit trop long. Quatrième, je suis en train de travailler avec mes élèves le vocabulaire des voyages et des loisirs, donc je veux que ce soit inclus dans mon activité. Donc, il doit inclure du vocabulaire en relation avec les voyages et les loisirs. Et je lui donne en plus le format. Le format, ça doit être un exercice avec des espaces en blanc à remplir. Je lui demande également de me fournir le corrigé de l'exercice. D'accord? Donc, voilà. Là, j'ai quand même donné des instructions qui sont très précises. Je vais encore donner une petite aide. Je lui dis, écoute, je vais te donner un exemple de ce que je veux. Comme ça, je peux aussi lui donner un exemple du type de langage que je veux qu'il utilise. Alors, exemple de dialogue, comment se sont passées tes vacances, elles ont été incroyables, etc. Je lui donne un exemple, OK? Avec tout cela, l'intelligence artificielle va réfléchir. Mais ce qui est génial, c'est qu'elle réfléchit vraiment pas trop longtemps, hein, et elle va générer un résultat. Alors, en général, donc, quand je fais mes ateliers pour montrer ça, donc je fais ça en live, mais pour la conférence, donc j'ai déjà posé la question, à ChatGPT et ChatGPT m'a déjà répondu. Donc, ChatGPT me répond, d'accord, voici donc moi j'ai copié-collé l'instruction que je vous ai montrée. Donc j'ai pris copier et coller directement. Donc voici un exercice de conversation basé sur tes critères. Ce dialogue utilise l'imparfait et le passé composé. Il me dit, exercice, compléter le dialogue au passé, le titre, comment se sont passées tes vacances, et il nous donne les instructions. Donc j'ai la consigne. Compléter les espaces en blanc en utilisant l'imparfait ou le passé composé pour former un dialogue entre deux amis qui parlent de leurs dernières vacances. Utiliser le vocabulaire des voyages et des loisirs pour compléter les phrases. Donc, il reprend un peu ce que moi, je lui ai dit. Alors, et je vous montre quel exercice il me prépare. Donc, voilà l'exercice. Donc, il m'a préparé cet exercice où, si je veux, je peux simplement copier-coller sur un document Word, imprimer et donner à mes élèves. Voilà. Donc, vous voyez que ici, donc, entre parenthèses, là, entre parenthèses, on voit les verbes qui doivent être utilisés, d'accord? Et en plus, il me donne après le corrigé. Donc voilà, ici, j'ai le corrigé. Voilà. Alors, évidemment que comme c'est mon stagiaire préféré qui m'a fait ça, je vais quand même pas avoir 100% confiance. Je vais quand même contrôler, d'accord? Je vais contrôler que les réponses soient correctes et que tout soit correct, qu'il n'y ait aucune faute, etc. Mais je n'ai pas eu à réfléchir aux phrases, aux verbes, au vocabulaire. Tout cela, c'est mon stagiaire qui m'a cherché, il s'est débrouillé, il a tout fait. Et ça, je vous dis, ça m'a pris 2 minutes. 2 minutes, le temps de copier-coller et ça, j'avais déjà tout ça. Donc ça, c'est ChatGPT. Vous voyez que c'est un stagiaire qui est quand même pas mal du tout, qui m'a fait cette activité. Maintenant, j'ai posé la question aussi à Gemini, qui, vous savez, est le générateur de texte de Google Chrome, donc de Google. Et donc, lui me fournit aussi un dialogue, d'accord, avec les réponses déjà. Donc là, évidemment que je devrais faire un petit peu de travail parce que je devrais mettre les petites lignes pour faire un exercice en blanc, de compléter les blancs. Mais j'ai déjà les réponses. Pourquoi est-ce que la réponse de Gemini est intéressante? C'est parce que il me fait un petit résumé de pourquoi cet exercice. Donc, il me dit, voilà, c'est pour réviser les temps verbaux. On peut réviser l'emploi de l'imparfait pour décrire les actions habituelles, les états dans le passé composé pour les actions ponctuelles, nous parle de la mise en contexte et du vocabulaire. Et en plus, il me donne des conseils. Il me dit, encourager les étudiants à remplacer les lieux et les activités par les leurs pour que l'exercice soit un peu plus personnel. Après avoir complété l'exercice, on peut utiliser cet exercice pour jouer, faire un jeu de rôle. Pas mal. On peut leur demander à nos étudiants d'écrire leur propre dialogue en utilisant les temps verbaux. Et il nous indique également quelles autres activités on pourrait faire, comme créer des cartes postales ou des récits de voyage. Comme ça, on peut approfondir l'apprentissage. Donc, Gemini, en plus de nous avoir donné l'activité, nous donne quand même des conseils au cas où on n'avait pas trop d'idées voilà. Donc, on voit que réellement, c'est une aide qui est valable, qui nous fait gagner du temps parce que moi, j'ai mis 5 minutes à avoir entre les deux, les deux modèles d'intelligence artificielle, 5 minutes à avoir les réponses. Donc, de ce côté-là, pour moi, dans ma pratique en tant qu'enseignante, je l'utilise énormément. Je l'utilise énormément parce que c'est vraiment un gain de temps. Un gain de temps. Et en plus, on a un peu de diversité aussi. Et donc, si je veux aller un petit peu plus loin, d'accord, pour que ce soit un peu une activité un peu sympa pour mes étudiants, je dis, j'aimerais quand même avoir une image qui représente ce que je suis en train de faire. Donc, ce dialogue. Alors, je peux partir avec des générateurs d'images. Là, j'en ai mis 2. Il y en a d'autres, d'accord, mais j'en ai mis 2 que j'utilise et qui ont des fonctions gratuites. Parce que n'oublions pas aussi que, en général, tous les modèles d'intelligence artificielle ont des fonctions qui sont gratuites et d'autres pour lesquelles il faut payer, soit une mensualité, etc. Et donc, si on doit payer quelque chose pour chaque modèle d'intelligence artificielle, notre porte-monnaie va être bien vide à la fin du mois. Donc, moi, j'essaie d'utiliser vraiment tous les modèles qui ont cette fonction gratuite. Et donc, j'ai utilisé les 2 modèles en donnant ce prompt. Donc, peux-tu créer une image de 2 amis adolescents âgés d'environ 16 ans qui se racontent leurs dernières vacances? Leur conversation doit avoir lieu dans la cour de l'école. Donc, je donne. Et le style, c'est réaliste. Donc, réalistique parce que les instructions sont en anglais. Et donc, j'ai mis le mot en anglais. Et donc, ça me donne... j'ai demandé à Idéogramme qui me donne 4 images. Et c'est 4 photos. D'accord? Donc, il a créé 4 photos. Alors, je sais que la qualité n'est pas géniale des photos. C'est juste que je ne les ai pas téléchargées. J'ai simplement fait une capture d'écran de ce que m'a donné Idéogramme. Mais vous pouvez télécharger, bien sûr, les images et vous allez avoir une qualité, donc en qualité d'image, hein. Donc, une bonne qualité que vous allez pouvoir utiliser. Donc, voilà, ben, il a répondu, hein, ce sont 2 adolescents. Comme je n'ai pas spécifié si c'était 2 garçons ou je n'ai pas spécifié le sexe, ben, il m'a mis un de chaque, hein. Et donc, on est bien dans la cour de l'école et ils sont en train de parler. Donc, je peux parfaitement utiliser une de ces images pour illustrer, d'accord, mon exercice. Après, j'ai demandé la même chose à Copilot, qui m'a généré cette image, hein, qui est un peu moins dans la photo, mais qui est aussi dans un style réaliste. Donc, lui, Copilot m'a généré qu'une seule photo. Et donc, c'est celle-là. Là, ce sont 2 garçons qui parlent. Il n'y a pas de fond. Donc, les 2 générateurs d'images fonctionnent bien. Des fois, ça dépend ce qu'on recherche. Dans ce cas-là, Idéogramme a été beaucoup plus précis dans sa réponse que, par exemple, Copilot, mais en ayant indiqué le même prompt, hein. Donc, j'ai vraiment indiqué la même chose. Autre petit exemple, je pose un autre prompt. Peux-tu créer une image de 2 amis étudiants universitaires âgés d'environ 20 ans, je donne un âge, qui se racontent leurs dernières vacances. La conversation doit avoir lieu dans la bibliothèque et le style, je veux que ce soit un style anime. Donc, Idéogramme me fournit de nouveau 4 options, d'accord, où on est dans une bibliothèque, d'accord, et où ils sont en train de se parler, de se raconter. Peut-être dans la première image, on voit il montre des photos, peut-être dans son téléphone, etc. Donc, ça, c'est Idéogramme. Et Copilot me fournit une photo, mais on voit aussi qu'ils sont dans une bibliothèque et qu'ils sont en train de parler. Voilà. Donc, on voit, voilà, ce qu'on peut faire avec les images. Après, mis à part les images, d'accord, on peut également avoir accès à des outils ou des modèles de IA qui sont générateurs de sons. Alors, ici, j'en ai mis 2, Vidnose AI et Natural Reader. Alors, je vais donner un exemple juste avec Vidnose, d'accord? Alors, j'espère qu'on va écouter, qu'on va bien écouter. Alors, ici, Vidnose a plusieurs outils. On peut faire des vidéos, on peut faire vraiment beaucoup de choses avec Vidnose, même dans les outils qui sont gratuits. Mais un de ces outils, c'est passer de texte à voix. C'est-à-dire, si j'ai un texte, OK, et je veux que ce texte soit lu, d'accord, et je n'ai pas le temps de faire un audio parce que soit je n'ai pas les moyens techniques de faire un audio, ou parce qu'en ce moment, je ne suis pas dans un endroit où je peux faire un audio, eh bien, je passe par l'intelligence artificielle qui va me faire mon audio. Et je peux même choisir la personne qui va lire. Donc, il y a plusieurs options de voix où on a des voix féminines, des voix masculines, avec des différents accents, hein. Ça peut dire, ça peut être avec un accent français, avec un accent suisse, avec un accent belge, avec un accent canadien. Donc, il y a toutes ces options qui vont nous aider énormément donc, à avoir ça. Et donc, là, j'ai mis juste un petit extrait du Petit Prince et je vais vous le laisser écouter.
Raquel, vous avez encore 5 minutes parce qu'il faut laisser quelques minutes pour les questions.
Oui, très bien. Très bien, merci. Voilà. J'en ai plus pour très long. Alors, donc ça, c'était juste pour vous montrer les générateurs de voix. D'accord? Donc, si vous avez, je ne sais pas si vous avez écouté, mais on peut, sans aucun problème, donc faire lire à l'IA et après cet audio que l'IA va nous faire, on peut le télécharger. D'accord? Donc, on peut le télécharger et on va le partager avec les étudiants ou dans un document, etc. Donc, pour moi, c'est un gain de temps aussi. Et ça montre qu'on n'a pas besoin d'avoir la technologie, on n'a pas besoin d'avoir un logiciel pour enregistrer notre voix, un bon micro, etc. Donc, on utilise la IA et comme ça, ben, on est tranquille, on sait que c'est un audio de qualité. Pour finir, j'aimerais vous parler des générateurs de musique. Donc, on peut utiliser également la IA pour faire de la musique. Et comme petit exemple, je vais vous parler juste de Udio, bien qu'il y a Udio et Suno, mais je vais vous parler de Udio. Et ce que j'ai fait, c'est que j'ai utilisé le thème de la CONPLA qui est vers le chemin d'une plus grande connaissance de langue. Et j'ai demandé à ChatGPT de me créer un poème en français sur ce thème. ChatGPT m'a créé ce poème vers le chemin des langues. Sur des sentiers, des mots étrangers, je découvre des cœurs partagés. Chaque langue un horizon ouvert, une voix douce qui éclaire. C'est un voyage d'infini qui nous unit jour et nuit. Alors j'espère que le poème vous plaît. Mais ce que j'ai fait de ce poème, c'est que moi j'ai fait une chanson. Alors je vais vous laisser écouter la chanson. J'espère que ça vous plaira. Voilà. Je ne sais pas si vous avez pu écouter l'audio, la musique.
Moi non, mais c'est peut-être
Ah,
mon
d'accord.
ordinateur. Je ne
Ok.
suis pas sûre.
Alors, moi, je vois pas, je sais pas si finalement dans le partage, mais de toute façon,
Le poème est déjà magnifique.
d'accord. De toute façon, je vous enverrai la chanson pour que vous puissiez la voir
Oui,
parce que
s'il vous plaît.
c'est mon cadeau pour la Conpla.
Y yo nada más le
Plaît,
abro todo y lo mismo
Raquel.
igual.
Merci.
Alors, donc c'était un peu pour vous montrer donc ce qu'on peut faire. Donc là, moi, j'ai demandé à ChatGPT qu'il me fasse le poème, d'accord, en donnant bien un prompt, hein, qu'il me fasse sur le thème. Il me fait le poème et avec ce poème, moi, je peux créer une chanson. Et ça, bah, je peux l'utiliser comme enseignant, mais aussi avec mes élèves, d'accord? Alors, pour terminer, quelles sont les limitations de l'intelligence artificielle? Bah, l'intelligence artificielle peut commettre des erreurs, d'accord? Ça, on l'a vu. Hein, donc, il faut tenir en compte que c'est comme un stagiaire, d'accord? On doit superviser. Hein, on doit superviser. L'intelligence artificielle n'a pas d'émotion, d'accord? Donc, elle ne peut pas nous remplacer parce que l'enseignement des langues est quelque chose d'émotionnel. Si nous, on n'aime pas une langue, on ne peut pas transmettre la langue. Donc, ne vous en faites pas. L'intelligence artificielle ne peut pas nous remplacer. Et elle ne fonctionne pas sans un humain parce qu'il faut donner des instructions. Donc, voilà, si on ne lui donne pas l'instruction, elle ne va rien faire. D'accord? Donc, ça, c'est ses limitations qui peuvent nous rassurer énormément en tant qu'enseignants. Quel est le futur? Bah, le futur est que l'intelligence artificielle est là, d'accord? Il y a chaque fois plus d'outils innovants qui vont faciliter un apprentissage plus adaptatif. Et donc, bah, l'intelligence artificielle marque le début d'une nouvelle ère qui est dans l'apprentissage des langues, mais avec une approche très différente qui est dirigée vers la personnalisation, l'interaction et le feedback immédiat. D'accord? Donc, voilà. Ça, c'est le futur et le présent également. Hein. Et donc, qu'est-ce que nous, on peut faire en tant qu'enseignants? Eh bien, comme toutes ces nouvelles applications modifient la façon d'apprendre des langues étrangères, il faut que les enseignants se forment aux compétences dans les domaines d'éthique. Absolument. Donc, il n'y a pas de marche arrière. Il faut aller vers l'avant. Et donc, après, une fois qu'on a cette formation, il faut intégrer ces outils digitaux dans les méthodologies d'enseignement et d'apprentissage. Parce que n'oublions pas que nos étudiants, eux, sont dans l'ère de l'IA. Donc, nous, on est obligés de l'être aussi. Donc, autrement, on va perdre le train en marche.
Oui.
Et voilà. Donc, en conclusion, l'IA permet d'améliorer l'accessibilité et l'efficacité dans l'apprentissage des langues et c'est notre objectif en tant que professeur. Et nous devons nous préparer pour un monde qui est chaque fois plus digitalisé. Donc, n'ayons pas peur de l'IA. C'est notre ami intelligent. Et je crois, si vous voulez que je laisse 5 minutes, j'ai juste une vidéo de 2 minutes. Voilà.
Oui, 2 minutes, Raquel, parce on va terminer à 14h45.
Oui, très bien.
Il y a quelqu'un qui nous attend ici pour 2 minutes.
Parfait.
Et puis après,
oui.
Je vais dire que c'est merveilleux ce que vous venez de présenter et que ce qui nous tranquillise, c'est qu'il faut toujours mettre quelque chose dedans. Hein?
Oui.
Et que les choses sont là. Donc,
oui.
L'intelligence artificielle ne peut rien faire si nous ne lui donnons pas des éléments. Voilà.
Tout à fait.
Mais nous voyons votre vidéo et
voilà.
après, on aura l'occasion de me poser des questions.
Tout à fait. La vidéo, elle dure 2 minutes. Je vous montre juste une vidéo d'un travail que j'ai fait avec des élèves. Donc, j'ai un groupe de niveau B2 et lors du jour du printemps et de la jeunesse à l'Alliance française, mon groupe est virtuel. Donc, on ne pouvait pas être présent. Alors, on a préparé une vidéo pour qu'on soit présent. D'accord? Donc, on a utilisé, d'abord, on a fait un nuage de mots. Donc, les élèves ont dû réfléchir aux mots qu'ils voulaient utiliser. Avec ces mots, on a utilisé ChatGPT, dans lesquels ils ont fait comme des petits poèmes. Après, on a utilisé idéogrammes pour faire des images basées sur ces poèmes. Après, on a utilisé audio pour faire une chanson sur base de ces poèmes. Et pour finir, j'ai fait la vidéo sur Canva. Donc, pour vous montrer tous les outils qu'on a utilisés et quel peut être le résultat. Donc, de nouveau, je ne sais pas si on va écouter, mais de toute façon, je vous partagerai la vidéo aussi.
Adorable.
Sí.
Il y a peut-être un problème pour la reproduction, Raquel.
Oui. Oui.
Mais l'idée, voilà, on voit les textes,
oui.
les poèmes, les photos,
oui.
mais on n'arrive pas à
écouter. Alors,
le son.
Oui, excusez, je vais juste arrêter de partager et essayer de repartager pour voir si je peux partager l'audio aussi. D'accord?
Là,
oui.
Parce qu'on est déjà sur
Alors, parce que... ah, voilà, c'est pour ça. Je n'avais pas mis compartir sonido. Excusez-moi. Donc, je reviens. Voilà.
La technologie a ses limites.
Ah, des fois, la technologie...
Heureusement.
Voilà. Alors, je vais le remettre. Voilà. Est-ce que cette fois, c'est bon?
Wow.
Voilà.
Au printemps, les fleurs s'épanouissent sous le doux soleil, tandis que les abeilles butinent dans les jardins et les champs, entourés d'animaux joyeux, et que l'amour et le bonheur flottent dans l'air. Au printemps, les fleurs éclosent sous le soleil, embellissant l'air frais de couleurs vives, tandis que les arbres se parent de leur plus beau feuillage. Au printemps, les fleurs éclatent de couleurs. Les bourgeons annoncent leur renouveau. Et sous le soleil radieux, la nature célèbre sa fête annuelle. Dans le printemps qui s'éveille, les fleurs dansent sous le soleil. Vert et couleur vibrant en cœur, un tableau d'amour et de douceur. Le temps agréable nous enchante. Chaque moment, une douce attente. Au printemps, les fleurs éclosent sous le soleil, embellissant la fête de couleurs vives, tandis que les arbres se parent de leur plus beau feuillage.
Voilà, j'arrête là parce que là c'est juste la fin. Voilà, cette fois vous avez
C'est
écouté,
joli
j'espère.
comme tout. C'est joli
C'est-
comme tout.
Super.
Oui. Et
Alors
on va
voilà.
terminer à l'heure.
Oui,
Ça, c'est très bien.
voilà.
Pas ponctuel. Et vous avez passé tout votre contenu,
Oui,
qui est
oui.
magnifique, qui est magnifique. Je vous félicite.
Merci.
Et j'espère que ce ne sera pas la dernière fois, Raquel, qu'on va vous avoir sur nos écrans.
Mais bien sûr, ce sera avec plaisir. Là, je vous laisse, si jamais quelqu'un veut scanner pour donc mon contact ou me suivre sur Instagram. Donc, voilà, je travaille toujours avec les outils digitaux et pouvoir surtout aider les enseignants voilà, à pouvoir se centrer sur l'enseignement et pouvoir utiliser tous les outils qu'il y a. Et voilà, moi, j'adore partager toutes les connaissances que je peux avoir. Donc, s'il y a des questions, bah, je serai ravie de pouvoir y répondre.
Maintenant, malheureusement, on n'a plus le temps pour les questions parce qu'il y a déjà l'autre
Pas
conférence
de problème.
qui attend, les autres conférenciers, mais cela était tellement clair, n'est-ce pas, tellement illustratif. Je vous remercie encore de votre participation et j'espère que ce ne sera pas la dernière fois. Merci,
Très
merci,
bien.
Madame Raquel
Merci
Carrasco.
à vous. Merci. Au
Merci,
revoir.
au revoir.
Toujours.
Buenas tardes a todos. Merci beaucoup a nuestros anteriores ponentes. En este espacio damos la bienvenida a la doctora Nayeli Garza Rodríguez desde la Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, México, quienes con sus colegas nos estarán presentando el panel Teaching English as a Foreign Language, Trending Research Studies in Northeastern Mexico. Welcome, Dr. Garza. The microphone
Thank
is
you.
yours.
Thank you. Okay, let me start sharing. I'm going to start presenting. One of my colleagues is out of the country, so he's not able to join us today. So I'm going to give his presentation, and after that, I'm going to continue with mine and the ones of my colleagues who are joining us. Can you see the screen already?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. I hope you find this panel interesting. So today, what we're going to share is what we have been doing as a research group in Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, and we're going to share with you some of our research topics. So in order to start with this presentation, I'm going to introduce Dr. Francisco, and who is unable to attend this conference today. And we're going to talk about teaching English, what is in Mexico regarding English language teaching. We need to know that Mexico is a multilingual nation. So we have, in fact, well, language, but we have more than 60 languages and some varieties. So when we talk about bilingual education in Mexico, we refer to these both in which and English, in this case as a foreign language, are included. So usually when we talk as a foreign language, English is the language that we use the most in our schools. Sometimes we can find some schools that teach French as a second language, particularly in private institutions. So in order to give you an of English language curriculum in Mexico, we can have this timeline where we have had English has remained since that time in the but it was until 1990 that English was introduced in an elementary level. How it occurred only in some states of it and beach particular states who had the initiative. And if you until 2005, in which it was pretended that learn English having a smart board, but there was no intent to hire any English teachers through this. So the intention was learners could learn through the use of technology. In 2009, there was a new reform that said it is a program of national information, and this one was included. So the objective was that our students from preschool until secondary, they receive English instruction. And then from 2015, National English Basic Education program, and between these years, we had programs that didn't work very well and not. And into Nacional de Fortaleza para el Aprendizaje which intended to normales Okay. Okay. Yes. So later in which is the policy that we have nowadays. You let me having some connections. Okay. What have been the limitations program in English language? Well, first of all, that we have some changes programs that have no education, but more for political interest. Pilot phase of one of the national programs. The rest of the project regarding the development of besides any presidential period. So that for every president we have, policies change. So no program then has been implemented with at least one combination of students, not even for kindergarten to sixth grade, which is in policies. So regarding the policy in Mexico, we lack policies in general. And in fact, regarding language teachers, some authors indicate that there is no role regarding in. So some of the characteristics for this is that policy in language teaching in Mexico is more symbolic, governmental and
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to continue because Nayeli is having some problems, some issues with technology. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Can you listen to me, please? Just let me know.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, look, my topic is, well, my name is Luis Antonio Valdera Ruiz. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in your Congress. My topic is perceptions of EFL teachers about explicit and implicit grammar instruction. This is the outline that I will follow, all right, the background, research problem, research purpose, etc., right? As well in Mexico, and I guess around the world, okay, for sure, you know, we all are interested in learning obviously a foreign language, but adults mainly are the ones who have had some trouble, you know, in learning foreign languages, mainly adults. My research, you know, was concentrated on taking into account adult learners and what is it that as teachers we are doing for them to get to learn English as a foreign language. There has been a lot of research regarding implicit and explicit grammar instruction, but only on the effect, okay, that it might cause in our learners, but not necessarily on the perceptions that teachers, you know, have about these two types of instruction. In Mexico, there's still a debate, okay, regarding the teaching of grammar in the EFL classroom. And as Nayeli, you know, was sharing in her presentation, we don't have a policy that tells us the way, you know, we should teach English in general terms, all right? But regarding grammar, okay, teachers still have uncertainties if they are doing, you know, the right thing regarding the teaching of grammar, either implicitly or explicitly. You know, my expectation, you know, is to find out, you know, if teachers could consider explicit grammar instruction in the classroom, obviously through activities focused on meaning, not necessarily grammar as an isolated instruction, all right? But always through conversations or activities, you know, where students can practice those rules that teachers have already explained to them, and not necessarily to learn them implicitly, the same way, you know, we acquired Spanish. We know that there's a difference between language acquisition and language learning, according to Krashen and some other authors. We know that language acquisition is an unconscious or subconscious process, and language learning is a conscious process. And when I talk about a conscious process, obviously I'm talking about explicit instruction that we should consider in the classroom. All right, what is the purpose of my research? What was it? Obviously to investigate the perceptions of both male and female teachers about these two types of instruction, and also what is it that teachers perceive, you know, taking into account the level of English, that is at the beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels. Obviously, I wanted to find out if, for example, teachers at the beginning, they prefer to make use of explicit instruction, or if teachers at the advanced levels, they prefer implicit instruction. And that's what I wanted to find out, all right? The research questions are, what are the EFL teachers' perceptions about implicit and explicit grammar instruction? And what impact does the EFL language level course have on EFL teachers' perceptions about these two types of instruction? What I mean by EFL language level course is at the beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels, as I said. As part of my theoretical framework, I considered mainly cognitive psychology, all right, since it deals, you know, with people perceptions, obviously also learning. and also teacher cognition, since it is very important, to find out if teachers, okay, first of all, if teachers know what they are going to share. Obviously, I know that we have to know about what we're going to share with our learners, but in this case, the teaching of grammar, if they know the difference between teaching explicitly and or implicitly, and if they know, what teaching explicitly implies. But in my research, in a while, I will be sharing with you my findings, my results, and I will discuss, from my perspective, what I think about those results that I obtained. Now, I want to read this textually. Smith has proposed a milder rejection of a wholly unconscious learning of a language and has consciously limited the importance of consciousness to adults. Consciousness, that is, adults, they need to be taught explicitly, all right? We know that there's a difference between teaching children and teaching young adults and adults, but in the case of adults, those are the ones, that I think that as teachers we need to consider, when teaching adults, the use of explicit instruction for them to understand what is it that they need to learn regarding grammar, so that they can make use of those rules, etc., or terms in conversations, that is, meaningfully. Now, explicit and implicit learning are terms that have substituted the broad area of consciousness, language awareness. And what I mean by language awareness is that explicit instruction we should consider in the classroom for students to really understand what they need to learn, for them to later be able to continue learning on their own independently. Okay, as part of literature review, these are just some authors that I considered. Obviously, I considered many authors, but these are the ones that I considered, important, relevant. Since Long, he deals with implicit learning and incidental learning, learning implicitly versus learning explicitly, the difference between implicit and explicit instruction, according to Ellis, Scott, and some other authors. And also, as part of my teachers' perceptions about grammar, these are some of the authors that I consider important, in dealing with this type of instruction. The methodology that I use, okay, it was a quantitative cross-sectional survey design, and I made use of surveys which were sent, obviously, via email. Those surveys, they were also translated into Spanish, just in case, some teachers wanted to make use of the Spanish version, in case they did not get to understand some terms or concepts that I was using in English. Excuse me. Regarding population, I considered EFL teachers from 7 different levels who belong to a language center from a public university in Monterrey, Nuevo León. There were around 83 teachers, working, active teachers, working during that semester when the research took place. But at the end, 45 teachers were the ones that I considered as subjects in my study. And as I said, I also considered beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels. Well, regarding the sampling, as I said, they were 45 teachers as part of this research. Obviously, there was a piloting stage. And I used a SurveyMonkey array to calculate my sample size. Regarding reliability and validity, these are the points that I got regarding explicit items. During the pilot test results, it was 673, and For implicit items, 0.895. And I did the same, okay, process with the final results. And these were the results that I got based on final results. I used SPSS version 21 to get, to analyze the information, the data that I got. I made use of the Likert scale, all right? Totally disagree, agree, totally agree, and not sure. And obviously, all of these different results that I got, they were explained through tables, figures, descriptions, in order to explain the findings through frequencies and percentages. Okay. Well, as I said, the results that I got, okay, they show that teachers were much more in favor of implicit grammar instruction. The fact is that I made use of a survey, okay, that had already been used in a different context by Sala. She's from Canada. And I asked her, permission to make use of her survey in my context. But I feel that I still need to work, on that survey so that I can find out if making, some changes, not necessarily for this survey to be biased, okay, but for me to find out if making some changes on that survey, I could get different results, because the survey that I used was exactly the way it was created. And as you can see, these are the findings, okay, for implicit grammar instruction, 3.11, and for explicit, 2.15. That's the mean. And these are the results at the beginning, intermediate, and advanced levels. And as we can see, implicit instruction, is higher than implicit instruction in every level. That is, that teachers prefer to teach implicitly. But I think that I still need to work, on, let's say, on this survey through interviews, classroom observation, to see if what I got is really happening in the classroom. So contributions and implications, well, obviously, it's my idea was to address participants' perceptions about these two types of instruction. All right, teachers, they need to be aware of the different CLT versions we have. It's just that we have the communicative approach. There was one version where we could only make use of the foreign language completely in the classroom. But then there was another version who gave us the opportunity to consider grammar instruction. And I think that still some teachers are not necessarily taking into account this opportunity we have to teach grammar explicitly, but as I said at the beginning, through meaningful activities. Contributions is to support EFL teaching in learning in Mexico, and why not around the world. Promotion of explicit and implicit grammar instruction, focus on meaning, language awareness, all right, regarding these two types of instruction. And obviously to consider flexible EFL instruction policy implementation, because we still don't have a policy that to tell us the way we should teach. And recommendations, obviously teachers and those involved in language teaching should consider the difference there is between these two types of instruction, focus on meaning, and the difference between learning a native language and a foreign language, and the different versions we have regarding communicative language teaching. And dealing with explicit instruction, focus on meaning. For future implementation, I will make use of interviews, classroom observation, as I said before, to find out if the results that I got are really happening in the classroom. But for this, I need to include interviews and classroom observation. And these are some of the limitations. I use obviously an existing instrument. And what I mean by making use of an existing instrument is not that it was not okay, but obviously, it had already been used in a different context. But as I said, I still think that I need to make some changes there, obviously through validity and reliability processes. And well, when I did my research, the site, was under construction, and there were some issues that I had to go through. And the reminders, for teacher responses to surveys, I had to be always asking them to respond, to answer the surveys that I asked for. And those were some of my limitations. Well, this is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I'm going to continue with these presentations.
Just a minute. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Ready.
Ready. Well, let me see. I can share my presentation. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Doctor, we can see it.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in your Congress. We feel really pleased of sharing the experiences we are having with the teaching of English in Mexico. And my presentation is titled Perceptions of Pre-Service Teachers, English Teachers about Task-Based Language Teaching in the North of Mexico. Yes. And this is like a little introduction. The aim of this quantitative case study, this is a case study research. I'm sorry. Let me hide. Okay. Research was to explore English as a foreign language pre-service teachers' perceptions of the task-based language teaching, TBLT, in the north of Mexico. For the study, we have 193 participants from 2 locations. One is the Universidad Autónoma Nuevo León, and this is location A with 112 participants, and the other side is the Normal Superior School of the state with 81 participants. All the participants took part of the story voluntarily and responded to a survey via email, right? As for the statement of the problem, I'm gonna describe in a very quickly way some of the steps to identify the research problem. First of all, everything started in the context of the EFL pre-service teachers praxis. I mean, the pre-service teachers coming from the 2 sides were in the last semesters, from the university, they were in 9th and 10th semester, which are the last 2 semesters. And from the Normal Superior, they were in the very last semester, which was 8th semester. Yes. I'm sorry, and 6th semester. Yes. And part of the instruments, research instruments, they had to administer. It was a diagnostic exam. So they had to design this diagnostic exam according to the level of students. Regularly, it is from A2 or B1. It all depends on the school grade. They were going to do the praxis, sorry. And then from that exam, we got some results, and we observed that the written expression competency needed special attention because that competency was the one that got the lowest grade. Yes. So we started discussing about how we can improve, or what methodology we could use, or what teaching approach, and then at the end, the task design or task-based language teaching was the one we decided to center the investigation on. The pre-service teachers' opinions was important in that beginning of identifying the research problem, yes. And I started supporting the research, exploring EFL pre-service teachers' perceptions. I'm going to show you here, or I'm showing you here, some of the advocates. Yeah, Prabhu, obviously he is the one who started all this TBLT approach, yes, with some little research before that I'm going to mention in the literature review, and also Gion and Han in 2006, and Hari in 2013, and so on. The ones you can read here. So in the end, the statement of the problem was to explore pre-service teachers' perceptions, EFL, pre-service teachers' perceptions, about how the TBLT approach could facilitate the EFL, and especially the written expression competency, right? As for the context of the study, the participants of the study were, as I said before, pre-service teachers from 2 research locations in the north of Mexico, giving a total number of participants of 193. Initially, almost, let's say, all the pre-service teachers were invited to participate in the research, but only 193 accepted or were part of the study. As for location A, we had 112 participants, which is the 58%. And from the Normal Superior School, 81 people participated, which is the 42%, as you can see here in this table, right? Then the purpose of the study is this research aimed to explore EFL pre-service teachers' perceptions about the TBLT approach for the teaching process, and specifically for the written expression competency, which is the one we identified in the beginning of, or the first stage of this research. The study included 3 research questions. Research question number 1, which is like the general question, is what are the pre-service teachers' perceptions about the TBLT approach to EFL teaching? So specifically EFL teaching. And the second question, it was more or less the same, but about the role of the task. And the third question, it's how does the TBLT approach contribute to the teaching of the written expression competency of public secondary school learners of English in Mexico. Then these research questions were the basis for designing a survey, which is the instrument I used to collect data from the participants. And the survey, well, I'm going to explain it a little bit better after this slide. The survey consisted of 3 subscales. Subscale number one was the teaching process. That answers the research question number 1. And the subscale number 2 was the role of the task, what answered the research question number 2. And the subscale number 3 was the teaching of language competencies. And you can see the number of items there from number 1 to number 10, subscale number 1, from number 11 to 18, subscale number 2, and the rest of the survey from item number 19 to 35 is about the teaching of language competencies. Each of the subscale items address one of the research questions correspondingly. And the literature review was organized in a chronological and geographical way. First of all, I included the advocates of TBLT in general. As you can see here, Howard in 1984, Prabhu, as I mentioned him before, 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1999, 1987, and Noonan, Willis, Skihan, Swan, Ellis, and Long, and some other ones. Yes. And as for perceptions, these are the authors that we considered as the main contributions. And later on, I organized the literature review scheme according to the places where the TBLT approach was moving on, reaching Mexico. So about TBLT perceptions in Asia, Oceania, Europe, Latin America, and Mexico, those are the authors that, some of them because the study includes obviously more, more authors, yes. So as for Asia, Prabhu, and the ones you can read there, yes, and Oceania, East, and also East in another year. And Earl, I didn't include Earl here, but I guess he is important, yeah. In Latin America, I included some studies by Rodriguez Bonces, and Rodriguez Bonces 2010, and Cordova 2016, and Village and Herrera 2018, and some other ones. Yeah. And as for Mexico, I included authors such as Osornio Castillo and Garcia Ponce in 2018, and Solaris 2005. And also SEP, which means Secretaría de Educación Pública, which is the office that administers the education in Mexico. So I consider two sources, which is 2011 and 2018. Why 2011 and 2018? Nayeli mentioned that before with NEPB, which is the National English Program in basic education, and the PRONI, which is the program of English, the National Program of English in Mexico. Yes. So one belongs to 2011 and the other one belongs to 2018 as the context in Mexico. As for the methodology, I used a Likert scale survey with 35 items with 5 points to choose an answer, which is number 1, strongly disagree, number 2, disagree, number 3, neutral, number 4, agree, and number 5, strongly agree. And the survey was responded by 193 participants, as I mentioned before. And also, this is a broader explanation of the subscales and what research question they intended to answer, and the number of items for each subscale. As you can see here, the teaching process from item number 1 to number 10, and the responses try to answer research question number 1, and the same for research question number 2, items from 11 to 18, which is the subscale number 2. And the research question number 3 was answered through the responses of participants through the items of from 19 to 35. Yes. And specifically, the items, the last 5 items from 31 to 35 emphasized participants' perceptions about the written expression competency of EFL learners in Mexico, which is one of the main variables of the research. Yeah, the survey contained also a demographic section with 9 questions items. Yeah, the ones you can see here: age, gender, area of residence, experience with learning English, program of study, area of formation, semester experience with teaching English, and total years teaching. Because we got a very short time, I'm not gonna show the answers. Also, these are the subscales I mentioned before, yeah, in a table. And this is, I consider, the most interesting part of the survey design, because we got the items. For example, in this case, I'm showing you items from number 1 to number 10, yeah, and the authors who contributed to the item. Yes, I mean, I designed the survey from the contributions of authors such as Gionehan, Noonan, Swan, Long, Ellis, and Sepp 2018. Yes. So these first 10 items answer research question number 1. Yeah, promotes the scaffolding process, fosters use of prior language knowledge, supports the learner centeredness, integrates language in context, provides teaching materials for diverse learners, fosters the principle of educating by learning by doing, and can be implemented together with a more traditional approach, activates language learning, and supports teacher centeredness, is appropriate to English teaching in basic education at public schools. Yeah, and we continue with items from number 11 to 18. Privileges the design of real-world activities and promotes progressively more complex pedagogic tasks. Designs language tasks that can be practiced outside the classroom. Yes, allows teacher guidance in the language learning task. Develops learners' collaborative skills. Motivates the language learner. Develops the learner's language identity. And the last one is includes a pre-task, task implementation, and post-task cycle. And in front, you can see the authors who contributed to these items. Yeah. And then, well, this is the last part of the survey. The last part of the survey, which is about the teaching of language competencies. And specifically the written expression competency from items number 31 to number 35, facilitates English language written expression competency, facilitates the writing of short text on learners' interests and experiences, allows successful written communication in context, encourages students to write thoughts and opinions, and enhances student active participation through writing tasks. And you can see that all of them came from SEP 2018 from the program, from the National Program of English Teaching. This is a little summary about the validity process after the survey was designed, as you could see in the process that I explained before. Validity of survey items was done by 3 experts. One of them, all of them, doctors of EFL teaching. One of them was from Sweden, another one was from the USA, and the last one was from Mexico, which is the context of the research. And then we piloted the survey with 10 participants. After the validity by the experts and the piloting stage, yeah, we had the last version. I mean, we made all the corrections. And we administered the survey in a Survey Monkey platform. After that, we sent letters of institutional permission to the deans of these 2 sites, site letter A, Universidad Autónoma de Nuevo León, and site letter B, Normal Superior. They accepted to be part of the study. And after that, referring to the participants, we let them know about the investigation by sending them cover letters that described briefly the research. Yes, and they started responding the survey in more or less 3 weeks. Yeah, after those 3 weeks, we saw that 193 participants responded the survey, and we closed the instrument after that time to start the data collection and also the result analysis, right? And here you can see the survey subscale mean, yeah, the standard deviation, and the Cronbach alpha. For the scale number 1, in the end, we got these percentages or points. The mean was 4.01 for scale number 1, for scale number 2, 4.05, and for scale number 3, 4.06. We have to remember that the highest point is number 5, yes? And the standard deviation, as you could see here, is scale number 1, 0.858, and scale number 2, 0.898, and scale number 3, subscale number 3, 0.854. So in the end, the reliability of the instrument was processed is true, or the results were analyzed by using the statistical package of the social sciences, SPSS version 21.0, and also the Microsoft Excel sheets for the administration of the results and answers from the 193 participants, yeah? So these are the results. I'm going to be brief, right? The results for research question number 1 is, we consider the total number of participants, which is 193, is the majority of participants, which is 150, that means 78%, agreed that the TBLT approach facilitated the English language teaching process. And the results for research question number 2 showed that the majority of participants, which is 152, 79% of the total number of participants, agreed that the role of the task was an important factor when using the TBLT approach, yes. And as for question number 3, the majority of participants, this is 154, 81% agreed that the TBLT approach contributed to the teaching of language competencies, including the written expression competency. The last 5 items, which is in the subscale number 3, about the facilitation of the written expression competency using the TBLT approach. From that section, 159 participants, which is the 83%, agreed that the TBLT approach facilitated the written expression competency. This is the conclusion of the research. In conclusion, the survey findings show that the majority of participants in general, which is 152, 79%, agreed that the TBLT approach facilitated the teaching process of English, the role of the task, and the development of the writing competency for EFL learners. However, there were 29, which is 15% of participants who provided a neutral response, and 12 participants, which is 6%, who by indicating the last 2 lowest points of the Likert scale, which is number 1 and number 2, strongly disagree and disagree, correspondingly had a negative response that TBLT facilitated the teaching of the writing skills. Yes, these are my references. It is only a sample of the references. And thank you very much for your attention. This is my mail.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you. Let me stop sharing. That's okay.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Well, right now it's my turn. I really appreciate the invitation from the people down in the Congress in Paraguay. So I really appreciate your invitation. So let me just go on with the talk. In this case, I'm just going to talk about basically one section of my study, which is still in progress. It is still under review. and I picked up one section called Translanguaging in EFL, Teachers' Perspectives, okay? Let me go on. In this presentation, I'm going to include just an overview of what I have done so far. And I've got the statement of the problem. I just picked up the research question related to the perspectives of the teacher. I've got a sample of the theoretical framework, also part of the methodology, some results analysis, some previous results, some pre-conclusions, and some recommendations, okay? So here we go. So what the main problem was about my study, this study, believe me, whenever I started working on this, it was a huge conflict in order to understand why using Spanish in a language class, in this case, in an English class. Believe me, whenever I started working on this, whenever I started doing this research, I didn't find out actually anything related to this concept called translanguaging in Mexico. So I was very enthusiastic about it because I thought about this topic, this specific concept. This could be somehow like a pioneer study applied here in Mexico. And I found too many different studies applied in, let's say in Africa. I saw too many of them, too many back in England, and too many of those studies applied in the United States. So whenever I started working on this, I said, why not working on something like this back here in Mexico? So that's why I wanted to document all of these advances that we may have, or we already have somehow, but not conceptually known and applied, okay? So like I said before, this is just a section of my study. And today I'm going to be presenting basically what the perspectives of English language teachers are about translanguaging practices in order to improve students' language learning skills. Believe me, this is something amazing. Yes, we may have done something to this empirically back in our classes, yes, by experience basically. And you will notice that we have done it, but we had no idea how to call it before. According to the theoretical framework, I just picked up just a sample of this study. First of all, my study is a qualitative study based on the phenomenological approach. So as we all know, a phenomenon is a social reality, how the people can perceive, how they can experience this social reality. This is what Gray says. And according to what translanguaging is, Garcia and Leeway, they define it as an spontaneous response. It's like a reaction the students have in class, how they can adapt and how they can control their own learning process. Remember, every time we give a language class, in this case for us, English as a foreign language, we all know that the students go back to their background, to their first language, in this case, Spanish. So they have to use it. They have to use it. They have to use it because most of the time they need to feel supported. And they are most of the time with no control. So they do it. So it also mentions that there's at the end a kind of self-regulation on how to use the new language, but based on what they already have in their own language. Another part of this theoretical framework, Garcia Leeway, they also recognize it as a part of those activities that the students can get engaged. And how? Through developing their cognitive skills, and how meaningful this can be socially for the students. So once the students are working among themselves, they develop these interactive skills thanks to translanguaging. So the students at the end find their own spaces, especially whenever we ask the students to work in groups. Remember, while we are teaching the class, many times students start working on their own, in teams, and they start talking in their native language. Why? Because they want to support, the understanding of what was said by the teacher. Also, Garcia Leeway, they mentioned also they find it as a pedagogical and flexible strategy. So once the students are exposed in a language class and the teacher plans the use of this pedagogical strategy, the students are going to expand their own knowledge, their own vocabulary. So thanks to this technique, students have more opportunities to develop the new language they're learning, but at the same time reinforcing their own identity and culture of the language. More about it. Sayer, he says that students can get immersed in their own background, their own culture, the knowledge they already have. So this strategy is going to make students open different roads, providing access to different areas of their own background knowledge. Believe me, whenever we see this practice, you see the students reinforce, thanks to that linguistic awareness they already have in their own language, they transfer that knowledge towards the new language they're learning, and it makes life easier in their own learning. And also Jimenez tells us that this strategy can help students strengthen the metalinguistic features of a language. So at the end, they become much more aware of how they're learning the new language through the use of translanguaging practices. So whenever I worked on this study, believe me, it took me, it has taken me actually, since I have already worked on the methodology, I still remember that it took me some time to take, this into the practice. Whenever I was about to work on the focus groups, I applied. I still remember it took me some time because, it's hard to get all the people together all at once. And I remember, first of all, I did the piloting. Throughout the piloting and the actual application of the instrument, I still remember that I had to give like an extra talk about what translanguaging is. And I remember I had to give like a complete class. It took me like around 50 minutes, almost an hour, to explain to them what translanguaging was. And it was very interesting because not all the teachers, they had idea about what translanguaging was, since it was a very strange concept for everyone, even for us, especially whenever I learned about this concept. So that's why I decided to work on this study. So also for the data collection, like I said, we focus on the focus groups. The participants were basically teachers and students, like I said, but on this specific talk is about teachers from private and public schools. I had to work on videotaping and note-taking on my own. And let me just rush up a little bit, since I know there are other people waiting for the next talk. These are some of the results I obtained. The main themes I obtained were frequency of the Spanish language used in class, comfort of using Spanish, benefits of translanguaging practices, specific situations where to use translanguaging practices, useful translanguaging practices in class. Okay, let me hurry up. So I have some previous results out of those focus groups. Like you can see, well, you can see right now, some teachers answer something like this. The first one, this teacher mentioned, the students become much more confident while they're learning the language. Another one, another answer, it's the students by the use of the mother tongue from the students learn faster the vocabulary, right? At the end, it's like a consequence of using translanguaging because the students get to know and get closer to the learning of the new language through their native language. Also, like I mentioned, is the benefits. It makes more connections in the sense of getting to know other people in the class through their own experiences, okay? Another one is about grammar. As you can see, teaching conditionals, which is a difficult grammar item to teach. The students can get it faster as long as they relate it to Spanish. Other ones, I mean, right here, it reinforces the student's identity through their background. Once again, building confidence. And at the end, well, I have some pre-conclusions. This can be really, really helpful for the teachers because students can realize about different linguistic phenomena that can occur in in Mexico right now, but also in different countries at the same time. And at the end, it's also helpful in the sense of making students become much more conscious of using language one, which is Spanish in this case, and learn the second language. So the students become much more consciously, let's say much more linguistically conscious about it. What recommendations I can have for this future study could be, why not making use of these translanguaging practices? Because it can help students and can help teachers in this case to be much better prepared for the language 2 classes. Remember, it can also be so flexible at the same time. So those are some recommendations of my study. Okay, sorry, but I had to rush up a little bit. So I have just a sample of the references of my study. I really appreciate your attention. Thank you. Bye-bye. Let's go on.
Okay, so I'm going to hurry up. I'm going to present the topic of professional identity development in teacher education. In our context in Monterrey, Nuevo León, Mexico, we have the program of applied linguistics, and this research is based on the language science degree. So what are we going to see? One of the main reasons for studying this topic about professional identity, it's because usually teacher preparation programs are more focused on teaching future teachers about the knowledge and skills they have to develop, but they do not focus on how they can develop their professional identity in order to reduce the tensions between what students perceive about what what their teaching assignments will be and what they expect on the reality of their profession. So because becoming an English teacher or learning to teach is not just about acquiring these competences or skill, but also the construction of their identity, it is essential that we focus on how pre-service teachers develop or construct this identity through teacher preparation program. The literature review that I had for this research, it was first the process or defining the concept of learning to teach, which is a transformative process of the self, according to some authors. And this process is the first contact of pre-service teachers with the educational and professional knowledge based in their educational reality. So through this process of learning to teach, pre-service teachers learn what it really means to be an English teacher. So teacher professional identity has been studied from diverse focus, and some of the studies have been longitudinal. Some other studies have focused only on initial stages and others on final stages of the programs, while some other studies have been content time specific studies, for example, in specific classes such as teaching practicum or any other particular stage in the teacher preparation program. I also use as a theoretical framework Cortagen's onion model, which states some components of professional identity, such as environment, behavior, competencies, beliefs, identity, mission, and teachers' core quality. The purpose of this research was to explore how EFL pre-service teachers in 2 universities in Mexico describe their professional identity at different stages of their preparation program, such as initial, middle, and final stages, and to identify what were the teaching preparation program experiences that contributed to that development. The methodology that we followed to conduct this study was a qualitative narrative research with 3 instruments. These instruments were an open-ended narrative, a narrative frame, both by Barhuisen and Wett, and a narrative interview using the model presented by Flick. The context, as I mentioned, there was a private university and a public teacher university with English teacher preparation programs. The data collection took part in 3 phases, and the original participants were 40 EFL pre-service teachers from different moments of the programs, initial, middle, and final. Although in the first instrument, which was an open-ended narrative, participated the 40 EFL pre-service teacher, the sample for the following was reduced as some of them didn't completed the following instruments. As the first instrument was applied during a workshop where I explained my research, all of the participants completed the first narrative instrument, but also some volunteers participated in the narrative frame, and only from the people who answered open-ended and narrative frames, they were selected to apply the narrative interview, and the condition was that they were in the last year or semester on their teacher preparation program. These are some sample statements from the open-ended narrative in which students have to describe or tell me the story why they decide to become English teachers, and I gave them some hints or clues that they could use to develop their writing. These are some sample statements for the narrative frame, which is a story, but they had to complete with the missing gap. For example, I decided to become an English teacher when, and they had to complete the gap, okay? Then the data analysis was performed through thematic analysis using a qualitative software. In this case, it was the MaxQ DA10. In the original study, I had 4 research questions, and these were the themes. The theme 1 was aspects influencing professional identity components, experience for professional identity development, and professional identity changes that pre-service teachers experience. For this presentation, I'm just focusing on research question 2 and 3. So the components based on Cortagen's model, it's the professional identity components were coded as previous beliefs, behaviors, competencies, identity, missions, and core qualities. And the experiences on teacher preparation program, they were combined with life and learning experiences. However, in this research, in this presentation, I will focus only on teacher preparation experiences. So as you can see, both of them have the same level of importance. So some of the previous beliefs that the students mentioned is usually when they were asked about what they thought English teaching was, so they had some false beliefs in which they just had this idea that English teachers only need to know the language to teach, but that they didn't need a lot of preparation, formal preparation. Regarding personality and functions, English teachers were described as patient, responsible, passionate, prepared, funny, creative. And some of the main functions were related to language teaching, what they need to know in order to teach, a students-teacher relationship, how the rapport between teachers and students should be, like motivating them, knowing their needs, some teacher responsibilities in the classroom, like monitoring, preparing good lessons, clarifying doubts, and teachers' professional development activities, like being willing to learn and work in their knowledge. Regarding the competencies, knowledge, and skills, there were some important difference between initial, middle, and final year participants, which initial year participants mainly describe English teachers' technical skills, like being good at teaching and knowing technical language. Middle and final year participants emphasizes more on pedagogical and managerial skills. And final year's participants included the self-learning skills and motivational skills. Identity also changed through time. At the beginning, students do not perceive themselves as teachers, while at the end, you can see how students visualize and confirm saying, I'm a teacher who, and they can recognize themselves. In the mission, students also change the way they perceive their mission at different stages. While in the initial, they focus more on mastering the language and the subject, final year participants had a clear idea where they wanted to work, teach, and what professional activities like doing a master's degree or going and studying abroad had more clear ideas. And well, some of the main teacher preparation experiences that impact teacher professional identity development were student mentorship, relationship, classes interactions, subjects, teaching practice, and work. And some of the conclusions were that initial participants seem to have a more idealistic and simplistic view of the profession, while final year participants show more realistic and complex picture of the profession, and as well form identity. And teachers preparation program experiences represented important and significant experiences in relation to professional identity, mainly because they show the realities of the profession. And well, thank you very much. This is my email in case you would like to discuss this topic in further detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garza. That was very enlightening. Now we are starting panel 3, sorry, with a decade of transnational partnership, WEMS, Glendon York University, Canadá, Experiences in Language Teacher Education. Muchas gracias a todos los ponentes de la sala anterior, ¿sí? A los ponentes de México, y bienvenido al profesor Ruber Ball y al profesor Brian David Morgan. So the floor is yours. We're going to try to present in this order. Vamos a tratar de presentar en este orden. ¿Sí? Los pollitos aprenden a bailar salsa o samba. Lessons learned from an international teaching practicum in teaching English as an international language. Then we're going to see telecollaboration and affordances of academic mobility in transcultural language teacher education. Then we're going to see exploring the transformative potential of duoethnography in LDE. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Would like to thank you for this opportunity to be here in Paraguay. Now, I'm in person in Canada, in Paraguay, by the way, today, and it is always an honor to be here, sharing some knowledge with you, your colleagues from Paraguay. I'd like to thank Valentina to her kind invitation. I think I've been to some of the Compla here some years ago, and thanks for inviting us to be back here. Maybe I can change the sequence. I can start, with the overview of the project, and then Brian, Ian, and Marlon. Is that possible?
Sure,
Yes, of
it
course.
is.
Yeah, I'll share my screen here. For some reason, I cannot open. Brian, do you have my presentation?
Yes, I do.
Because for some reason, I cannot share here.
Okay, let me see if I can.
You should be able to share, no problem.
Yeah, I think because of my computer, I have to.
Am I able to share?
Yeah.
Let's see if people can see this.
Yes. Can you have full screen?
How is that? Can people see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is our collaboration. We have signed one agreement in 12 years ago, and what we're going to present here is this a decadal transnational partnership between UEMS, my university, and Glen College, York University, experiencing teacher education in Canada. I think this is I like this experience very much because we learned a lot from this collaboration in terms of internationalization, in terms of teacher education in a global and transnational perspective. Also in terms of telecollaboration and how this work has resulted in so many other work, for example, in dissertations, papers, a book that I'll show you shortly. So we had a very good experience with this this collaboration between Canada and Brazil. Can you move on to the next slide, Brian?
Yeah.
So this is the result of this collaboration. I think I will start by the end here, right? So this is a book that we published in June this year, and we published last week in Rio. So this is a decadal transnational partnership. So here we have some texts. As you can see, most of those texts were written by 3, 4, and 5 people. It's very dialogic, and we have theory and practice together, and we're trying to write in a more, let's say, digestible way of dealing with theory and practice here. So we start this book with the reflection of our experience in these last 10 years. We have mobility. Some of the mobilities were physical and others were possible by telecollaboration. We had our students here in Brazil, in Canada, and also in Cuba. So this is an interesting experience of transnational partnership. So we start the book by talking about our experience and how everything started and how we planned those work. The second part, we talk about the history of this transnational partnership. So we have different voices here from my colleagues there, Ian, Brian, me, and some colleagues, some students, reflecting about this long experience. And then we talk about the affordance of academic mobility in transcultural language. I think this is an experience that when we sign one agreement, and some agreements are just symbolic. So if you don't find ways of dealing with agreements and mobility is one issue, especially for us when our department have limited resources. So what are the alternatives to develop transnational partnership? And one of them was telecollaboration. So this is basically what we've done, since 2010. So can you move on, Brian? So we start with the history of this telecollaboration. And then we have two results of two dissertations here. We call internationalization as a local practice, Brazil and Canada telecollaboration project. So this is the result of two MA students. One is Carla and the other is Gustavo. One didn't have the chance to go to Canada, so we use telecollaboration as a way to talk about this transnational way of dealing with teacher education, English teacher education. And the other one had the possibility to go to Canada and also to Cuba. And we wanted to observe this fluidity in terms of how the identities, the theory, practice, how they change, as a result of this movement, how these specifically students learned from Brazil and then Canada. And then we had a practical in Cuba with very limited resources and how we prepare for the unexpected moment, for example. So this is in terms of how we can apply telecollaboration practice. Then we dialogue. We have two texts about two friends, Valkyria and Limario, who are two applied linguistics in Brazil. We talk about their contribution to teacher education. And then the other part are telecollaborative theoretical spaces in terms of theory. So during these 10 years, we've read different texts, and obviously our perspective, sometimes you move from one perspective to other perspective, or you have other perspective and we want to dialogue about these issues. For example, critical affective literacy. So we had one colleague from Canada, Anwar, that presented with us in last year, and dialogue with some other colleagues talking about affect in language teaching. So we have this collaboration in terms of, not just in terms of mobility, but in terms of dialogue. So how, let's say, three colleagues in different parts of the world, they can discuss a specific theme, for example, critical affective literacy, for example, and how we perceive from our specific context. So this is one other possibility of using telecollaboration to talk about theories very much based on local perspectives. And then we have other texts about classroom observation. That is one text is Help Me to See, that was written by Ian Martin. So to analyze, let's say, the classroom in terms of social semiotic space, for example, and other resources to look at the classroom and the role of reflection. So this is basically a book that we had the opportunity to revisit our practices. We are currently writing one text now talking about sustainability, for example. So this is one collaboration that still continues over more than a decade. Can you show next slide, please? So this is basically the book is available.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just going to add something that's so interesting now, reflecting on part 3, is how we looked at different theories from this transnational perspective. So it's interesting. We've done work on critical literacies. We've done work on affect, emotion. We've done work on observation from an ecological perspective and globalization. So it's another fascinating thing with this work is how we tend to think of the theory only from the perspective of where we are. But it's so fascinating in this project to have these conversations of what does the theory mean from another perspective. So that was another really interesting aspect of doing this. I'm going to go on to the next. Here we are.
So then I can explain it more in detail, can illustrate our dialogue. So this is our universities, UEMS in Brazil and the Glendon College in New York. And that was 2012 when we first signed this agreement. Can you move on to the next?
Sure.
Just to show our background. And this is our start. This was one of our first project that was telecollaboration. So here we have one material when I sort of advertised this project to my students. So we worked with this global perspective on English language teaching. And here we have the 5 Ps from Kumara de Velo. So in this telecollaboration project, we had a similar text that the students from Canada read this text with Brian and Ian, with those 2 colleagues there. I read with my students at UEMS, and then we put them together, the pairs. So at that time, they had to record their interactions. So to see their perspectives. So this was the first part in terms of theory. And then they had to go to practice. For example, in our context here, we received some students from Canada, and I also sent 1 student to Canada. So then they also discussed this text with, the other partners. And then we have the practice. The practice was in Cuba. So then we went to Cuba, let's say, I wouldn't like the word apply, but, the word that we could develop those theories into one specific place that we're not very much aware of the context in terms of resources and so on. So we had this post-national, post-modern, post-colonial, post-transmission, post-method way of looking to teacher education, not having, for example, a native speaker as a model. So the idea was to deconstruct this way of language teaching, and also to have the local teacher as an expert, for example, there in Cuba or here in Brazil. So maybe Brian can talk more about this perspective before we move on to the next session, to the next slide.
Sure. The interesting thing about this circle, these are, and we talk about transglocality, which is an interesting word. It's a synthesis of local and global, and then also of working across countries. So the fascinating thing about this circle for me is that you've got these larger kind of big issues, big themes, and for Kumar, in his work, they are circling around 3 aspects that are very, very local, which he calls his parameters, and they're interesting parameters. So Kumar talks about teaching as having 3 parameters, one he calls particularity. So it's interesting. So the local is always tied. When you teach a student, it's not even just looking at a grammar lesson, it's how you can link that up with larger issues in the world. You're looking at possibility, that a lesson has a possible impact in the community. And this also, it reverberates beyond the classroom. So teaching means something more than just the individual learning structure. The individual is becoming a kind of a citizen in the world. So you got particularity, possibility, and practicality. Practicality, if for Kumar, it's really this emphasis on practice does things. It's not just an instrument of theory, it is the creator of theory and new knowledges. So that's another fascinating thing about Kumar's model that really fits what we're doing. It goes down to the local practice, but it also ties the local practice to global issues. And there's where the title of one of our chapters, Transglocality, comes in. Should I go on to the next one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So here we have an example of this telecollaboration. So here we have Gustavo and the other Canadian students, and we frame this internationalization as a local practice or internationalization at home. So the idea is that you don't have to leave your country to have this experience, and this is possible through telecollaboration. And here we have one definition of this internationalization as a local practice. So this is so without leaving the country. So it's an exercise of mobility, of displacement of positions between these two students, discourses, perspective, etc. So that they could negotiate perspective of freedom, so that one lives from difference, listen to the other in Freire's terms, and of problematization, for example, using the 5 Ps there to think about what language teaching is, the role of the native speaker, non-native speaker, and so, trying to deconstruct this idea of who is the expert in language teaching. So to internationalize in this sense implies to think about public space. So this is one thing that we use both to collect data for us as researchers, but also students to collect data as researchers, for example, the MA students and the other students, to have this idea of discussing similar issues from different contexts, from different countries, for example. And the next, we have here one example of this mobility after this. So we have this first phase that they negotiate the taxes and they try to make sense of those taxes. And then they have this opportunity to go to the other country and to develop some classes based on those principles of Kumaravaji values perspective. So here we have with my students and the Canadian students with our lovely capybara in Mato Grosso do Sul on the right. And then we have this mobility to Cuba. And here we have Clarissa, who is a friend from Curitiba, who was also with us. So we have this opportunity to experience different spaces and to rethink about language teaching, very much concerned with the local context. The next. And here we have Brian, when he came to Brazil, talking to our MA students. At this phase, they had already collected their data. So we are discussing about their impression of this telecollaboration. So we have Carla, the second, who analyzed this interaction, and Lilia, who analyzed English for medical purpose, and the contribution of the Canadian students to this group. So we have many different interactions. So the idea of fluidity, flexibility, different voices, different perspective, and the importance this to English teacher education. Next. So here we have some research questions just for you to have an example. So what was the main focus, for example, of those dissertation? So the focus here was transnational and transcultural moments. So here, this is part of one of students' dissertation. So if there was a principal research question, it was a holistic one. So what would emerge from dialogue between Canadian and Brazilian conversation partners with shared ELT interest? So they read the same texts and they had to dialogue for them. What emerged from these interactions in terms of language teaching? And what would how would the patient negotiate their different losses of enunciation as they explored field-based common, possibly convergent themes? So again, here, the idea is to negotiate meaning from different context and what emerged from this interaction. And especially, and then when went to practice. So when we talk about these transcultural moments, are the moments of contact with the unknowing, the unexpected. For example, we have any transcultural moments. For example, can be one transcultural moment, for example, our conversation here, but these transcultural moments with those students from different contexts and their experience with the new that is not natural and not given. So the idea of, regardless of the cultures, all of them are in continuous transformation. And what were the transformation that were result from those interaction and from those transcultural moments? And how do I understand that is different from us? For example, especially when they went to Cuba, they had very different transcultural moments and how they negotiated those principles and how things changed and their identity, so many other things that were resulted from those interaction. Brian will talk more about this when he show some example of the students' perception during this transcultural
Duoethnography, yeah.
Yeah. And then the next. And here we have one representation of this movement. We wanted to break this perspective of having one very, let's say, more predicted way of looking to teacher education, but to looking at the fluidity. For example, if we talk about those transcultural moments that, for example, these students have in Brazil, and then when he went to Canada, and then he went to Cuba. So instead of having just one specific context, so he opened, for example, a rhizome to talk about his experience in Brazil, and then to open a new rhizome to talk about his experience in Canada, and then to Cuba. So the idea is that you don't hierarchy, for example, one space that is more important than the other space, but how those different spaces to their teacher education, because most of them, they were very young researchers at that point. So this is a way of looking to teacher education in a more rhizomatic, in a way of looking to the fluidity and the way of looking to the movement of this experience in different contexts. A teaching in Brazil, preparing a class in Brazil, or teaching in Canada, and teaching in Cuba, how he, for example, how they dealt with the unpredictability, how they prepare something, and then they went to the classroom and they had to replan because the context, the situation was different, for example, that in the way of how we prepare them for the unpredictability. So this is, unpredictability is there, every class we have this, but when you go to a very, let's say, to a context that's very much different from our context, how those students are more flexible to those contexts. And this is also part of it starts with the telecollaboration when we worked with those theories, and then they went to practice that say they were more aware of those, let's say, not a very rigid way of teaching language. So they were sort of more prepared for the unpredictability. So this is one thing that Brian is also going to talk about their perceptions later. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. So this is, basically the context of this experience. So we start with telecollaboration, and then now we have so many other experience, but sometimes we revisit this experience to write new texts.
Do we have Ian with us? Do you know?
I haven't seen him here.
Okay. Well, this is part of one of our specialties, improvisation, dealing with the unexpected. I guess I'll talk about duoethnography, but there's a couple things about our program I'd like to mention that I think Ian would have talked about, the origins of the program. It's interesting how we live in a time where everything is accelerated, including preparation of teachers. So I know organizations like TESOL, private schools, and I used to work at a board of education, would offer TESOL certificates or professional diplomas in very rapid time. And what would be the feature of them is just like something Huberval was talking about. It'd be an emphasis on procedures, methods, a very quick oversight of maybe some grammatical priorities, grammar, vocabulary, methods. And there really was an emphasis on one size fits all. And it would be often the students would come in, take these programs, and they would be young people with a backpack. They would see jobs advertised on the internet, and they would go teach abroad. And they tended to be so-called native speakers, because that would be an advantage, and sometimes it would be a demand of the hiring position. So what was interesting about our program in the beginning, and what I think made a really good partnership, because I think it was features also of how we first met Huberval and the people in the Brazilian organization, Novos Letramentos, is that our program is really not that kind of focus on narrow skills. The program is created as a liberal arts, part of a liberal arts education. And I think what's interesting about that is that we have students that are coming in from other disciplines who really want to know about English in the world. Some of them may go on, and many of them do go on to take teaching certificates or master's degrees in applied linguistics. But a lot of them are curious. They come from what the liberal arts and humanities offer them, more of an outlook on the world, looking at economic, socio-political issues, issues of art and history. And what that does in many ways is it creates a very enriched program. So one of the features of the program that I thought was always special is a course called English as a World Language that I used to teach, Marlon teaches now. And the program really looks at a richness of sociolinguistics and sociopolitical dimensions of English in the world. That's a fascinating dimension of the program that you don't see and it looks at ideological issues. It looks at the politics of English as a lingua franca, but it looks at also English in areas of arts, English in the media, linguistic landscapes, all of these rich dimensions that, going back to Kumar, is that the student sees the classroom is so engaged with so many issues. Another aspect of the course that Ian initiated that I think is unique in any program that I've seen internationally is the requirement of 3 credits in the target language of the program in which you're going to teach. Now that to me was, when I first saw this, I thought this is amazing. What a practical decolonial idea, that you make it a requirement to at least begin to respect the language of the students that the program that you're going to teach. And that could be, it was initially Spanish, but we also were hoping that students would look at this in the context of Portuguese in Brazil. Here's an interesting background to that. Ian and I both taught at the same university in China back in the 1980s. And one of the things, so all of the universities in China, we both taught at the Sichuan Foreign Language Institute in Chongqing. He was there a few years before me. But one of the things we both realized, and we talked about in the context of this program, is that we wanted to create a program that would do what our training did not provide. And one of those things, again, was respect hierarchical relations, respect and the need to understand the language and culture, or begin to understand and value the language and culture of the students that you're working with. So this, again, in the context of when the program was created, was quite a radical idea. And it shaped what Huberval was talking about, an emphasis on transculturality, an emphasis on what we call horizontal relationships, that there's no hierarchy of the English speaker knowing, the English speaking teacher being the expert, the local speaker of English as an additional language needing to know more. Ian built into the program and into the practicum the whole idea that the local teacher knows best, and the local teacher would be the mentor of the practicum. So again, compared to other programs in the world and other experiences of programs you've seen coming out of Cambridge, or a program, I forget what the name of that program is, but none of those programs would begin by saying the best teacher of English in a place like Paraguay, the best teacher, the best supervisor of a teacher in Brazil and Cuba is going to be that local teacher who will mentor, will guide, will look at the lessons with the visiting student, and in consultation with us, because we're there too. We're there to learn also from the students, and there to learn from the organizers. So many of these features were quite radical for the whole idea of identity negotiation, which was one of the themes that came up recently. So these were, I think, very powerful ideas. And why I think what made it such a good match is that it took language teaching and placed it in a larger critical literacies framework with people that were working with Huberval, especially his supervisor, Valkyria Montemor, and Lynn Mario. So it was really an excellent kind of environment to nurture and to collaborate on what does it mean to work across nations. Huberval, is there anything that you can remember you'd like to say about the program? Maybe I've lost it. Okay. So what I think I should do now is I wanted to talk about the feature of duoethnography in this program and in the book. Let me see now if I can get this here. Can you see this? Everybody?
Yes.
Now
Yes,
I wonder
yes.
if I should make this smaller. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, is that better? Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting. As we speak now, Valentina and I and Huberval are in the process of working on Valentina. It'd be interesting to hear your perspective on this. It's a kind of a new way to do academic work and academic writing, but we're actually in the process, and it can be a challenging process of doing a duoethnography. So I'd like to talk about how this fits into the book, but also I'd like to talk about how duoethnography fits into the idea of student research literacy. And what I mean by that is, how does it engage students in a way that will inspire them stylistically, pedagogically, but also in a way that they will use the research material in their own classes and in their own programs. I think many of us had that experience as students and graduate students, that sometimes the texts were so heavy of theory, were written in a language that, and sometimes very weighed down with jargon and concepts, that it was painful to read for me sometimes. But also I had a hard time making the link between the theory I was required to know, a link between that and my experience as a teacher. And when I was doing my PhD in Toronto, I was at the same time teaching downtown in a Chinese community center. And so making that connection is difficult. Duoethnography in many ways tries as an ideal to bridge that gap. And I would say it's not exclusively doing that, because other forms of qualitative research that we see now, things like narrative inquiry, storytelling, especially the indigenous storytelling that now is started to enter into the academic discussion. Autoethnography is another attempt to bring experience embodiment, feeling into the conversation of what is research that we can use and how students engage with that. Now, if you remember the table of contents that Huberva showed from the book, there were actually 6 chapters, which is an astounding amount, that use duoethnography. The originators of duoethnography are Norris and Sawyer. These are, I'm only citing 2 here, 2 books that we've used, but there's an incredible number of now articles and chapters and monographs that are now using duoethnography in applied linguistics and language teacher education. So you have to ask yourself, why? Is it just a trend, a fashion? Because in academic life, that's sometimes what happens. A new theory grabs people and everybody jumps on it because they're told you have to jump on, like the surfer on a wave. You have to catch that wave or you're in trouble. So is it that? Is it just a fashion that we will forget? Or is there something about it that makes it really useful and important? And I would say this, not exclusively. There's still an important place for quantitative data. There's still places for other kinds of methods of research. I think what we found is that across nations, and the work we were doing, the conversational aspect of it was a way of reinforcing a partnership. Huberva mentioned this earlier. Partnerships sometimes fail because the relationships between the research partners is not really developed. And we forget about that as people doing research. If you can develop a partnership and sustain a kind of personal relationship, which takes work, I think it enhances the ability to really talk to each other, interact with each other, and do what duoethnography wants to do. Duoethnography wants you to challenge or see your experience through the eyes of other professionals and other partners who maybe have a common problem or a common context, and that could be a common curriculum, a common theme that they want to explore, colonialization, decoloniality, English. But they're usually not prepared to question what they already know. That's the challenge. And then when you really develop a personal relationship with partners, it's easier to do that. It's easier to write together. It's easier to maybe pose a challenge to your partners. Ask them something that maybe they haven't thought about and be willing to take the same interaction. So these are all aspects of telecollaboration that I think make it valuable. Another aspect is, and I'll maybe mention this later, is that if you look at language learning tends to take place or gets developed interactively. It's not really well done when it's just you alone or you and your tape recorder. It's when you're in the moment of responding, of negotiating meaning. If you think about what's the essence of the language teaching experience, I think it's that. I mean, if you even go back in the history of language teaching, that interactivity is key. And so in some ways, duoethnography parallels interaction. It parallels negotiation of meaning. It parallels the idea of not so much repairing, but re-examining the interaction that's taken place. Did I get it right? I never thought of it that way. Okay, so let's go on here. There we are. Here's a quote I like. And this goes back again to this idea of what's the best way of acting in the world. Thinking alone and thinking with others are 2 different ways of knowing the world and making decisions about matters that have consequences for individual and collective lives. Now, this is also kind of interesting to reflect on academic life. For everyone there who has an academic position, I think you'll recognize how competitive it can be. Competitive to get a job, competitive to get a promotion, how individualistic it is, competing for grant money, promotions, competing to be invited to a conference, and on and go. And so the funny thing about that is it's academic life is not a lifestyle that really helps us know the world in the way that this quote says, of knowing the world collaboratively, thinking with others. Again, so I think this is something we always have to kind of work through. Let's go on to key points. So duoethnography, according to Norris and Sawyer, they claim it is two things. It is a research method, but it is a pedagogy. And that pedagogy is in the changes of what you thought you knew based on what happens. Other emphases that I think are really strong points. When you read a duoethnography, the differences between participants are clear in the text. Each participant is identified. The stages of the conversation are identified. So you get to see how each person responds to each other. So this idea of transparency, you see who's there. You, in a sense, get to see the relationship. It may be between a student and a teacher. It may be between a senior faculty member and a junior faculty member. So you see both the identity and the content in a kind of weave, like a fabric interwoven. And sometimes you will see that they disagree, which is actually a key point that Norris and Sawyer say. You don't have to have conformity to one view. And I'll show you some quotes here that emphasize this. So if you look at the second quote here about duoethnographies continue to be written by those who read them. This goes back to the emphasis, and I remember when Valentina and I and Ruperveld started talking about this, I had to write into the marginal notes of our text. It's okay to disagree. The idea is because you have different experiences of what the common problem or issue have created for you, or opportunities it has created for you. And what happens in this case is that the differences presented, some of them will seem more relevant to the reader. The reader, again, if it's a student or another practitioner, will look at that and say, Valentina's perspective reflects mine more than Brian's does. Or I see commonality, but the differences enrich this idea of foregrounding the complexity of the issue. Because let's face it, language teaching settings are far more complex in terms of the data that is generated than others. So this idea of the reader continuing to do that is really important. Now, if you look at this first quote, duoethnographers interpret their dialogically created meanings and seek tensions, insights, and new perspectives. This one about dialogue is interesting because dialogue in a duoethnography takes place in different levels. It's a dialogue of participants. Again, I mentioned there could be unequal relations, but it's also dialogue about theories in a way. What counts as knowledge in language teacher education? Is knowledge determined by outside experts, predetermined, or as duoethnography tries to generate as pedagogy, is knowledge created through interaction? Is it performed? This idea of a performed idea. And then there's a similar argument about dialogue and language. Are meanings prescribed, or is the duoethnography the site of which you are producing new meanings about language teaching, new meanings about what is a transnational perspective on theory? So these are all interesting aspects of doing this. And as you can imagine, here's one of the tensions about doing this kind of work. There are some journals, editors, reviewers, publishers that don't think this is serious enough work. And so it's really incumbent upon duoethnographers to make the transparency of how they come to these conclusions, make it really clear how was this process generated and how are the data generated by that, because it's a new method. And it's a challenging method to what we think counts as research, data, and knowledge in applied linguistics. So I'm going to go on to this next slide, which comes from Neuer and Soros and Neuer's 2012 book, and they talk about a dialogic methodology. So if you look at these aspects of the tenets, you'll see that inside them, there are some of the theoretical constructs. You'll see, for example, Bakhtin's idea of multiple voices, heteroglossia, as dialogue generating new insights. Pinar is an educational person. He did work on curricular theory. You see his work on the experience and identity as a curricular object. You also see elements of Levinas, especially in the idea of number 8, an ethical stance and trust. Levinas's work is, how do we engage with others? What is that kind of dialogue about? And of course, you see elements of Freirean pedagogy throughout these. Now, these can be a little bit abstract, but how I'd like to make them come to life a little bit better is to show you some examples from our book of several duoethnographies that were done based on the Cuban experience and were generated in a virtual duoethnography done on Zoom. Let me start with the first one. Oh, so I'll give you a little background. So this is the data set. We did a virtual roundtable polyethnography. This comes in the 3rd chapter of section 1 of the book. The features of it, and it has Brazilians and Canadians. I'm with Rup Hubervel myself. Gustavo Moro at the time, who's doing an MA and came from Campo Grande. Yara Bruce, who's now a professor at the Federal University of Paraná. And also part of the text was the Zoom recording transcribed, but we also added comments later. So there's, in a sense, there could be this kind of added dimension to it. Let's go on. So the first one that I find interesting is this idea of, there's 2 things going on in this very first duoethnography. There's the issue of challenging the native speaker, the idea that the native speaker is the best teacher. But then there's also the identity. Remember we talked about in those other slides, there's the issue of identity and new teachers feeling insecure, almost feeling like imposters as they come to the class. They feel like, I'm supposed to be the knower here because I speak so-called perfect English. And this becomes, in a sense, a kind of dialogue or an opportunity for them to see that a horizontal relationship. We need to learn from, we don't come with all the answers. Our insecurity is really something we can work on by learning more about the local context and learning about the language. So you see interesting aspects of this duo ethnographic excerpt. Is about challenging the superiority of the native English-speaking teacher. But you also see here, as we said, one of the tenets of identity and emotions as part of the language teacher-ed context. Let's go on to the next one. And here is an idea that Huberval raised about producing difference. So producing difference in meta-narratives about experience. So the first thing Huberval sees when he comes there is students using cell phones. And what do we assume when we see the cell phone in my class? You assume that students aren't paying attention, that they're using their cell phones to talk to their friends, look at something on the internet. What we saw was so fascinating that here in this Havana context, due to problems with resources, a lack of computers, a lack of printers, the cell phone became an improvisation, a local improvisation to do language teaching learning in a context of limited resources. And then Huberval makes this incredible observation of this dialogue of that you can be a teacher without the latest technology. You can be successful, but you need to be resourceful. And this experience came from his observation. This one is also a really interesting idea of what is the goal of language teacher education? Is it to give students a set of fixed methods, or is it to give them a way of dealing with their context? This idea of dispositions, of preparing teachers to be responsive, to be like Kumar Vadavelu says, responsive to the particularities as they evolve, to be responsive to expecting the unexpected and seeing the unexpected in a larger context. So again, I think this program was good for that. And again, it tells us what are the real important goals. And I think they are for language teacher ed, helping teachers recognize their agency, encouraging their autonomy, and being against this idea of one-size-fits-all methods. So I've got one more. This is about an issue that brought our program together with the program in Brazil, the Novos Letramentos group, and it was all about critical literacies. And there's something that Gustavo says here that's fascinating. And this whole number 4 is about identity, criticality, but it's also ethics. Who is to decide what's critical here in my classroom? So I notice here that he says, Gustavo, I wouldn't be working with, so he talks about, I wouldn't be working with my imagination in my context as a critical teacher in Brazil, because it's pretty easy to be a critical English teacher in Brazil when we have the people we have around. So that is quite an identity change. When you come from an environment where the question is, am I critical enough? This insecurity of the demand of defining what being critical or what being decolonial means. Here he's starting to, I'm going to negotiate. My criticality is a process. I need to see where my students are coming from, and I have to develop more horizontal relationship. So again, these are actual data examples of duoethnography at work. So I think that's all I have. I'm going to stop sharing here, and I think, Kuberval, we have a video of Marlon to share. About his work, and he's the most recent or the recent director of the DLT. He's got the legacy, but he's got his own vision, and he's going to take it in a new direction of the program that we're talking about at London. Guberval, do you have the video?
The problem that I cannot use I cannot, I have the video. I sent to you in your email address.
Oh, I thought you were sending it to Fernando or Valentina. Okay, let's see if I can get it
here in the chat.
Let's see if I can find it.
Can you put it in the chat?
Here's, can you put it in the chat? Maybe I can show, let's see if I can show this.
Let's try it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Marlon Valencia from York University.
Can you hear it, everybody?
Yes.
So today we will talk to you about duoethnography.
But you have to share your screen.
Share my screen right now.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You can see my PowerPoint.
Make sure you share the sound too.
And
okay, sorry, 1 sec.
I put it here.
What do I have to do?
Share your screen and share the sound when you're sharing the screen.
Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to share the sound.
I also pasted here the problem that I cannot share from my computer.
Yeah, you just put share, and then when it shows the window, there's a little box there that you have to click.
And I've got share the screen, and now is there something else I should do?
Click a little box that says share sound.
Okay, would it be under more?
No, you should click on the
share
before
computer,
sharing.
share computer sound?
Yes, there.
Okay, let's see if I can get this now. Now, I don't know why that's not working. Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, I do believe I could get this very soon. Let's share. Okay, let's see if this works.
She's a student of mine, and we will be having a critical conversation.
How's that?
About what duoethnography is for us. Okay, so we're going to start by telling you a little bit about ourselves and how this duoethnography or critical conversation works, just to bring home some of the ideas that Brian has discussed previously. We're going to start by telling you a little bit about who we are. So this is us, Alexis and I. So you can see on that slide some of our convergences and divergences. So the things that we have in common and the things that make us unique and different in many ways and special. So a duoethnography is an ongoing critical conversation in which we learn from and with each other. All right, I'm going to skip over this slide and I'm going to tell you about the orientation that I took in the course where Alexis and I met. So this is a grammar course for English teachers, right? It's called the Nuts and Bolts of English. And in this course, we took an autoethnographic turn. So what we did is we reflected about our own experiences learning languages so that we could also get a better understanding of how those experiences impact the way we teach, the kinds of teachers that we are, or the kinds of teachers that we want to be. Now, if you bring the auto and you add another person, then that's going to be a duoethnography, right? So it's this idea that we know not only exchange different views or questions and doubts, but we also show our colleague with whom we're working that we are vulnerable and that these moments of vulnerability represent great learning opportunities. So in one way, you get to see yourself from the eyes of another person, which is fantastic. All right, so where did this journey begin? Again, in a grammar class called the Nuts and Bolts of English, EN 3595. We took a conceptual and discursive approach. We adopted a plurilingual orientation in the course that saw teachers and students plurilingual repertoires as assets, not as impediments to learning the target language. And we embraced collaboration and creation of multiple digital content items as a way to show what we had learned. So our conversations, this is Alexis. I'm going to let her introduce herself and tell us a little bit about how we met and where we met.
Hi folks, I'm Alexis Scopoli, a summer teacher candidate at University. I really wish I could be there with you, but unfortunately, because I'm still in school, I really couldn't afford to miss too many classes. So you'll be hearing from me throughout the presentation through video. And I send my warm hellos from Toronto, Canada. So I have been working with Marlon since 2022, but I first really got to know him in his course, The Nuts and Bolts of English Grammar. Hold on a minute. We actually met before that class. Marlon, remember that first email conversation that we had back in June 2022? I was curious about EN 3595, The Nuts and Bolts of English Grammar, which is a grammar course for future English teachers. I'm a planner, so I tend to make every decision of my life with extreme care and precision. This even includes the course going forward. So back in the summer of 2022, I was interested in enrolling in this course. But because of my over-planning tendencies, I was concerned with the usefulness of the course and my aspirations of teaching English at the secondary level. I was thinking to myself, how could a course about teaching English as a second language eventually help me teach Shakespeare? I thought to myself. So then I anxiously emailed Marlon, concerned if I would even hear back, because sometimes professors don't even get back to their students, because I really needed to make a decision about my courses soon. My fingers were crossed that I would get a response. You'll see a part of my email on the next slide.
So this is Alexis's email. Again, she was concerned about how useful the course was going to be for her to be able to teach Shakespeare, right? So is it the kind of English course that I need? My job was to respond and let her see the possibilities. Let her see that there was a connection between English as an additional language and content taught through the medium of English. And also at the same time, I guess, make her curious about the course at work, because she joined us. Okay, let me just show you another example of a good learning moment for Alexis. So these are three class activities that we made. One of them, or that we had in the course. One of them was the final assignment, a photo voice essay documenting the whole journey from September to April in each of the lessons, and with many aha moments or moments of discovery. We also had mini lessons that were delivered digitally on Flipgrid. And then there was the WOW Speaks English podcast. So WOW stands for Universidad Autónoma de Occidente. And this university has a very special live podcast that is broadcast on YouTube that is created by English language learners for English language learners, and that has an audience that expands to Canada and even Argentina, right? So it's a great show. So we thought, how can we make this work? How can we collaborate in creating this show, but at the same time showcasing what we have learned in a grammar class for language teachers with 20 students, right? So that was the interesting part. I'm gonna let you, Alexis, tell you a little bit about it, and then I'll come back to it, okay?
My understanding of collaboration expanded as our whole entire class collaborated on a global project with Universidad Autónoma de Occidente to create WOW Speaks English podcast. At this point in the term, I was not only practicing collaboration with my close peers or people I was sitting with, but actually with my whole class, and rather collaborating globally with universities in South America. So we got to choose our topic based on what interested us most about the entire course and related to the culture that we live in every day. It was a super, super meaningful project, culturally relevant and responsive as well. It was also meaningful because we got to share our culture and things that are important to us with people across the world. So this project taught us as educators that an action-oriented learning style or learning project is one of the best ways to engage learners. In a language learning context, it allows for learners to take risks, to speak spontaneously, and to learn in real, authentic contexts. The class received the assignment really, really well, and even when Marlon was away, the whole class had come to campus to continue to work on the project, even when he wasn't there. I'll let Marlon tell you about how he managed to engage the entire class in a single podcast, and how I was engaged in the project as well.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you, Alexis. So this was a bit of a challenge because the first idea was, how can we contribute something that would be of interest to this international audience, and we can still talk about English grammar? So we created this show on bilingualism in Canada, just to show the world that Canada is much more than just English and French. And we had to do some research. We had to promote the show on social medias. We had to create some digital content, which we did about Canadianisms, things like, the electricity bill in Canada, we call it the hydro bill, not the power bill. Things that people do not fully understand unless they're familiar with the Canadian context. And why is it that we call it the hydro bill? Well, because our power started in hydroelectrics, like the Niagara power plant, right? So you see that close connection there. It's something very cultural, very contextual, right? And we divided the group we divided the work in 5 groups of 4 each, and each group had to be in charge of a part of the show, including the presenters or co-presenters that were sharing with the Colombians who were in studio. All right, so that was a great learning opportunity. Let me show you a few more pictures. Let's see. Okay, so this is the show. On the left, you see students in class. When I was not there, I was at the TESOL conference in Portland back in the day. And then on the right side, you see us co-presenting the show. That's in a Glendon classroom, and then the Colombians were in their fancy radio booth. Let me see what else I can show you. Okay, this is the last slide from Alexis, and I'd like you to hear from her final thoughts.
Later on, our relationship continued and continued. It's evident how our collaboration and creativity moved our relationship beyond the walls of the classroom. Last summer, we presented at an International Association for Intercultural Education conference in Chemnitz, Germany. Here we are today, sharing about the importance of this symbiotic relationship between language teacher educators and teacher candidates, and the equality of language teacher education as codependent on each other. That is, without one, the identity of the other simply cannot exist in the same way. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so that was a beautiful way of ending this presentation, just showing how much we've grown and learned from and with each other in this duoethnography. I'm going to show you some of the pictures that we've taken. So that's us in Germany. We went with Magda Katarzyński and Louise Garbedian, 2 of my students in that course too. That's Germany, that's in Frankfurt. That's on the train when we were getting ready and creating or preparing handouts for our workshop. That's us presenting and then meeting and mingling with everybody else. And let me tell you this, these 3 ladies were the only 22-year-old people in the whole crowd. So everybody else was either a university professor or a PhD student. And these 3 amazing ladies were undergraduate students. All right, that's it. If you have any questions, you can contact me. There's my email on the top, mbalen@glendon.yorku.ca. Thanks for listening, and let's continue the conversation.
Okay. That course to me is fascinating. When you look at how people teach, nuts and bolts is this idea of language awareness and competence in teaching the structure of English. And often it's kind of driven by linguistic issues in a department. It's taught by linguistics majors or linguistics professors. and it doesn't really take into account the pedagogical dimensions or some of the technology issues that Marlon has created. So again, it's a very focused on classroom experience, needs of teachers approach to language description and pedagogical work. I think Marlon, Huberval had to leave. So I guess I have a couple more minutes. Is that correct, Valentina?
Yes, that's right. And this was a great experience that you shared with us.
Thank you very much. And
yes, we have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, so I should keep it open for any questions that anyone might have about the things we've talked about in the presentation. Any comments or questions would be most welcome.
I don't know, Fernando, if there's any questions or comments on the Facebook or YouTube, but I would like just to comment briefly that we really appreciate you sharing this partnership with WEMS. It's really enlightening, and all the things that we can do when we get together as a community with our colleagues from different places, and we can learn new perspectives, and we can find new ways of looking at different the same things that we're always looking at. So it's really we really appreciate. I mean, Ruberval, he just, I think, rejoined. And well, I'd like to thank both you, Brian, and Ruberval for sharing this with wonderful experience with us, and also the one with Marlon and his student. It's also very, very nice things that we can do with our students and do this type of research. It's really empowering, not just to our students, but to us as university professors and instructors. I don't know, Fernando, if you have any questions, or maybe someone else.
Well, I just want to comment as well. I think these are very novel, for me at least, concepts, and I've been really curious about how to implement them in the classroom and in academic life. These definitely make a lot of sense, and how to really take advantage of the opportunity. Duoethnography, I think, is a very interesting approach. You also mentioned about translanguaging before, which is something I actually didn't know before, and it was hard for me to get the grasp of what it actually meant, but your explanation today for me was very enlightening. Thank you very much, Professor Brian.
Thank you, Fernando.
Well,
So I
don't know.
guess.
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
I think we have stunned them into silence.
No, well, I was just gonna say once again, thank you.
Okay.
Hopefully, from I have to apologize publicly here because I've been a little bit behind on my contributions to our Duoethnography that Brian mentioned, because of all these trying to get this event together, and I got a little bit sick a few times, but hopefully I will do my part, and we can maybe the next year we can share that with in the next COPLA. We can maybe share it with our community.
Well, that would be great. I'm really excited about where we are so far. And again, it's a process, so we'll see where it takes us, Valentina. Thanks again for inviting us today.
Thank you very much, and especially thanks to Ruberval Maciel, Franco Maciel, who is a dear friend and colleague from Universidad Estadual de Mato Grosso do Sul, who's been collaborating with us for the last 5 years. I think he's been at all of our Congress events since the very first one. I met him in 2019, actually, And when I organized the first one, I invited him, and he's always been gracious to contribute to our community. So thank you, Brian, thank you, Roberval. And since we're trying to keep up with the scheduled time, I think we're right on time to introduce our next guest speaker. We have the great honor of having Professor Stephen May from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. I follow his work for a long time in the area of language policy and practice, policy and planning. Stephen, I was gonna leave this for when we met in person, but you should know that I met you once at TBLT in Irvine, California, and I have a very vivid memory of our encounter, because I asked you, how was it that you were so prolific? And you told me deadlines work. And I will never forget that, because I keep that always in mind. And I don't always meet deadlines, but they do work. Before I give the floor to Professor Stephen May, I would like to briefly present his a short bio. He's professor in Te Puna Wananga, I hope this is how it's pronounced, School of Maori and Indigenous Education at the University of Auckland, New Zealand. He's an international authority on language rights, language policy, bilingual education, and the multilingual turn in language teaching. His key books include Language and Minority Rights, The Multilingual Turn, and most recently, Critical Ethnography, Language, Racism, and Education. Stephen is series editor of the Encyclopedia of Language and Education, 3rd edition, and editor of Ethnicities. He is an ARA fellow and fellow of the Royal Society of New Zealand. You can find him on Google Scholar and other platforms. And he will be sharing with us the keynote address, Linguistic Superdiversity and the Multilingual Turn, the Dawn of a New Era in Applied Linguistics, with a question mark. Thank you very much, Stephen, for joining us and for being with us in this humble event.
Thank you, Valentina. It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. I'll just see if I can share my screen. Does it come up okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. So we have 45 minutes, don't we? So I'll try and, like deadlines, I'll try and keep to time. Greetings from New Zealand, Maite, hola, kia ora tātou katoa, ka nui te mi kia koutou. It's the following morning here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So we're Tuesday morning, we're 16 hours ahead of your time. And as I said, it's a great privilege and pleasure to be able to speak with you today. What I want to do today, and it's nice to see some old friends, Brian Morgan, Bavel and others, so great to be in such esteemed company. What I wanted to do today is just a bit of an overview of major developments over the last decade or so and the dawn of a new era in applied linguistics. The question mark is crucial. I'll come back to the question mark, whether it is or not, or what more we have to do. But let me start with just a couple of quotes. The first is from James Youngblood Henderson, a Native American scholar. We were ghost peoples, hidden like our languages and cultures by the concept of the nation state. I'll come back to the nation state shortly. And then from the Canadian political philosopher Will Kimlicka, here's a quote, leaving one's culture, and I've added, and language, while possible, is best seen as renouncing something to which one is reasonably entitled. And I just wanted to hold those two comments just in the back of your mind as we proceed through the rest of this presentation. So as per the title, we've seen over the last, particularly nearly 20 years now, that the notion of superdiversity was introduced by the British sociologist Stephen Verdevec in an article on ethnic and racial studies in 2007. And he did a major study on London at that time, obviously a British sociologist, looking at its rapidly increasing diversity ethnically and linguistically. And he then, as a result of that, termed this idea of superdiversity, which is characterized by a tremendous increase in the categories of migrants, not only in terms of nationality, but crucially for our purposes, language and religion, but also in terms of motives, patterns, and itineraries of migration and transmigration. Basically, Verdevec was arguing that we're in a new era where, because of the ease of travel, but also because of crises, refugee crises and such, we're seeing this massive increase in migration and also transmigration, aligned with technology, with the internet, allowing sort of a much more fluid and expansive pattern of migration. And this was picked up in sociolinguistics. Subsequently, it's been picked up in a whole range of disciplines, actually. Verdevec was a sociologist, is a sociologist, but certainly over the last 15 years or so, it's become quite a term in sociolinguistics as well, with its focus on the complex, fluid, multilingual repertoires of migrants, primarily in large cities around the world. And so this notion has taken hold. It's one of those terms that has come to be used in, as I said, in a wide range of disciplines, including within sociolinguistics. And we've seen, as a result of this interest in superdiversity, a whole range of different terminology that's emerged over the last 15 years or so. So Jorgensen's notion of polylingual languaging, this idea of complex, fluid, multilingual repertoires, Alistair Pennycook and Emi Otsuji's notion of metrolingualism. Ben Rampton talks about contemporary urban vernaculars. Angela Crease and Adrian Blackledge talk about flexible bilingualism. Sinfrey McCorney and Alistair Pennycook have this notion of lingua franca multilingualism. Suresh Kanagaraja, translingualism. And Ophelia Garcia and Li Wei, the notion of translanguaging, which you were just discussing previously. So terminological proliferation notwithstanding, all of these sort of refer, broadly speaking, as I said, to a focus on the increasingly fluid, dynamic, complex, and changing multilingual repertoires that we're seeing, particularly in, as Verdevec first pointed out, large cities around the world. So all of these terms highlight that fluidity, that complexity, that dynamism of individual multilingual repertoires. And I'll come back to that point shortly. And then in my own work, I picked up this notion along with Lourdes Ortega. We first discussed this in 2013, I think at AAAL annual conference at that point. And then my edited collection came out in 2014 on the multilingual turn, looking at this notion of a more multilingual conception and understanding of learners particularly, and how that might impact some of our traditional approaches to language teaching and learning. And in that volume, I talk about in the introduction the fact that the multilingual turn has usefully foregrounded multilingualism rather than monolingualism as the new norm of applied linguistic and sociolinguistic analysis. And along with that, it's increasingly challenged bounded, unitary, and reified conceptions of languages and related notions of native speaker and mother tongue, arguing instead for the more complex, fluid understandings of voice, language as social practice, and drawing on Jan Blomet's work, related sociolinguistics of mobile resources. Excuse me. So this is the multilingual turn. As I said, this came out in 2014. And although I won't talk about it here, I do actually critique the notion of the multilingual turn, although it has been attributed to me quite often, but critique in the sense that it's only really when Western or global North academics suddenly discovered multilingualism that it became the topic du jour, but we'll come back to that again shortly as well. And the reason I say that is because basically, as I talk about in the introduction to the multilingual turn, there's been a long-standing critique of the kind of monolingual, monocultural conceptions of language learning that arose first from scholars from beyond or from global South scholars, as we call them today. And this is just one example that I talk about in that volume, drawing on Yamuna Katsru's work in the TESOL Quarterly Commentary in 1994, when she talks about the fact that whatever the psycholinguistic validity of the notion of fossilization, she's talking about fossilization particularly here, it's irrelevant in situations in which a second or additional language has definite societal roles in the linguistic repertoire of its users. So basically she's saying, you know, in Global South contexts and non-Western contexts, of course, simultaneous multilingualism is completely the norm. And so why would we be surprised by that? All the languages in the multilinguals repertoire complement one another to produce the type of composite language competence that suits their needs. And in that same commentary, 1994, Shikha Rapport Sridhar also critiques particularly SLA, second language acquisition. And he observes that given that the aim of SLA is bilingualism, one would expect its theories to build on theories of bilingualism and use the natural laboratory of bilingual communities worldwide. With rare exceptions, the dominant models of SLA scarcely refer to this resource. And then he goes on to argue that the relevant model of bilingualism is an additive or a positive attribution of bilingualism, rather than, as so often the case, particularly for what are termed circumstantial bilinguals, migrants and others who are sort of coerced into learning the dominant language, which in itself is not necessarily a problem, but often at the expense of the languages that they already know, going back to Will Kimlicker's quote with which I began this talk. And he concludes of this, Sridhar, adopting an additive bilingual approach would avoid the negative characterization of the overwhelming majority of second language acquirers and users as speakers of interlanguages, that is, as failed monolinguals rather than successful bilinguals. Such theories, he concludes, condemn vibrant second languages and their speakers to a permanent subaltern state. So that was 1994, and what was interesting about that was that, and what was also quite sad, was that that critique was largely ignored. SLA, as I'll go on to talk about shortly, carried on its merry way with little engagement with this kind of critique. And indeed, it was also merely ignoring a subsequent critique, what we call the socio-cultural critique of SLA, or the social turn, as it's sometimes called. And this I just refer to in terms of its historical context, was perhaps most prominently visible in a modern language journal volume in 1997, where Firth and Wagner critiqued again mainstream SLA, and they say that it fails to account in a satisfactory way for interactional and sociolinguistic dimensions of language. As such, it is flawed and obviates insight into the nature of language, most centrally the use of second or foreign language speakers. So arguing for the notion of language use, or going back to Fernand de Saussure's distinction between langue as a language as a system and parole, language as speech or use. And they go on to argue that what's needed instead is an approach which highlights how language is used as it is being acquired through interaction and used resourcefully, contingently, and contextually. So this was another robust critique, this time from within the SLA community, about the sort of cognitivist, dissociated approach that mainstream SLA continued to promote, and in so doing ignoring, going back to Sridhar's observation, the natural language laboratories, particularly multilingual ones around the world. And as a result of that social turn in SLA, there were a number of key alternative terms that were proffered. So instead of distinction between L1 and particularly mother tongue, so-called, and other languages, the notion of language expertise, the problematic nature of the native speaker, which reinforces a sort of monolingual understanding of language learning. They argued for the notion of language inheritance, interlanguage, often used in deficit terms, as we've already seen. They talked about language affiliation, And then particularly the late Vivian Cook's work, his notion of multi-competence. And Cook goes on to argue that the starting point should be what L2 learners are like in their own right, rather than how they fail to reach standards set by people they are not by definition. So basically arguing that L2 learners are always pathologized if they are compared with monolingual L1 speakers as never quite being as good as them. But again, as I said, and I'll come back to this, SLA largely ignored that critique as well. And it was really only with the advent of the Douglas Fir Group in 2016. The Douglas Fir Group, its name comes from a room at, I think, Portland when AAAL was in Portland. A number of key sociolinguists got together subsequent to the conference, and they convened in the hotel where the conference was held in the Douglas Fir Room, hence the name of the group. And they provided a more substantive critique and a more overtly focused position on multilingualism. So again, they critique the overly cognitive preoccupations of mainstream SLA and note correctly that most theories and insights of SLA remain strongly cognitive, and that SLA generally ignores other research, as I've just demonstrated. They highlight the importance of recognizing multilingualism enmeshed in globalization, and this links to, of course, the notion of linguistic superdiversity and Verdivek's notion of that with which we began today's discussion. And they call for a transdisciplinary approach. A new SLA must be imagined, one that can investigate the teaching and learning of additional languages across private and public, material, digital, social contexts in a multilingual world. And they propose to do that by beginning with the social local worlds of L2 learners. And then, although I'm not going to speak to this today, but certainly an allied development over the last decade, particularly through the work of Ophelia Garcia and Li Wei prominently, but others as well, this idea of translanguaging, of being that as bilinguals and multilinguals, we move constantly between and among the languages that we know across our linguistic repertoires. And these, again, are often dynamic and fluid and hard to pin down in terms of discrete distinctions. And just as a brief recap, although there is an ongoing debate about code switching and translanguaging, which is particularly evident in Jeff McSwan's recent edited volume, looking at the debate around the distinctions between code switching and translanguaging. Initially, these were seen as complementary terms, but they've since come to be dichotomized in more recent work on translanguaging. But as Garcia talked about early on, the notion of code switching assumes that the two languages of bilinguals are still two separate monolingual codes, she asserts, that could be used without reference to each other. Instead, translanguaging posits this notion of one linguistic repertoire from which we use all of its speeches strategically to communicate effectively. So certainly has strong echoes with the Yamuna Katru's observations at the start around the normalcy of this in simultaneous bilingual and multilingual contexts. And Garcia goes on to say that bilingual speakers thus adapt their language practices to specific communicative situations within an overall linguistic repertoire that includes simultaneously all the languages they know. And just to sort of conclude the section, so basically we've had superdiversity, we've had the multilingual turn, we are currently experiencing a significant expansion of research around translanguaging, particularly in language classrooms that align with both of these concepts. And broadly speaking, this is quite a subversive development, and certainly over the last couple of decades has seen to be so. As Aula talks about it, it's subversive and treated as such, bilingualism and multilingualism, particularly focused on parole and speech, because it blurs the line between language A and language B, but also between langue and parole, between linguistic systems and their uses, between knowledge and practice, and thus it questions the starting point of linguistics as a whole. So this comes back to my question mark. Is this are these developments? Because they are very significant. Do they ensure the dawn of a new era, or does the question mark still apply? And just to conclude this, Alice says the assumption of bound linguistic systems as the object of linguistic research is fundamentally questioned by bilingual practices. But back to the question mark. And yet, despite all of these developments, I'm going to suggest in the time that I have remaining that we still have some way to go in terms of making these developments embedded in terms of our understandings of language, and particularly language teaching and learning. And so I want to refer to a follow-up. As I said, the Douglas Fir group, which initiated this critique from mainstream so-called SLA scholars around the fact that it ignored multilingualism, that came out in the Modern Language Journal in 2016. And in 2019, there was a follow-up intervention by the Douglas Fir group, primarily as a result of the critique that its initial participants, esteemed though they were all from North America and were predominantly white scholars. And so, although they were rightly pointing out the limitations of SLA and also foregrounding the significance of multilingualism, they themselves were still broadly within a North American context. So as a result of that initial critique, a supplement came out in 2019 with some respondents, including me and a number of others around the world, looking at the issues 3 years later and responding to them. So if you haven't read either of these, they're very significant interventions. And I just want to focus on one of the articles in that supplement, Lourdes Ortega's one, because she highlighted in that, as she has done in her work over the last decade or so, the ongoing monolingual bias in SLA. And as she wrote in 2019, at that time, key tenets of SLA still remained, despite all of these developments over the last 20 years or so. The idea that a late start, that if you're an adult language learner, that somehow you're less good at learning a language than if you're a child. And we see that reflected in the fundamental difference in critical age hypotheses, for example. She notes that maintaining the distinction between L1 and L2 and to focus only on standard language varieties doesn't construct bi or multilingualism as a continuum, rather seeing it as sort of discrete. She has a lovely phrase that SLA still studies the weirdest multilinguals in the world, elective bilinguals, monolingual usually, adult, elite, and often university-based, and their learning of an additional language sequentially and discretely. So again, ignoring the simultaneous multilingualism of most of the world's bi and multilingual learners. And she concludes that it still ignores, this is SLA, and problematizes this simultaneous multilingualism, ignoring bilinguals and multilinguals' actual language use, so code switching, translanguaging, dialectal variation, if we think of Yopara, Chopara in Paraguay, and other examples around the world. So, why is this still the case? And this is where the question mark pertains. So I want to tackle this from two directions. First is sort of a societal reason or understanding why monolingualism and monolingual precepts still seem to dominate in a language and teaching contexts. And then the second one refers more specifically to pedagogy. There's a very important and influential book by the American sociologist David Gramling called The Invention of Multilingualism, which came out in 2016. And he's just written a very much more recent book called The Invention of Multilingualism that came out, I think, last year. But in this initial book, Gramling talks about the fact that monolingualism, whether we opt to call it a myth, a pathology, a paradigm, a relic or a sham, monolingualism is woven into modernity's most minute and sophisticated political structures, and I'll go on to explain briefly why that's the case. Monolingualism's underlying principle has never quite been that other languages are bad or inferior, although I would tend to disagree with that position. I think they do often construct other languages as inferior, but Gramling nonetheless says that they are contextually, in this view, unnecessary. Monolingualism manages other languages. It doesn't oppose them. I would vary that argument by saying not only does it manage, but it tends to subsume other languages as well. And why is that? Well, it's because we live in the modern nation state system, and modern nation states, Paraguay being a relatively rare variation of this in terms of the official recognition of Guarani. Although, as I understand it too, it was not used in schools for over a century. So even when languages are still widely spoken, they're often excluded from particular public language domains. But if we look at the nation-state model, basically two key questions come up: whether speaking the national language is or should be a requirement of citizenship. So there's a very strong push in modern nation states to learn the national or dominant language. And whether this requirement, this is the second question, should be at the expense of or in addition to the maintenance of minority or non-dominant languages. And it's often the former. There's such a push, particularly for migrants and but also for Indigenous peoples and national and regional minority speakers, to not only learn the dominant language, often a colonial language as well, but also to learn it at the expense of the languages they already know. And so the answer to both of those questions tends to be public monolingualism, or more rarely bilingualism or multilingualism. And that's a legacy of nationalism and the modern nation state model. So how did this come about? In my work on language rights, I talk about this in relation to the history of nationalism and the modern nation state, often aligned closely, particularly in contexts like my own, a British settler colony, Aotearoa, New Zealand, the colonial impact across the Americas of different colonizing powers, but particularly in South and Central America, the influence of Spanish. What we see is that national, often colonial languages replace over time other languages and dialects. And this is achieved by language selection, standardization, and institutionalization. And these processes, as I argue in language and minority rights, are not linguistic. They are primarily socio-political. So a national language is selected. It's then instantiated through key public language domains, such as education and the armed forces, and it comes to dominate over time. And this results in, as we see today around the world, what Tony Liddicott calls usefully linguistic hierarchies of prestige. So that even when we are in bi- and multilingual contexts, in my own context here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Te Reo Māori, the Māori language, like Guarani, is officially recognised and spoken. But we are currently experiencing here in New Zealand an anti- Te Reo Māori movement sanctioned by the current Conservative government. So even after 40 years of language revitalisation, nothing is ever stable or safe, particularly. And these hierarchies of prestige, so the argument goes here, well, you know, Te Reo Māori is of no use, so-called. But of course, it's the most useful language aside from English in Aotearoa to speak on a daily basis, but they don't understand that. But these are the kinds of arguments that are based on linguistic hierarchies of prestige because they're seen as of less value. And the result of this kind of convergence is linguistic homogeneity and monolingualism as a norm. So what I'm suggesting is that basically the reason why monolingualism continues to pervade not only society, but as we'll see, language teaching and learning, is because it's instantiated in this socio-political, socio-historical context. The French sociologist and anthropologist Pierre Bourdieu talks about this as a single linguistic community, a unified linguistic market. And he argues that in order for one language to impose itself as the only legitimate one, the linguistic market has to be unified and other languages basically have to be pathologized or excluded. So integration into a single linguistic community is the condition for the establishment of relations of linguistic domination, hence the dominance of national languages and often closely linked, as I said, to colonial legacies. So as a result, minoritist languages are found to be wanting and cast into the outer darkness of regionalisms. Now, Bourdieu is talking here specifically about France and the ironic ascension of the langue d'oil, the king's court, the language of the king's court, although the king in France was beheaded by the revolution. The language of the king's court became French, and all the Anglo languages spoken in France, including Breton, Basque, Catalan, German, and Midi-Provençal, Occitan, Corsican, became seen as patois or dialects or regionalisms in Bourdieu's words. And so, as Nancy Dorian concludes, it's the concept of the nation state coupled with its standard language that in modern times has posed the keenest threat to the identities and the languages of small communities. And Florian Kolmas says even more succinctly, the nation state is the natural enemy of minorities. And the reason that's so troubling, and the reason why the nation state model and its notion of linguistic homogeneity and its emphasis most often on public monolingualism is that very few countries in the world today are actually linguistically homogenous, particularly in this super diverse age. Majority populations, they change over time. Many nation states have national minorities and or indigenous peoples within their borders who have always been there, but have been subsumed by conquest, confederation, or colonization, or some combination of the three. And so in the work of Will Kimlicka, the political philosopher with whom I began, he talks about this as the idea that most states are both multinational, comprising indigenous and national and regional minorities, and or polyethnic, comprising new migrants. And so that's the reality we live in, ethnically and linguistically diverse contexts, and yet publicly those languages are hardly ever recognized. So Kimlicka concludes that most countries in the world have historically and remain today a combination of these two, both multinational and polyethnic. So that's the societal context. Just in the time I have remaining, let me just return to linguistics particularly, and I'm just going to go back to structural linguistics because I want to make a connection here. I've already mentioned the distinction between langue and parole, which was first formulated by de Saussure, but certainly Chomsky in linguistics entrenches that kind of distinction. And this is the basis for the monolingual bias and the ongoing monolingual bias in second language acquisition and in many of our language teaching and learning practices. So going back to Bourdieu, he notes that to speak of the language, and he's referring to the national language here in relation to his arguments, without further specification, as linguists do, is tacitly to accept the official definition of the language of a political unit. The official language is bound up with the state, and this language becomes the theoretical norm against which all linguistic practices are objectively measured. And he talks about this, I think, very cogently by talking about it as this victorious language, in effect, is simply taken for granted by linguists. So we think of the native speaker, we think of the monolingual, we think of the privileging of national languages, as I've discussed, but also the privileging increasingly of international languages, and particularly English. These are kind of linguistic hierarchies of prestige that are actually embedded in structural linguistics and some of its core precepts. And this explains the enduring, ongoing monolingualism of SLA. So we see this, I won't read this here, but we see here the notion of primary, beyond the native language, limited exposure, don't achieve the same degree of knowledge and proficiency. All of these show these hierarchies and this monolingual bias. And as Gass and Selinka conclude, in general, SLA refers to the process of learning another language after the native language. So again, the notion of discrete and sequential learning when most of the world has simultaneous bi- and multilingualism. And so these enduring sort of monolingual biases presume language as a system, monolingual speakers as a norm, bilingualism and multilingualism is sequential and discrete, a focus on acquisition rather than use, system versus speech. It ignores multilingualism and multilingual repertoires. including translanguaging. It ignores the difficulties inherent in distinguishing between discrete language varieties and changes over time. We see this in language attrition, but also language shift and loss. It ignores bilingualism as a continuum that's often socially determined. So the reason we don't have balanced so-called bilinguals is not because we can't, but because generally speaking, in most societal contexts, particular language domains are privileged in relation to particular languages. As I said earlier, national languages and international languages such as English often dominate public language domains, for example, and ignores language as speech, our role. And what are the pedagogical consequences, just drawing this to a close? Well, we still see SLA and language teaching and learning a continued focus on error analysis, the ongoing deficit construction of interlanguages as some sort of interim language system, but foreign language in terms of a monolingual speaker is still seen as the target and measure. Fossilization, which Yamuna cut through, talked about right at the start, is again another term that basically pathologizes language learners and their language use. And language mixing and code switching, including within bilingual education programs, continues to be seen as sort of unhelpful or counterproductive, as somehow beyond the pale. And in most language teaching and learning contexts, and second and foreign language teaching particularly, there's still a preoccupation with what Jim Cummins first noted as time on task, the common sense idea that the more you focus on the target language, the more likely the student is to acquire it. And the problem with that, of course, is that it ignores the linguistic repertoire that students bring or learners bring to the classroom, and not just ignores it, but excludes it. And so actually it's one of the least effective means of learning an additional language, because you're not allowed to draw on your prior linguistic knowledge in terms of learning another language. And so despite all of these developments, superdiversity and the multilingual turn and translanguaging, all of which, as I said, are important and significant, I still think, in drawing this to a close, that we still require a wider ideological shift in second foreign language teaching, and also, as I said, in some forms of bilingual education. In order to do that, we need to contextualize language teaching socio-historically and socio-politically. That's what I tried to do in terms of discussing this in relation to the language, in relation to language in the nation state. And its ongoing influence. Just as a very brief segue, the modern nation state model sort of came about probably from the 17th century, perhaps the French Revolution onwards. But prior to that, empires, for example, not all of them, but many of them were overtly multilingual. If we think of the Ottoman Empire, for example, through the first millennium, or actually through until the second millennium, till Turkey in the early 20th century was overtly multilingual. Austro-Hungarian, the Roman Empire also were multilingualism. So multilingualism is the norm prior to the nation state, but has since been ignored over the last few centuries. We need to address, as I've said, related linguistic hierarchies of prestige, this notion that Tony Liddickett talks about, that continue to privilege dominant national and international languages at the expense of other, most often indigenous minority languages. We need to recognise that superdiversity, including linguistic superdiversity, is here to stay. I mean, that is, I think, a significant development that Verdivik has rightly highlighted. And so even if the focus, and one of my critiques of superdiversity is it only focuses on migrants, when we also need to include indigenous and national and regional minority speakers. But nonetheless, the increasing diversity of nation states poses a challenge to this notion of linguistic homogeneity. We need to recognise that dynamic bi or multilingualism is the norm and advantageous in any combination of languages. So addressing the related linguistic hierarchies of prestige, what we often see is that elite bilinguals are quite happy and valorised for knowing so-called international languages, for example, but circumstantial bilinguals, those who are migrants, indigenous, and minoritized groups within nation states, are often pathologized for their bilingualism and multilingualism because of the languages that they speak. And that means we also need to shift from monolingual to multilingual teaching and learning approaches, drawing on learners' total linguistic repertoires. And so just my final slide. As I said, and the question mark remains, I think we still have a lot of work to do in that supplement that I mentioned, the 2019 supplement in the Modern Language Journal following the Douglas Fir group intervention. In the commentary that I provided, I argued that we still need to negotiate the multilingual turn. We can't just presume that it will happen because of all of these deep-seated tendencies that tend to reinforce monolingual conceptions of teaching and learning. So we need to look at the multilingual speaker as a norm, beginning with the bi or multilingual repertoires of learners. We need to see language as performative and language learning as interdependent, and yet still too often in our classrooms, we dissociate languages or the target language from the languages that students or learners already know. And we need to have an understanding of bilingualism as dynamic, as a continuum, as basically part of learners and speakers and users' communicative practices. So we see the learners' bi or multilingualism as emergent, creative, dynamic, and judged in its own terms. Translanguaging, moving between languages, which bi and multilingual speakers do all the time, highlights the issue of multiple discursive practices, hybrid language use, and this, as Garcia and others say, extends or expands the notion of code switching, but in both instances trying to normalize those practices rather than pathologize them. And fundamentally, and we still need to do this work, we need to repudiate the monolingual and deficit constructions of learners that continue to dominate in SLA, and that has been the case since its disciplinary inception, but also in many of our teaching and learning practices, both in terms of TESOL, teaching Spanish as a second and foreign language, and as I said, even in some bilingual contexts, bilingual education contexts. So those challenges remain. I think a lot has been achieved over the last particularly 20 years, and superdiversity, the multilingual term, translanguaging, and other developments have certainly shifted the discourse, at least in critical sociolinguistics. And this is perhaps the other limitation, that while this is widely discussed now from critical perspectives within sociolinguistics and applied linguistics, it still hasn't perhaps reached out to everyday teaching, language teaching and learning practices. So while much has been achieved, the question remains, much still needs to be done. So thank you, Vijay. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this wonderful presentation. There's a lot of food for thought here, especially about the question mark. We have a really tight schedule, but before we go, I would like to continue without asking you about how does this, play out vis-a-vis, the globalization of language, especially the dominance of English around the world on the internet, and especially in academic work?
Yeah, I've just written on this. I mean, what I argue basically is that what we're seeing at the level of globalization, if we think of globalization theory, and particularly the so-called McDonaldization of the world, basically the American US hegemony sort of pervading the rest of the world. And if we think of the internet, where 80 to 85% of the internet is still in English. What I argue is that we're basically seeing the extrapolation of these linguistic hierarchies of prestige that have been sedimented at the national level are now increasingly sedimented via English at the international level. So we see, for example, the elision of the notion of language use with the idea of language reach. So the idea that international languages, and particularly English, is the current global language, is the most useful language. And so we often see that illusion occurring, and we often see a preoccupation with language as simply a tool, so-called, of communication, as if it's devoid of the socio-historical and socio-political context. Because English, like any language, actually, has very humble origins. It wasn't spoken for the first 4 centuries of the millennium, from 1000 to 1400, only by peasants and Old English as such. And so the rise of English has much to do with the Industrial Revolution, the British Navy colonization or colonialism, but also the Allies winning both world wars in the 20th century, and then the rise of the US as a geopolitical power. All of that is socio-political. And we need to sort of recognize and hold that critique, because again, what we're seeing is often arguments now, and particularly the expansion of English medium instruction around the world, often in contexts where English is not actually widely spoken. Exactly the same kinds of linguistic hierarchies of prestige drive this at the international level, as I've suggested they have done historically with national languages.
Yeah, and that we had a few panel discussions and other presentations here today that were talking about, for example, the dominance of English in the academic publication sphere, for example. So if you want to access knowledge, many times scientists and researchers are pushed to publish in English because of this prestige attached to this type of, the publications that are in English are better, positioned internationally. So for the university rankings, it's desirable. And so there's all these things that come into play, and that as language teachers and as language academics, we cannot disregard as simple the way things are. And there are some efforts by, say, for example, our colleague Kiria Finardi from Ayala, whose efforts are to try to get things published also in other languages, not just in English. But sometimes it feels like these are kind of futile efforts in a sense, because in the end, a lot of us are being pushed to publish in English. And even though we do have some efforts, like we publish multilingually in our journals, it's a lot more costly to, for example, publish plurilingually. So we can, some journals publish in, say, 3 languages and not just English. So they publish so that the local communities can also access the knowledge that is being produced in those areas. And maybe I'm veering off a little bit from language teaching, but I think it's still related to the topic of these linguistic hierarchies and how they come together, and they translate to our teaching practices in the classroom.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Ulrich Amon, the German linguist, talked about this in the 90s, and Janet Sola more recently, around the dominance of English as an academic language. Going back just as a very brief segue back to Bourdieu, who obviously is published in French, but his books were translated non-chronologically into English. So even when there are translations, it's still sort of English monolinguals who end up sort of as kind of doing secondary analysis almost in relation to these works. So and it is a problem. AAAL has just recently recognised, the irony that it's an international congress, but which only presents in English, and so there are some changes being made. But that dominance of English as the language of academia is also a product of the wider socio-political, socio-historical dominance of English as a world language.
Well, we really appreciate your wonderful overview of all these issues. I know that the question mark remains. We hope to continue the conversation, if I would like to invite you to send us, if you deem this possible, something written for our journal. That would be it will be our honor to have you in our journal, and we can publish it either in any of the languages. We publish in 6 languages, and we're trying to go to the multilingual, plurilingual model. It's a lot more costly to get articles, published in multiple languages at the same time. We do publish either in Spanish or Guarani or English or Portuguese or French or German, but we don't normally put it in like 3 languages like some journals are doing these days. And our colleagues here who are following you are from the English language teaching area, and I think you gave us a lot of food for thought, especially about the different terms in second language teaching and the implications that these issues have to us as professionals in the English language teaching sphere, and especially in a multilingual country like Paraguay. We're officially bilingual, but we have indigenous languages, we have minority communities, we have immigrant communities, we have border communities that speak Portuguese and Guarani and Spanish. So as the rest of the world, we are a community with multiple language uses, and of course we can benefit from thinking about our language uses and how we can take advantage of those uses to better serve our learners. Thank you, and apologize for not giving you more time to answer more questions.
My pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today, and all the best for the rest of the conference. And
happy Wednesday to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your patience. That was a huge luxury. I hope you can recognize that. I'm going to give the floor to my dear colleague and friend Remigio Diaz, who is my colleague at the master's program, and he gathered up some other colleagues to discuss about different theories of language teaching and learning, and maybe it's a really great segue from the previous talk. Your microphone, Remigio.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Canese. Yes, we are here with 3 participants of the master degree program for English teaching as a foreign language. Professor Cristian Cristoful, Professor Mario Ramirez, and Professor Robson Bittencourt. I would like to introduce the academic background of our professors here. Cristian Cristoful earned his degree in language from the Hager Institute of Languages, Faculty of Philosophy at the National University of Asunción. He holds a specialization in didactics from the Evangelical University of Paraguay. He's the head of the English department of the ISL, that stands for Instituto Superior de Lenguas, at the National University of Asunción. With 20 years of experience in teaching linguistics and its related fields, he focuses primarily on English phonetics and phonology. Professor Mario Ramirez holds a BA in English language from INAES, the former ICE, that stands for Instituto Superior de Educación. He holds he's a specialist at the University Didactics from the National University of Asunción. He's enrolled currently in the EFL Master Degree Program at the National University. He's the coordinator of the English language career at INAES. He's also an EFL teacher at the Ministry of National Defense, and he's an experienced teacher of English literature. Professor Robson Bittencourt earned a degree in Portuguese and German at the Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, Brazil. He further specialized in German as a second language at Albert Ludwig University in Freiburg, Germany. He was also a visiting scholar at the University of California at Berkeley. Currently, Robson works as a literature teacher at Pan American International School and teaches 2 subjects in the Portuguese department of the ISL. His professional interests include linguistics, second language teaching and learning, and bilingualism. We're going to start our talk sharing basically the topic of this talk, which is talking about teaching and learning theories. This was part of our part of the modules in which students were enrolled this year, and we were discussing about these theories, but we would like to talk about how these theories were applied in their different scenarios that we have described. That we have described previously. Okay, and before we start, we're going to analyze some of the books that were included in this module. So all of them are from renowned authors and are considered to be classics. One of them was How Languages Are Learned by Patsy Liban and Mira Espada, An Introduction to Language with Victoria Franklin, An Introduction to Language and Linguistics by Ralph Fossil, and Second Language Learning and Language Teaching by Vivian Cook, Teaching English to Second Language Learning in Academic Context by Jonathan Newton, Dana Ferris, and many other authors. I would like to start with Professor Christoffel about one section that we started the other day about popular ideas about language learning. Professor Christoffel, would you please start?
Thank you, Professor Diaz, and good afternoon to everyone. We did read a lot in Professor Diaz's module, but we really enjoyed reading about linguistics. I especially enjoyed that. And the very first topic that we discussed were these popular ideas about language learning. Many people believe many different things about how languages are learned. If you read the PowerPoint presentation, it says, the first one says, the earlier a second language is introduced in school programs, the greater the likelihood of success in learning. Yes and no. It depends. I remember when I was teaching, I taught English for a long time back then. And I remember parents would approach me and say, for example, how long will it take my kid to learn English? And I never knew the answer because it depends. It totally depends on the student. It depends on so many factors. So yes, the principle, the linguistic principle is that we discuss that in class, but in real life application, it depends. Ideally, a person would learn a language as a kid, and usually the pronunciation is affected there. But in terms of learning a language, learning to communicate, I wouldn't say that is strictly true. Any of my classmates have anything to say regarding that?
Not yet.
Okay, let me continue then. What we love about Professor Diaz's classes is that we would discuss that and we would just interrupt each other and keep discussing, which we love. The second statement says, most of the mistakes that second language learners make are due to interference from their first language. I heard that a lot when I was a kid, but regarding Spanish and Guarani, many people would say that they wouldn't speak Spanish correctly because they spoke Guarani, and that Guarani interfered with their Spanish. The linguistic principle says the opposite. The linguistic principle says that people do not learn languages correctly, and they blame other languages that interfere with them. So the second statement is actually a myth. Okay, there might be some language negative transfer, but they are not normally considered an interference. It's normally an error. The difference between error and mistake is that with errors, the person does not know about a certain thing, while in a mistake, people do know them, they just slip. Then the third statement says the best way to learn new vocabulary is through reading. Yes, it is, definitely. And through speaking and through listening and through writing. So it's not just reading, although reading is a very important source of vocabulary, but listening to YouTube, to TV shows, to native speakers. We live in a globalization era, so the sources are endless. The sky is the limit. Finally, the statement says it is essential for learners to be able to pronounce all the individual sounds in the second language. Well, if your target is to sound exactly identically to a native speaker, probably it would be essential, right? But it is kind of hard to do that. So usually people keep the certain traits of their own native accent. That's what the linguistic theory says.
May I say something?
Yes,
go ahead, please.
Beyond linguistic theories, there is also the question what it means really to speak like a native speakers, and also do native speakers actually speak all sounds, right? When we are speaking our native tongue, we often just speak broken words all the time, and the listener and context is responsible for building the rest of the interpretation. We still make meaning of things even when we make mistakes, right? I'm talking about real mistakes, confusing ship and sheep, not the other nonsense about pronouncing correctly and perfectly. So that is probably unfeasible and undesirable to speak all the individual sounds, right?
Okay. Yes. The idea to start the module with these ideas is that sometimes we just we express those ideas, and we don't have a scientific support to them. Sometimes they are partly true, sometimes they are totally true, but many people hold those ideas to be true. And the idea is in this module was to see what the academy says about these common ideas. Okay, we say common ideas, those people who are not experts in languages or that had just a general idea of how the language works, right? So that was basically the first the intention of the first class, right?
That's right. Let's go to the second topic, which is basically what language was. Yes. We discussed the idea of language. What really is language? That's the following slide, Professor.
Yes.
And you can read about that, about the Africa thingy. Yes, the people of Africa, newborn child is kin to a thing, not yet a muntu, a person. And what decides or what makes an African person a person? Language. So language is fundamental, apparently, in order to become a person in that situation. I remember when my grandparents were young, they would say that a child that was baptized was a Christian, meaning cristiano in Spanish had the connotation of ya es una persona ahora, not necessarily Christian as a believer. And the idea was that once the baby was baptized, he became a person as opposed to a savage. The word was savage. That was a very rude, very strong word, but that was the connotation in that situation. Okay, so apparently language in this African tribe is fundamental. So knowing a language then if we give value to what we're learning, it is essential then. Value is the bridge to communication, but language is the bridge to other cultures, is the bridge to the world. It opens the doors to the world. Yeah. Usually English is as a label is put there. Yes, and many language institutes have this motto that say English opens the doors. And actually languages do that. Yes, because English is so widespread, then English is usually the chosen language, right? But it is actually the function of all languages. Is there any other? Okay, can we go to the next slide, Professor?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Then we've got, and this is an interesting one, we got to the concept of arbitrariness. Arbitrariness in linguistics, that's a hard concept to grasp, but still an interesting one. Yes. The concept of arbitrariness in linguistics says that there is absolutely no reason why things are called like that. I am wearing a shirt, but there is no reason why shirt is called shirt and not elephant, for example. If we all agree that this thing is an elephant, then we would call elephant to this very thing. So the concept of arbitrariness means that there is no connection between what we say and the object that we point to when we say it, okay? It's just a convention, a set up agreement, which is worldwide, and so everyone agrees that in a given language, I don't know, for example, the Spanish word popo, okay, is the Korean word for kiss. Okay, so see, sometimes these conventionalizations clash, and what one thing means in one language means a very different thing in a different language.
And I would like to ask you.
Yes, you're saying yes, so go ahead.
Yes. I want to ask something. Yes. So we had established the importance of knowing the language. We had established this relationship, the arbitrariness of the language. But this is a question for all of us. So how do we put that into the classroom? How do we let students understand that the language, not only English, but other languages as well, open doors to other cultures, to other communities? Because in our environment, the approach to language teaching, especially English, especially for the vast majority, which is in the public sector, is apparently not the right one. So I think there is a mismatch between knowing the language by itself and memorization, okay? Meaning that I just take the test and pass the test. But we know that in that way, we're not going to learn the language. So what do you think about that?
Let me contribute something here. In terms of how we can, because the last part Christian was developing here was more the theoretical part, including the famous arbitrariness of language, right? These theoretical frameworks, they are valid for us as teachers because it can help us to change the values and beliefs that students have about language. Remember what we discussed in the very beginning of this session today. Maybe one of the obstacles to learning is not only some kind of intrinsic inability or even the high difficulty of a language. It might be the values and beliefs that learners have about language that might prevent them from developing and progressing. You know, in the end of this session today, we'll be talking about that in the context of English for academic purposes, how important it is to work with values and beliefs in order to help with motivation, for example. You might ask yourself, what's the connection between values and beliefs and motivation? They are absolutely related, right? So having a strong theoretical framework about what language is we need to have, there is not one only theory of language, right? Obviously, but having one established and substantial theory of language helps us to work with values and beliefs, and therefore probably influence the way that students learn, helping them to progress.
Okay, thank you, Robson. Let's continue with our yeah.
Yes, we also talked about creativity in Professor Diaz's classes. Creativity in linguistics does not have to do with, it's the next slide, Professor. It has not to do with arts or music. It has to do with amount of sentences that anyone can produce. How many sentences can we produce? An infinite number of sentences. This is an amazing ability that human beings have, which is the creativity of linguistic knowledge. Yes, we are not restricted in the amount of sentences that we can produce. So babies or toddlers can produce sentences that they never heard before, for example. So this is the innate ability that we have. Professor Ramirez will talk more about psycholinguistics and how we acquire languages in a minute. But this is an amazing ability that we human beings possess. Finally, we have grammars, different kinds of grammar. And we have what is called descriptive grammar. Descriptive grammar is just books that tell you how languages look like. They say, for example, in Argentina, people pronounce lluvia or sha, and they describe. Then in Chile, they say show instead of show, for example. And in Puerto Rico, they say amol instead of amor. So these are aspects or characteristics or features of languages which are described by this descriptive grammar. On the other hand, we have prescriptive grammars. Unfortunately, this is the ones that are usually taught at schools. Prescriptive grammars are rules, 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 and rules. And usually, for communicative purposes, so many rules are too overwhelming for students. So our idea when discussing these topics was to look for effective ways to teach English. And the conclusion was to avoid or to restrict prescriptive grammar to a specific time of the lesson, and then devote all the rest of the time to actually use the language, be exposed to the language, or expose our students to the foreign language. Is there any other? Well, teaching grammar was covered there.
Exactly.
So I think Professor Mario can continue then with the presentation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. So before starting the next topic, I would like to add that there are some other aspects that today we consider to call what is language. And what we know as language is the evolution from other languages from the past. For example, the English or the Spanish that we speak today is not the same that people spoke during the medieval time, for example. If we study that English, we will notice that it's completely different from the one that we learn in the institute and the school. And some other linguists said that they had almost the same pattern of Spanish grammar, but because of historical events and also social events, and now we can also include political event is what we have the language in any specific country. So we also include this aspect for the prescriptive grammar. Okay, so another topic that we discussed in this model was psycholinguistics. The next slide, please. Yeah. So, but what is psycholinguistics? The psycholinguistics is a branch or is a part of linguistics, and actually it's a science that study to give us an answer how we people, and of course students, can acquire the language. In our case, the second language, because as we discussed at the beginning of this session, there are ideas, or we can say misconceptions about how we acquire language. What happened if in a class we had a person that had speech problems, people that cannot modulate the words, and we had, oh, that person will never communicate in English nor in Spanish. But there is a scientific answer, or of course, we need also, we need the help of professionals of this area to give a specific answer to how to face this problem that we around in class when we talk about second language acquisition. But we need to first understand and make a difference what is speech and what is language. Are both the same? Because we can say speech is the same because when we speak the language. And sometimes we have this confusion in Spanish because we use a word for this, lengua, lenguaje. What is lengua? What is habla? Is the same habla as lengua, as the idioma? Is the space the same as language? But we had specific cases, regarding speech and language problem in a specific EFL classroom that we studied through the course. And this situation were about Jorge or George that was almost a toddler, and it's hard to understand when he talks. And this is a common characteristic of toddler, of baby. And sometimes they use a different, we can say a different grammar from that we are. For example, I remember an anecdote that we share here that Professor Christian told about his son when we need to conjugate the verb ir in Spanish. So how do we conjugate? We use ir in the imperative voice, be, but he said ite. So because they are in that process of acquiring the language, and this is how linguistic, psycholinguistic is in charge to give us that answer, how people at the first stage of life speak a different or peculiar word of our language. Another case is in English, when kids say mouses and don't say mice. And then there are quite that we say mice and no mouses. Okay, so he is quiet when he speaks and his sounds are not clear. What is the possible problem? Is it speech or is language? A language problem. Another situation is about Vicky. She is in high school. She has learning problems since she was young. She has trouble reading and writing and need extra time to take tests. So at first sight, we can see that there is different situation. One is connected with, I would say, biological problems, biological reason, biological connection, and the other one is about understanding, comprehension. So here we can have a possible answer to say, is it speech problem or language problem? Another situation is about Marian. She had a stroke. She can only say one or two words at a time. So we can see that she has neurological problems. She also has trouble following simple directions. So it goes more than learning a language. Probably she has problem in her brain. And what about Luis? He also had a stroke, but he is able to understand everything he hears and speaks in full sentences. The problem is that he has a slurred speech and is hard to understand. So both people had stroke, but one is, for one person it's difficult to communicate because she can't understand. But the next person that had also stroke, he can understand, but it's difficult to understand him when he speaks. So here we have again a problem to understand. Is it speech or language disorder? So in the following slide, we are going to know specifically what is speech. When we talking about speech, it's about the sound and the words, okay? When we speak, we give sounds, and those sounds represent words, and the words represents idea. So speech is in charge of the sound, also the articulation, how people modulate the word, because is even though that the person speak, let's say fluently, speak with correct grammar, when that person articulate, we cannot have that successful communication. It's not the same like, I'm going to the bar, then I'm going to the bar. So the problem here is articulation and also the voice. So people can have now articulation, but the volume is a problem. So again, it's talking about the sound and of course, fluency. It's better to understand a person that has fluency, like that flows, the word flows naturally, than a person that all the time he or she is chopping the words when he speaks, or he has these famous muletillas. So in general, speech is about the sounds, the volume, and the way that we arrange those sounds. What about language? So language refers how we arrange the word. Here we had grammar, here we had semantic, here we had syntax. And what is syntax? It's grammar, it's the way that we arrange the word to produce ideas, to communicate ideas. And what is semantic? The meaning that we gave to those sentences, to those words, okay? And what word means? Some words had more than one meaning. Star, synonym of begin, and star is an object in the sky. So as Professor Christoffel said, we can use creativity when we spoke a language. So from the vocabulary that we had a plenty option to formulate words. So friend, we had friendly, unfriendly, and etc. And we use this word to communicate. Again, how we put the words together is referred to syntax, because in English we follow a specific part. It's not the same and in Spanish that we can put the subject at the end, in the middle, or at the beginning of the sentence. But in English we need to follow the subject verb object structure. Okay, so speech regards basically sound, and language is the way that we use those sounds to communicate idea in a prefix convention, let's say.
Okay, I had a question, Professor Mario. So
yeah,
why do we study all of these things that are related to the brain, that are related to speech? So what is the intention? Why should a teacher should know about these topics? How do we put that into practice? How do we put this figure that you have said into practice? Why is it important to know about this?
Okay, regarding this kind of problem, we as teachers, we cannot work alone. We need the help of a professional in this area. So we cannot label our student. We cannot say, oh, he has a speech disorder or he has language disorder. So what we need to do is to, if the school had a professional psychopedagogue or a psychology, talk to them and say, I think that this student had. So we need an official diagnosis to start working with the students. And once we have the diagnosis, again, we need to work with a professional. So there are a specific technique or strategy that we can use in class. One of the common strategy that we can use is to speak slowly, to make some articulation exercises. Again, about breathing, we can use visual. So it depends on the specific diagnosis. So in this case, we cannot work alone as teacher. We need the help of a professional in this area. But it's important that we know all these facts so we can detect or to communicate this issue to the professional.
Okay, so, Professor Christoffel, you want to say something, Professor?
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted to add that Professor Ramirez answered the language disorder part, but he was also mentioning language. He mentioned syntax, semantics, pragmatics, etc. If we extend your question, Professor Diaz, to why it is important for students to learn syntax or semantics or pragmatics. In pragmatics, for example, we study how to read between lines, which is difficult in our own language. Imagine a foreign language. So teaching this to our students is a very important aspect, a fundamental one, I would say, so that they can survive in a country where that language is spoken. Other pragmatic issues have to do with not only knowing the linguistic side of the language, but also the contextual, situational side of it. So if we know how both sides work together, then we will be able to communicate more effectively, which is what we want for our students.
Exactly. So my question was about that, because sometimes it seems that we are reading a lot of theory, or many of the theories were developed, especially in Europe and the United States, and we see them so far from our context, right? So that so the question arises. So why do I need to know about this? This is different from my context. But the idea is that, as you have already mentioned, that if I have to know first my L1. If I have a strong foundation of my L1, that will help me with learn probably a second or a third language, right? But there is this dissociation between theory and practice. I think it's something with our challenges that we have to face here in our country, and I would say in other countries as well. So to understand that a strong theoretical foundation help my teaching practice.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, that is the idea of this conversation we're having with.
Yeah, I think it's also important to bring here the idea of applied linguistics. So what is the purpose of applied linguistics? It is to apply the knowledge about every of these branches of linguistics in order to solve a linguistic problem. And these are some kind of linguistic problem that we can have in our classroom, and to teach them how to learn better or how to acquire better the second language. And this is connected with motivation. Because sometimes when the student doesn't know, or for them they have this kind of problem, they lack of motivation. So we can understand here and say, no, it's not because you are a silly student. It probably there is a problem behind, so we can give them some solution for this kind of situations.
Okay. Yes, we can continue now with Professor Robson.
This was a lot of fun. We talked about some myths and truths about language, then quite an interesting part about psycholinguistics presented also by Professor Ramirez. And we're moving on now to one of the issues we studied and learned and discussed in our last section with Professor Diaz, namely about more specifically teaching language skills in English for academic purposes, right? Which is, it might not sound that interesting, but since we'll be talking here about motivation, this is important not only for us, not only as teachers, but also as learners. We're now in a context where we have to write research proposals, essays. By this time, in November, we are all exhausted after writing so many things, right? But in the process of doing so, we also learned a lot about English for academic purposes. I mean, even the ones that experienced teachers such as Christian, Mario, or myself, I would include, we learned a lot about writing with other more experienced people. So, but so in that sense, it was a very important topic to be included in this subject. Okay, now I'll be talking here more about the theory or the exposition of Newton and others, as you can see above in the bibliography. But I will try also to add my 2 cents in the story. What Newton and others propose here is that English for academic purposes has to be based on skills-based teaching. Classes of English for academic purpose need to be skills-based. I think that that approach can be used in any kind of classes. I think in kind of English classes, you can try to organize your classes with this approach that language has to serve for real world applications. So in that sense, you can teach any course using a skills-based approach, but even more importantly, in the case of English for academic purposes. This kind of instruction serves for very specific goals, such as you can see here, writing in the different academic genres, comprehending lectures, and writing tutorials, writing abstract research proposals, as I have mentioned before. It can apply to all the 4 abilities. Not very often we focus much on writing, but English for academic purposes can branch out and apply to the 4 abilities. But the idea is that you try to base your course on a skills-based approach. The authors also propose what they call 4 overarching assumptions. I would prefer to call principles. Instead of assumptions about how to teach, I would prefer to see them as principles that are established. Let's call them 4 established principles for teaching English for academic purpose. Very briefly, those 4 principles are the importance of positive motivation to achieve your learning goals. The second one would be the importance of meaningful language use. And it's important to see that those things are not disconnected. You have to see all of them as associated. The third one would be, obviously, and now we move on to what we normally do, the need to pay attention to the development of students' language knowledge. The part that normally is more focused on here comes as a third point. And I think the authors really believe in a sort of a hierarchy here of importance. And finally, there is also, and I'll be explaining better later, the importance of metacognition. Motivation, I think if you are listening to this and you are a teacher, I might be saying something that's too basic, but motivation is often understood as something that might come from outside. But I think what we're talking about here is, when we talk about psychology-based theories, we're talking about more about intrinsic motivation that can be influenced from outside as well. And I think I had mentioned before already about students' goals, values, and beliefs. For example, what do they believe language is? Very basic question. What is language for you? That the answer to this question might influence the way they learn, right? And probably that's where we as educators, teachers, might have a minor influence, maybe in guiding them in what we think is the right direction. And I want to repeat, in what we believe is the right direction, right? So in terms of motivation, we also can see that several factors can influence. As you can see in the next PowerPoint here, in the next slide, levels of language proficiency. Let's say you go to a course that's incredibly difficult and your English is very basic, then you lose your motivation. You're going to be frustrated and you will not learn. So there must be a balance there. Your age, and so on. Now, going to the second established principle I mentioned before, lessons have to be structured according to meaningful language use. It must have a connection with real life. People will learn better when they see that what they are learning is connected with real world tasks that they might accomplish in the future, right? So in that sense, this is what we mean when we say that they need to have real opportunities to practice meaning, focus, target, performance. All right, next slide. Now the third established principle, developing language per se, language knowledge and skills. One interesting point to highlight here, we discussed in class, but it's something that I personally like, is the idea that when, for example, if you're teaching vocabulary, like that's the specific part of your lesson when you teach vocabulary or grammar, more important than learning vocabulary, which is important, is learning how to identify and how to learn vocabulary continuously. For example, learn the meaning of words according to context. So you need to have a mix of vocabulary growth, but also strategies that will help the student to continue learning on their own without the guidance of a teacher in building their vocabulary for the future. Specifically here, obviously, in the academic context. Right. One question that arises when we talk about this third principle, which is teaching language per se, language knowledge, is the one regarding form, more specifically grammar that you guys mentioned before. How explicit should you teach language form or grammar, more specifically, in the academic context? And I think that I don't remember if we really discussed that, but my answer to this now would be, it depends, right? It depends on your specific goals. Let's say you are dealing with a certain genre of academic genre that uses a lot, for example, passive voice, then it would not be harmful to spend a little time learning the usage of the passive voice, especially in the case of students that don't have a high level of proficiency. So this is also an important question. I think it's up to the teacher to make that decision. And obviously, take into consideration the feedback of other students. Next slide, Professor. Yeah, finally, and I think one point that I just mentioned, right? How can the student participate in this process? Because we tend to focus so much on what we can do, right? How we teach, what theory, how we can influence the way their values and beliefs. But then there is, according to the authors, there is also one important principle, which is that the learning process in English for academic purpose context, but probably also in others, is that where you can enhance learning is through what they call learner metacognition. Sounds like a fancy word, right? But the meaning is very simple. It's the ability to think about how you learn, the ability to think about how you learn and how you can manage your own learning. So if we get to a point where students can actually try to manage the way they learn, let's say they find out that they can learn faster in a certain way, they might then try to use that methodology or strategy more often. If they see that something is not working, they might just give up and go in another direction. And even metacognition even includes how much time are we going to spend every day learning, for example. Students have to be able to set their goals and objectives by looking at how they learn. What is their goal, for example, at the end of the year? At the end of the year, they need to learn to write a research proposal properly. Then you can establish mini goals throughout the year using what they call here metacognition, which would be what I prefer to call, instead of assumptions, the 4 established principles for learning or teaching English for specific academic purposes. Okay. I was rushing a little bit here because I was looking at the time. But anyways, I think that's my humble contribution to this awesome session.
Thank you very much. And I would like you to close your ideas again with this question. Okay, so what did you learn, and how the things that you have learned help you in your practicum? Okay, at the different scenarios where you teach. Okay, perhaps we can start with Professor Cristobal, then with Mario, and then we close with Robson.
I would say I had covered the theory before, but what what this course gave me was awareness. I was super aware of my classmates' teaching situations. I usually focus on my teaching situation because it's my experience, but listening to my classmates and listening to the professor on the theories and how the theories can become extremely practical when living and experiencing a teaching situation is amazing. So I became super aware of other teaching foreign language situations, and that helped me, enriched me.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Mario?
Yes, and not only with your module, Professor, but I think with the whole course of this master degree, helped me to implement or to improve my teaching strategies, because this was like a refreshing for the ideas that we learned through our licenciaturas for our BA. And it's also new because we add the touch of our current education with this new tendency, for example, the famous and political AI. So through all this course, I learned how to implement these theories, how to detect certain issues in what my students have trouble to learn to learn English, and how to face those situations. So I think the most valuable contribution for this course was that to apply and to improve and to innovate in my teaching strategies for the class.
Thank you, Professor Ramirez. So, Professor Robson?
I will second to the idea of Mario that it's difficult to distinguish what we learn in these subjects and the other subjects. It's almost impossible. So, for example, now we just looked at psycholinguistics. In psycholinguistics, we can learn about different ways that students can learn, and thus we apply that to, for example, creating scaffolding strategies for our students, or differentiated learning and testing. And this is one of in my specific case, I would say that in your course and in other subjects in this master's, I think I started more than before looking more carefully at my learner in terms of, what is this? We discussed today values and beliefs, for example. What are the values and beliefs of this learner? Does that prevent him from learning? Or what, in a more specific way also, what is the linguistic and cultural background of, let's say, my student? In my case, I teach literature, right? Well, this student is Japanese. She has an intermediate level of English. How can I help her, for example, to understand a story that was written originally in English for native speakers? And I think that's where looking integrally of what we learn in different classes and in your class, it helped me to try to understand different learners and their values and beliefs and backgrounds in order to offer a better class, right? And I honestly believe that all of us have been implementing these ideas in class. This is going beyond theory. Professor, your work was not in vain.
Thank you very much. So I think this moment that we share together help us for the first, I would say for the very first time here in this context, to see different perspectives from different people thanks to technology. So things that were not that clear about how English is taught, for example, here in Asunción, in another country, and having the voices from the different participants enrich this experience. Okay, so thank you very much for your contribution for this dialogue. And with this comments, we are closing our session. So we give time to the next participant. Thank you very much for joining us, and see you in another Congress so far.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Professor?
Is Cristina there? Yes, Cristina Boselli ya está aquí con nosotros, quien modera el siguiente panel, que es el panel de lengua francesa. Adelante, profesora Cristina. Buenas tardes, Cristina. Buenas tardes, Guadalupe. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, profe.
Ahí la profesora Cristina Boselli, no sé si está por ahí. Está ya.
Sí, pero no se le escucha.
Cristina, tu micrófono.
Sí, ahora está bien.
Ahora sí.
Bueno, disculpen, por favor, sinceramente estaba mirando el partido Paraguay-Bolivia. Ahora sí, ya me incorporo con mucha felicidad, porque para todos los que no sepan, empatamos. Muy bien, dicho esto, acá vamos a empezar nuestro panel de lengua francesa, que quisimos hacerlo en español para que mucha más gente pudiera conocer estos eventos, estos hechos. Y vamos a empezar por, quisiera en tal caso que cambiaran la pantalla, porque primeramente va a empezar la licenciada Guadalupe. Guadalupe, si vos podés alzar tu ponencia. Esto lo está alzando la profesora Lourdes Morel, creo. Ahí está. Bueno, brevemente voy a leer. La ponencia lleva por título La inmigración francesa en Yegros, Casapá, aspectos sociolingüísticos, culturales e históricos. La expositora es María Guadalupe Martínez Paiva, una egresada de nuestra licenciatura. Voy a leer brevemente su currículum. Nacida en Asunción, contador público, licenciada en lengua francesa del ISL, posgrado en didáctica universitaria y profesorado de inglés por el Anglo, cursando la maestría en lengua inglesa en el ISL. En el campo laboral, administra y dirige desde hace 8 años el Instituto de Idiomas Caazapá en la ciudad de Caazapá. Es profesora de idioma extranjero en la Universidad Nacional, Facultad de Ciencias Agrarias, y asistente de lengua para la carrera de lengua francesa en el ISL. Guadalupe, te ruego comenzar tu exposición.
Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Espero que estén bien. Mejor porque Paraguay ganó, o sea, empató, ¿verdad? Pero es como si fuera que ganó. Y estamos todos felices porque el punto nos llevamos nosotros y bueno, todos estamos felices también acá por Casa Paz, súper bien. Estamos todos contentos y por suerte no hay tantas bombas, ¿verdad? No se escucha tantas bombas, pero sí estamos muy, muy felices. Y bueno, yo estoy feliz de compartir con ustedes este espacio, el panel de lengua francesa, y lo hicimos en español como estamos conversando con la profe, la directora de la carrera de lengua francesa, porque tenemos muchos involucrados y estos involucrados hablan español. Entonces, solo un porcentaje habla francés. Entonces, por respeto a todas estas personas que colaboraron en este trabajo de investigación, lo hicimos en español, ¿verdad? Por eso. Entonces vamos a empezar. Voy a empezar, tengo que ver acá mi presentación, sí. Ahí.
Guadalupe, tenés 15 minutos, más
Sí.
eventualmente 5 minutos para preguntas.
Para preguntas. Ok. Quiero aclarar que este trabajo fue presentado originalmente en el idioma francés el 20 de diciembre de 2023 en el Instituto Superior de Lenguas, Facultad de Filosofía de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción, bajo la dirección y tutoría de la doctora Gloria Medina de Pérez, para la obtención del título de licenciatura en lengua francesa. Este trabajo me llevó 2 años a hacer y bueno, de ahí vamos a empezar de qué se trata, ¿verdad? Teniendo a la población diezmada y su economía totalmente destruida, el Paraguay necesitaba poblar su territorio. Entonces empezó a recurrir a diferentes tipos de inmigración para repoblar el país y asimismo recuperar el sector productivo primario. Entre los años 1880 y 1901 llegaron desde Argentina, con ayuda del marqués Ferdinand Charles Henry Gaston Duoethnography, más de 100 familias francesas al departamento de Caazapá, un aproximado de 200 correntinos, entre los cuales se encontraban hijos de franceses nacidos en Corrientes, para poblar la colonia Puesto Naranjo, que luego se denominó Colonia Nacional. Este presente trabajo tiene como objetivo describir las contribuciones de los inmigrantes franceses de la ciudad de Yegros desde sus primeros años de fundación, sus aportes culturales, sociales y económicos. También identificar quiénes fueron los ciudadanos ilustres dentro de la colectividad francesa que contribuyeron al crecimiento y formación de esta sociedad que fue en la ciudad de Yegros en esa época. Y finalmente reconocer a los ciudadanos de la colectividad francesa como los primeros colonos extranjeros que formaron la colonia nacional que hoy conocemos como Ciudad de Fulgencio Yegros. Bueno, la problemática de este trabajo fue que la comunidad francesa desapareció en el tiempo y que existía antes la comunidad de origen francés, pero hoy día dice dónde queda ese testimonio, dónde está, porque poco y nada sabemos de lo que estaba, poco y nada, así la gente normal no sabe, ¿verdad? Todo lo que hubo antes y un después, y hoy Yegros más bien se caracteriza por sus descendientes que son suecos, alemanes, suizos y más bien de origen que hablan franco parlante, germano parlantes, sí. Bueno, este es el mapa de la ciudad de Yegros. Podemos observar que es totalmente planificada, fue la primera ciudad planificada del Paraguay en su época. Nuestras preguntas principales de la investigación fueron: ¿cuáles fueron las contribuciones de estos inmigrantes en la ciudad de Yegros desde sus inicios hasta 1950 aproximadamente? En el plano cultural, ¿cuál fue la más grande contribución de estos inmigrantes franceses? ¿Cuál fue el aporte sociológico específico que cambió la sociedad en esa época? ¿Cuáles fueron los ilustres ciudadanos, como ya dije, ¿verdad?, que contribuyeron al crecimiento? Dentro de la colonización francesa tuvimos 3 grandes proyectos de colonización. La primera fue la Nouvelle Picardie en 1950, antes de la guerra, de la Gran Guerra. La segunda fue la Nouvelle Bordeaux, perdón, está al revés. La primera fue la Nouvelle Bordeaux en 1855 en Villa Hayes. La segunda, la Colonia Nacional, que conocemos como la ciudad de Yegros. Y la tercera fue un intento de colonización hacia el río Apa, cerca de Concepción, que se llamó Nouvelle Picardie o Nouvelle France. Ahí voy a hacer una pequeña reseña nomás, que el Nueva Bordeaux fue en 1855, antes de la guerra, que vinieron 800 o 900 inmigrantes vascos. Luego tenemos la Colonia Nacional, que es la que conocemos ahora como Ciudad de Yegros, que fue primero Colonia Presidente González. También fue una idea de inmigración, porque el gobierno estaba comprometido con este proyecto. Y luego se denominó Juan González para luego finalmente llamarlo Colonia Nacional. La Nueva Francia fue un proyecto por Nouvelle Picardie en 1950, que fue hacia Concepción, como les dije, pero realmente fue muy triste porque fueron engañados muchísimos franceses, ciudadanos franceses, por un compueblano suyo, ¿verdad?, con el perdón, con el respeto, y no se pudo colonizar, no se pudo concretar este sueño, este proyecto. pero sí están todos los papeles, están en todos los libros. En 2 libros acá citamos del señor Pitot, en 1955 ya se conocía, y la doctora Benítez, que también en su tesis doctoral menciona esto, según todos los documentos que se encontró. Bueno, en el departamento de Caazapá tuvo 2 eventos migratorios importantes. La colonia Cosme, que fueron ciudadanos australianos que vinieron desde Caguazú, dirigidos por William Lane, y fue un conflicto entre ciudadanos australianos que, bueno, luego decidieron migrar y llegar al departamento de Caazapá en la colonia Cosme en 1894. La segunda inmigración del departamento están los ciudadanos franceses, que fue la colonia Presidente González. Esto fue por ley el 7 de junio de 1881 y era administrado directamente por el gobierno paraguayo. El primer vagón de inmigrantes se constituyó por 139 personas casadas, solteros y 10 niños. Los colonos recibían instrumentos, un poco de animales, caballos y unas cuantas hectáreas para empezar. Bueno, el origen de la colonia, como dijimos, no era necesariamente franceses traídos de Francia, porque era una mezcla de franceses, era una mezcla de vascos, era una mezcla de familias que ya estaban instaladas en Argentina, y entonces eran franceses y hijos de franceses. Bueno, hubo un conflicto con el gobierno después de unos cuanto tiempo, se cortó la suministración, era difícil empezar a emprender en una tierra desconocida, y el gobierno le empezaba a apurar a estos pobres, ¿cómo se dice? Ciudadanos extranjeros. Entonces ellos protestaron porque todavía no era el tiempo de su cosecha ni que ellos tenían que ver su esfuerzo. Entonces le golpeó mucho económicamente y anímicamente a estas personas. Entonces protestaron con el consulado de Francia en Asunción, y algunos fueron expatriados, repatriados otra vez a Argentina. Bueno, entonces, siguiendo con la historia del pueblo de Yegros, fue un éxodo masivo hacia Argentina de muchos franceses, pero algunos quedaron en Yegros, y esto es un testimonio que el escritor Henry Pitot visitó Yegros en 1950 más o menos, y él se encontró con mucha gente que eran ya los nietos, los hijos o los nietos de estas personas que vinieron primero en 1880 aproximadamente. Y ahí dijo que le encontró a Gabriel Casinol, panadero, François Labadie, agricultor, Jean Labadie, Charles Lefebvre y algunas que otras personas, ¿verdad? Y también, según la historia, según todos los libros y artículos que consulté, en 1888 vinieron las primeras familias germano-parlantes desde Dresde, Alemania, y Neusterin, que ahora es conocida como Polonia actualmente. Estas familias, Smith, Koch, Foot, Kappeler, Uck, están hasta ahora en Yegros porque son las más conocidas de esta parte de la región, estos apellidos. Bueno, fue un fin del conflicto en 1900, el gobierno otra vez exoneró a los colonos, no le devolvió nada, pero exoneró las deudas, y en ese momento fue que muchas nacionalidades decidieron volver algunos, y algunos decidieron venir por primera vez en esta ciudad que es cosmopolita, se le conoce, ¿verdad? En ese entonces, en 1901, según todos los registros que hemos consultado, la colonia estaba compuesta por un total de 847 personas. Estaban divididas por 186 familias, entre los cuales la mayoría era francesa. Perdón, voy a poner acá a mí, porque no puedo leer todo. Bueno, la mayoría era 113 franceses, 108 italianos, luego vinieron 59 alemanes, suizos, españoles, ingleses, rusos, austriacos, y el resto compuesto también de paraguayos, argentinos, brasileros y norteamericanos. En esta fue la época de oro y de la colonia nacional, que luego se convirtió en Fulgencio Yegros. Bueno, la ciudad de Fulgencio Yegros como ciudad se fundó el 17 de diciembre de 1891. Fue fundada bajo la presidencia de Juan González. Los primeros colonos fueron Ferdinand Charles Henry, el jefe de la primera colonia. Anthony Gibrat fue el verdadero autor del plano de esta ciudad. Nathalie Bruel escultora y poetisa, Manuel Moudelle, soldado de la Guardia Vaticana en Roma, José Durán, cocinero de la corte de Napoleón en Francia, Emilio Naput, Leopoldo Bruel y Gregorio Fernández, creadores de la primera central eléctrica. Bueno, entre todas las cosas que le caracteriza a la ciudad de Yegros es que fue la primera ciudad electrificada, fue la primera ciudad que tuvo cancha de tenis con luz eléctrica y que fue una de las primeras ciudades que también implementó el tema del cine, por ejemplo. Eso sí, no está acá, pero está en el trabajo de investigación. Es uno de las personalidades más importantes era don Emilio Naput. Si bien él no era francés, pero él era franco-libanés, hablaba un francés perfecto según todos los libros y los testimonios. Él fue uno de los pioneros en traer el tenis con su esposa, crearon el Club Social Deportivo Yegros Lawn Tennis Club. Él fue la primera persona que se bajó de un tren y que trajo una raqueta de tenis en su mano. Él fue el primero que tuvo un auto, ¿verdad? Y que trajo de Asunción hasta Yegros, fue no sé en cuántas horas o cuántos días de viaje, pero fue la primera persona que trajo un auto para la ciudad. Y era todo una cosa totalmente novedosa. Él era la persona más revolucionaria en esa época. Bueno, el trabajo, ¿cómo elaboramos este trabajo? Este trabajo elaboramos a partir de libros históricos que hablan de inmigración en Paraguay, más de 40 libros, artículos de revistas publicadas sobre los descendientes franceses y sobre la ciudad de Yegros, artículos paraguayos, artículos de la región de Argentina, artículos de Uruguay, porque había un diario francés, por ejemplo, que agarraba el diario en 1800, en 1900 y contaba todo lo que pasaba entre los franceses de la región, lo que pasaba en Buenos Aires, lo que pasaba en Yegros, lo que pasaba en Asunción, lo que pasaba en Montevideo. Entonces, esas revistas también pudimos consultar. Decretos y referencias de las colonias inmigrantes entre 1850 y 1950. Esto es muy importante, la base de datos genealógicos de la Sociedad Mormona de Utah. Como yo sé que realmente estas personas vinieron a Yegros, existieron en Yegros. Ahí quiero mencionar a mi amiga, la arquitecta Lolia Lavant, que fue una de las que más me ayudó en este caso. Es una descendiente francés, pero ella es descendiente francés de hacia Concepción. Y ella y yo estuvimos así noches y noches buscando los descendientes, los certificados de nacimiento de estas personas, los certificados de matrimonio, de defunción, decir, pero en tal año nació, y tal año estuvo en Paraguay, y tal año estuvo en Argentina, y tal año estuvo en Francia, y tal año le llamó el servicio militar a tal fulano, porque en realidad estaba como ciudadano francés. Y en Francia, en los registros de Francia, que también nos ayudó un francés en este caso, porque él buscaba otra vez si realmente estaban en lo que se dice el registro militar, ¿verdad? De los que tenían 18 años, 19 años y que eran llamados para participar en la Segunda Guerra, la Primera Guerra Mundial. La Primera Guerra creo que fue. Y bueno, entonces hay documentos que dicen que realmente estas personas vinieron de Francia, algunas, o estaban en Argentina, y vinieron a Yegros y que realmente estaban por acá, ¿verdad? Hay documentos. Y lo más importante, sí.
Guadalupe, 5 minutos más.
Sí, ya. Entonces, los testimonios de los descendientes de los ciudadanos franceses, el testimonio de toda la gente que me dijo, sí, fue mi abuelo, fue mi tío, ¿verdad? Entonces, eso es lo más importante, aparte de los documentos. Entonces, fuimos entrevistando a 36 personas de diferentes regiones de Francia. ¿Cómo llegamos a eso? Llegamos primero a más de 200 personas y estas personas nos derivaban a las personas que tenían más conocimiento sobre sus raíces de cada familia, más o menos entre 50 y 70 años, las personas que más sabían. Bueno, estos son los resultados, estas son las familias: Bruel, Bernardo, Solier, Falot, Gauchomar, Finés, Limousin, Balat, Discours, Couturier, Casinol, Menoret, Moulard, Lefebvre, Lacou, Ponillot, Muller, Moudel, Pernodé y Carazo. Estas son las familias que entrevistamos. ¿Y de dónde vinieron? De todas estas ciudades, de todas estas partes de Francia. Los Moulard de Normandie, Franche-Comté vinieron los Moudel, los Lefebvre de Ol, Rhône, Alpes, los de Occitane vinieron Finés, Soulier, Bruel, Casignol, Nouvelle-Aquitaine vinieron Bernardo, Beauchomar, Menoret, Limousin. Los Fallots vinieron de la Centre-Val de Loire. Entonces vinieron de todas partes de Francia. ¿Qué hicieron en esta época? 15 personas en la agricultura, el comercio, 1 trabajaba en el tren, 2 se dedicaban al petit grain, 2 eran productores de miel, 2 eran industriales, 1 panadero, 1 señora tenía hotel, 3 producían licor y 2 elaboraban vino. ¿Qué pasó de sus herencias de sus familiares en Yegros? ¿Qué es lo que ellos se acuerdan? Se acuerdan de la gastronomía, la música, las bebidas, la literatura. ¿Qué tienen con Yegros? 47 personas dicen que ya no tienen familias en Yegros y el 53% dice que todavía tiene familias que viven en Yegros. Bueno, ¿quién se destacó en el ámbito económico y urbanístico? Antonín Gibrat, que hizo el trazado único en el país de la ciudad. Las familias que crearon industrias como la familia Fauló, la industria de jabón, la panadería de los Casinol, destilería y explotación de Petit Grain de los Menoret, la fábrica de muebles de la familia Linousim, los depósitos de los Bluel, entre otros. Ámbito social, como ya les dije, ya crearon el Yegros Lawn Tennis Club y el Club Social 14 de Mayo. Fue el tenis el deporte principal que se distinguió de Yegros y los ciudadanos franco-libaneses, que ya les dije. El aporte sociológico que cambió la sociedad fue la llegada de la luz eléctrica. Fue la primera ciudad que tuvo luz eléctrica en todo el Paraguay. Sociolingüístico.
Guadalupe, muy poquito tiempo ya porque tenemos 3 profesoras de la Universidad de Puebla.
Sí, ya estoy terminando.
Concluye.
Sí. Entonces, la comunidad perdió su uso de lengua a partir de la segunda generación. ¿Y qué dicen los descendientes? Que se acuerdan de todo esto, de las músicas, las bebidas, la literatura, ¿sí? Pero por faltas económicas tuvieron que mudarse a otras ciudades. Ok, acá está el señor Bernardo, él hizo 15 años de investigación sobre las familias, todas las nacionalidades, todos los apellidos, de dónde vino, de qué país estaban, todo eso. Eso fue una de nuestras, de lo que yo usé para poder hacer esta investigación. El señor Bruel, estas son las mujeres, Sabi, Bernardo, Menoret, todos estos fueron los descendientes los que me facilitaron estas fotografías, ¿sí? Este es Gabriel Casiñón, Gabriel Balat, vinieron de Argentina, Corrientes, el señor Lefebvre, también el señor Menoret, la familia Menoret, fue la primera que tuvo industrias. Y bueno, y ahí terminamos con la cancha de tenis. Bueno, eso fue todo lo que pude aportar y bueno, ahora vamos a continuar con nuestro panel. Y bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos por su atención.
Muchísimas gracias, Guadalupe. Excelente tu trabajo de tesina. Muy ilustrativo sobre esta ciudad de Yegros y sus inmigrantes franceses. Bueno, la segunda presentación que vamos a tener es la mía, ¿verdad? Bueno, me presento yo misma, ¿verdad? Soy Cristina Boselli, soy abogada, soy coordinadora de la licenciatura en lengua francesa del Instituto Superior de Lenguas. Bueno, adelante, por favor, si pueden pasar a la segunda diapositiva. Bueno, en realidad lo que voy a hacer, yo tengo también presente acá mi PowerPoint. Estuve haciendo, primeramente empecé por la influencia, vamos a quedar un ratito ahí, la influencia de la lengua francesa en el Paraguay. Dije, bueno, pero hay algo más que la influencia de la lengua francesa en el Paraguay. Hay algo que es la influencia del francés en América Latina. Bien, entonces me puse a buscar y encontré que América Latina, la expresión América Latina es un invento francés. Y nació este concepto a mediados del siglo XIX en París. En esos días, Francia vivía su segundo imperio y Napoleón III ordenaría la segunda invasión francesa de México. En este momento, ya en México, bueno, sabemos más o menos cómo sucedió, ¿verdad? Que eso fracasó, pero lo que quería Francia era crear una expresión más grande, más amplia, que no fuera solamente la hispana, América hispana o Iberoamérica, sino algo que también pudiera contener a Francia, y eso que era América Latina. Y por supuesto que esta expresión bueno, fue todo, ¿verdad? Y hasta ahora nosotros nos conocemos como latinoamericanos, ¿sí? Bueno, posteriormente, ya lo dije, ¿verdad? Francia quería mayor protagonismo en este continente, porque Francia ya había alimentado las ideas revolucionarias del continente americano a partir de su revolución. Y si podemos continuar, por favor. Los que luego serían grandes figuras de la independencia de Venezuela, Simón Bolívar, Francisco de Miranda, vivieron en Europa, muy influenciados por la Revolución Francesa y también las ideas de la Ilustración. Tanto es así que Francisco de Miranda, que es un prócer venezolano, participó en la batalla de Valmy y su nombre se encuentra inscrito en el Arco de Triunfo de París. Fíjense ya todo este engranaje, toda esta relación que tiene América Latina con Francia. Y vamos a llegar al Paraguay. Continuar, por favor. Bueno, la identificación con el espíritu de las luces de la Revolución Francesa dejó profundas huellas que todavía son visibles en América Latina. Un buen ejemplo es la influencia del Código Civil Napoleónico en el ordenamiento jurídico latinoamericano. Desde el punto de vista de las letras, la capital de América Latina estaba en París. Efectivamente, fue en la capital francesa donde se conocieron personalmente escritores latinoamericanos como Mario Vargas Llosa, Julio Cortázar, Carlos Fuentes, Jorge Luis Borges y Alejo Carpentier. Bueno, y acá llegamos a nuestros compatriotas, Augusto Roa-Bastos y Rubén Vareiro Saguier, nuestros grandes escritores, vivieron años en Francia, enseñaron en universidades. Además, no deja de ser significativo que todos los latinoamericanos que ganaron el Premio Nobel de Literatura, Gabriela Mistral, Miguel Ángel Asturias, Pablo Neruda, Octavio Paz, Gabriel García Márquez, en algún momento de su vida vivieron en la ciudad de Luz. Todo esto es historia, es comprobable. Entonces, además de esto, a mediados del siglo XX, en el momento de las terribles dictaduras latinoamericanas, Francia fue el lugar del exilio de la élite intelectual y política de América Latina que buscó refugio en ese país. Todo esto es fácilmente comprobable. Bien. Continuamos, por favor. A ver, y ahora llegamos al Paraguay, que inicialmente era el objeto de esta comunicación. A ver, en el Paraguay, remontándonos en el tiempo, a partir de el jesuita Nicolás del Techo, cuyo nombre era Nicolás Dutoit, nacido en Lille, que fue provincial de los jesuitas, historiador en las reducciones, pasando por el científico Aimé Bonpland, llamado Caray Arandú, nacido en La Rochelle, sabio y naturalista francés que fue retenido por el doctor Francia en las misiones durante 10 años. Ya desde ese momento podemos ver la presencia francesa en el Paraguay. Más adelante, yendo ya más esta historia, el mariscal Francisco Solano López condujo una misión a la corte de Napoleón III, y el que más tarde sería mariscal José Félix Estigarribia cursó estudios en la Academia de Saint-Cyr, sin olvidar que el ejército paraguayo recibió asesoramiento de Francia en la Guerra del Chaco. Continuamos, por favor. Ahora bien, cabe mencionar especialmente las órdenes religiosas de los padres de Betagam, las hermanas de San Vicente de Paul, que fueron fundadoras de los emblemáticos colegios San José y la Providencia, formadoras de generaciones de paraguayos que en su momento trabajaron en la difusión del idioma francés. Y a ver, algo muy actual, la canción patriótica que ha acompañado al pueblo en los momentos difíciles y también en los más felices, Patria Querida, fue compuesta por el sacerdote francés Marcelino Nutz del Colegio San José sobre una canción francesa que llevaba por título La Madelon. Continuamos, por favor. Y de los intelectuales paraguayos de los primeros años del siglo XX, grandes intelectuales de verdad. No debemos olvidar estos intelectuales como Cecilio Báez, Manuel Domínguez, Manuel Gondra, Alejandro Guanes, el autor del maravilloso poema Las Leyendas, traducía del inglés y del francés, poseían una vasta cultura en idiomas, y entre ellos, por supuesto, el idioma francés. El presidente Eusebio Ayala ha desempeñado funciones diplomáticas y había desempeñado funciones diplomáticas y dominaba el idioma francés, habiendo contraído matrimonio con la dama francesa Marcel Durand. Seguimos. Y las instituciones, hace ya más de 60 años que un grupo de ciudadanos fundó la Alianza Francesa de Asunción, que forma parte de la red de alianzas francesas del mundo. La Asociación Paraguaya de Profesores de Francés, APPF, agrupa desde 1969 a profesionales del sector y desde sus inicios forma parte de la Federación Internacional de Profesores de Francés, FIPF. Y no hablemos de la cantidad de profesionales, médicos, veterinarios, ingenieros, profesores de francés que se han formado y se siguen formando en universidades francesas. Bien, continuamos, por favor. Establecimientos de enseñanza, no se pueden citar todos porque haría falta una ponencia completa. Pero algunos que queremos mencionar son la licenciatura en Lenguas Francesas del Instituto Superior de Lenguas UNA. El Colegio Experimental Paraguay-Brasil cultiva el francés desde los primeros años, desde los primeros grados hasta los últimos, y mantiene un intercambio ininterrumpido de estudiantes con un liceo francés del sur de Francia desde hace ya varios años. El Liceo Francés Internacional Marcel Pagnol, que sigue el programa del bachillerato francés, al día de hoy es elegido por numerosas familias para sus hijos. Y aún algunos no tienen ascendencia francesa. Bien, continuamos, por favor. A ver, ahora vamos a hablar de los intercambios. Ya vimos la maravillosa historia de la ciudad de Yegros, ¿verdad? Si el Paraguay, como los demás países latinoamericanos, se sintió atraído por Francia, su lengua y su cultura, es natural que en sentido inverso un flujo migratorio de franceses hayan sido atraídos por América Latina y también por el Paraguay. Esta migración de franceses fue más importante en Argentina. Ya lo dijo Guadalupe, algunos franceses venían de Corrientes y ya eran ya hijos de Francia. Mientras que llegaron varias familias francesas que se establecieron en el Paraguay y actualmente son reconocidas en la sociedad. Bien, y vamos a ver un poco cómo se presenta en este momento, hablando del presente, ¿verdad? No, perdón. Acá estamos todavía en el pasado y ya mencionó Guadalupe más detalle 2 casos de inmigración francesa. La colonia Nueva Burdeos, hoy Villa Ayes, dada en la época de Carlos Antonio López. Ya dijo ella que las expectativas de los colonos no fueron cumplidas, La mayoría de ellos regresó a Francia, aunque algunos se quedaron y tuvieron descendencia, lo cual explica la existencia de numerosos apellidos de origen francés en la zona. Y la ciudad de Yegros, que ya fue descrita suficientemente en el departamento de Cazapá, que tiene toda una historia de migración de familias francesas. Ya fue descrita por nuestra egresada Guadalupe Martínez. Bien, ahora, ¿cómo sucede el movimiento migratorio actual? O sea, ya vimos que para los paraguayos, por razones principalmente de estudios o por razones profesionales, parten hacia Francia, ¿verdad? O algunos por razones de trabajo. Pero ¿qué hay de los que vienen hacia el Paraguay? Los inmigrantes que llegan actualmente de Francia y países francófonos pertenecen generalmente a dos categorías. Algunos son inversionistas y jubilados franceses y belgas también. Vamos a mencionar que hay varios belgas que llegan, se instalan en el Paraguay con negocios, comercios o establecimientos ganaderos. Y hay otro movimiento que se ha intensificado en estos últimos años, que es el de jóvenes de 25 a 40 años. Muchos de ellos pertenecen a un movimiento mundial llamado el de los nómadas digitales. Son personas con habilidades en el campo de la comunicación y la informática que pueden instalarse en cualquier parte del mundo y trabajar de manera remota, y buscan países con condiciones favorables en cuanto a costo de la vida y ventajas fiscales. Esto se está produciendo en este momento en nuestro país. Bien. Siguiente, por favor. Bien. Inmigración no quiere decir turismo, ¿verdad? Estos nuevos inmigrantes que están llegando gestionan la residencia permanente, la cédula paraguaya, se inscriben en el registro de contribuyentes, solicitan la licencia de conducir. Las razones: el hecho de pagar impuestos elevados en Europa, que llevan el 50% de los ingresos muchas veces, mientras que el régimen fiscal en el Paraguay es mucho más benigno. También influyen el clima, el trato amable, la ausencia de conflictos bélicos, que son atractivos, que llaman la atención de estos nuevos inmigrantes. Bien, nada más. A ver, veamos el futuro del idioma francés en América Latina. Y bueno, como nosotros estamos dentro de América Latina, nos concierne. Acá dice, ¿verdad? Mis fuentes, ¿verdad? Dicen que en la región opera la mayor red de alianzas francesas en el mundo. Fíjense esto, fíjense, la mayor red de alianzas francesas en el mundo, pero en América Latina. Tiene 250 establecimientos. Es una institución que difunde la lengua y cultura francesa, y dice que tiene 140.000 estudiantes en América Latina. A lo mejor ya son más, porque de pronto estas bibliografías envejecen, ¿verdad? Y probablemente ya se han actualizado. Según el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Francia, en la región también existen 5 institutos franceses, 2 casas de Francia, así como liceos franceses en la totalidad de los países de la zona, o sea que hay 36. Y digo, esto se remonta a lo que se ha encontrado en este artículo, ¿verdad? Que es el año 2017. Este entramado le ha permitido a Francia continuar siendo un referente. Pero ¿qué pasa? En el plano político y en la política exterior, Francia ha estado bastante ausente de América Latina en los últimos años. Yo quiero recalcar eso y quiero que lo escuchen, y que lo escuchen todos, ¿verdad? Francia ha estado bastante ausente de América Latina en los últimos años, ¿sí? Es la verdad. Bien. Continuemos. A guisa de conclusión, podemos decir que entre idas y venidas de ambos lados del océano, las relaciones y el interés por el idioma y la cultura francesa se mantienen imperturbables. Pero en el futuro se necesita que se abran oportunidades o más oportunidades económicas entre ambas partes. Quiero agregar algo que es mi opinión, me hago cargo y digo lo siguiente: quizás todavía no lo haya reconocido, pero la América Latina que Francia creó es la Reserva Natural de Francia. Muchas gracias. Muy bien, ahora vamos a pasar a nuestras terceras expositoras. Yo no sé si se encuentran aquí. La exposición lleva por título La fosilización de errores en la interlengua escrita de aprendientes de francés, tratamiento del error. No sé si se encuentran presentes las maestras Ivette Lozano Palacios, María Lilia López López y María Eugenia Olivos Pérez, que pertenecen a la Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla. No sé si están conectadas, se pueden manifestar. Ellas están inscritas en este panel y no sé si en este momento se encuentran presentes. Si alguien me puede ayudar de la organización.
No, aparentemente no están, así que pueden dejar este tiempo que les queda para algunas preguntas y respuestas, algunos comentarios de las ponencias que hicieron y después para cerrar el panel.
Sí, con mucho gusto. Tenemos todavía unos minutos antes de las 8 para cerrar el panel y entonces invito al auditorio, si hay preguntas o si hay comentarios, por favor, que nos pueden hacer llegar.
Buenas tardes. No sé si me escuchan. Hola.
Hola, el volumen no se escucha, Nilda.
No se está escuchando. Un poco más alto, por favor.
Hola. Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Ahora sí.
Sí, buenas tardes. Excelente las presentaciones de ambas disertantes. Mi pregunta va para Guadalupe. Me gustaría saber si los descendientes de estos franceses que fueron los que llegaron a la ciudad, si tuvieron participación en el trabajo, si fueron colaborativos, si tenían algún material histórico de la época. Esa es mi pregunta. Gracias.
Hola Nilda, ¿qué tal? Sí, la verdad que mucho fue así, entrevista cara a cara, ¿verdad? Mucha gente, llegué a entrevistar a una señora de 90 y algo de años. Ella ya fue por teléfono porque la señora estaba en cama, ¿verdad? Y tengo muchas cosas que son, por ejemplo, certificado de nacimiento del tatarabuelo, me mandaban fotos escaneadas, me mandaban certificados de matrimonio, de bautismo, em, cartas, de repente así. Sí, ellos colaboraron muchísimo y les agradezco de corazón porque fue así 30, 40 familias directas con las que trabajé, indirectamente más de 200, 300 personas, ¿verdad? Pues cada familia, por decir una cosa, ¿verdad? Los Moudeles, por ejemplo, cada Moudele eran 14 hermanos y de cada 14 hermanos tenía otros 14 hijos, ¿verdad? Y de eso, innumerable es la cantidad de gente que se involucró, pero de los cuales me decían, bueno, me derivaban a la persona más, o la más, ¿cómo se dice? La persona de más edad o la persona que más sabía de las... Y hay muchas historias, ¿verdad? Entre todo eso, muchas cosas difíciles que pasaron estos ciudadanos y unas cosas tristes también, ¿verdad? Cosas felices, cosas tristes, lo que era perderlo todo y llegar a un país desconocido. Bueno, y respondiendo a tu pregunta, sí, ellos se involucraron muchísimo y documentos históricos, los que más resalto es el señor Bernardú, que es un libro que él lanzó con la ayuda de la Embajada de Francia en el 2011, y ese fue el puntapié, la palada inicial más o menos para yo empezar a investigar a cada apellido y a cada familia y pedir referencias y todo. Y también las redes sociales, que gracias a eso, gracias a un post que fue en el Twitter, por ejemplo, ahí llegamos, casi reventó mi teléfono, 28 de diciembre, me acuerdo bien. Ahí más o menos entre 400 personas me habían contactado y bueno, y de ahí salieron muchísimas cosas más. Espero responder a tu pregunta.
Sí, súper. Muchísimas gracias. Felicitaciones.
Gracias.
Sí, Guadalupe, yo quiero decir que tu trabajo es excelente, ¿verdad? Y la dedicación que le pusiste y hacer todo este trabajo de campo y toda esta investigación fue algo muy serio. Realmente yo como profesora, como tu profesora en algún momento en la licenciatura de francés, me siento muy orgullosa de la investigación que llevaste a cabo. No solamente eso, sino que también me enorgullece que hayas tenido la iniciativa, ¿verdad? De presentar una parte de tu trabajo en este congreso tan importante que es algo nuestro, es algo del Instituto Superior de Lengua, nos concierne, ¿verdad? Y que ya lleva su 5.º año. Yo quiero aprovechar para felicitar a la mentora de esto, que es la directora, la doctora Valentina Canese, valorar todo su esfuerzo y también tuyo, Guadalupe, tu iniciativa, ¿verdad? De presentarse, que hay muchos trabajos de muchos egresados nuestros que bien podrían figurar aquí y les aliento para que años que siguen, si Dios permite, como siempre decimos, ¿verdad? Que todos estos alumnos, todos nuestros egresados sientan ese aliento, ese coraje, porque son trabajos que llevan tiempo, que llevan esfuerzo. Y yo siempre digo, estoy muy admiradora de nuestros alumnos de la licenciatura, porque la verdad es que trabajan muy bien. Y yo me siento muy orgullosa de la licenciatura, les tengo que decir, muy orgullosa de los profesores, muy orgullosa de los alumnos. Y bueno, continuará la influencia francesa en el Paraguay. Yo creo que así continuará. Bueno, no sé si ya tenemos que despedir el panel porque estamos llegando a la hora del finalizar nuestro tiempo. Me indican desde la organización que quedan todos invitados para mañana, en que continúan las deliberaciones. En nuestro caso, en el día de hoy, a todos los que estuvieron presentes, tanto en la conferencia, la excelente conferencia de la profesora Raquel Carrasco, ¿verdad? Sobre la inteligencia artificial, que fue algo bastante maravilloso, ¿verdad? Y además muy bien presentado. A los que estuvieron presentes en este panel de lengua francesa, participación de Guadalupe y mía, quise más bien dar un panorama de lo que es en este momento la lengua francesa en el Paraguay y por extensión en América Latina. Lamentablemente las personas que debían estar con nosotros esta noche no están, pero voy a mencionar sus nombres porque ellas han presentado una propuesta. Ivette Lozano Palacios, María Lilia López López, María Eugenia Olivos Pérez, la fosilización de errores en la interlengua escrita de aprendientes de francés, tratamiento del error. Estas maestras pertenecen a la Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, en México. Yo agradezco el interés que ellas han manifestado en presentar una propuesta y que seguramente por algún motivo han podido esta noche concretar su presentación. Bueno, dicho esto, despido nuestro panel. Gracias a todos. No sé si está nuestra directora para clausurar este
Sí,
panel.
muchas gracias, Cristina. Quiero agradecerles a todos, agradecerle a Cristina, agradecerle a Guadalupe y a toda la gente que nos está siguiendo. Y así como ya dijo Cristina, les esperamos mañana con un programa muy interesante. Estamos ya compartiendo también a través de las redes los paneles que tenemos varias conferencias y ponencias también sincrónicas y asincrónicas. Así que muchas gracias a todos y esperamos continuar contando con el acompañamiento de todos.
Gracias a todos.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.